This is the BBC Home Service from Scotland.
I was told you might have a car for hire.
What was that?
I said I heard you might have a car for hire.
Whereabouts is it you're making for, sir?
Ord.
Ord? That's a bit far away, even by the coast road. Near 20 miles.
But couldn't
if
you...
you were to stay the night here, there's a bus for Ord in the morning. You've been a bit sooner, you could have gone with a post, but he's away by the looks of it. And there's no other bus but the morning one. It's only a wee place, Ord, you see.
Yes, but what about a car? Do you have one available?
Well, there's this one. My other's out on a job. But I dare say this might get us there. Might even get me back again if I'm lucky. But it'd cost about £3.
Seems reasonable enough. Can we get away at once?
Oh, if you say so. I'll just put your cases in. Is this all you have?
Yes, for the moment.
You see, it's not the usual time of year for for a stranger to be making for like of Ord. You maybe have friends in the place, say like the minister there. It's none of my business anyway. I should be fine now. Well, if you just get in, we'll...
Why the minister in particular?
Mr. Mackay. Well, if you're staying any while in Ord, you'll come across him. Not that it's any of my business, but I dare say he'll make sure you come across him.
We present The Devil's Minister by Alistair Mayer. The Devil's Minister.
As always, looking back, I find it impossible to fix a single point, either in time or on the map of the world, as the precise beginning to this story. In a way, that first journey to Ord was the end of the beginning, the end of the first chapter. A chapter which had begun some time before, but which I was soon to discover had unbreakable connections with Ord. Connections I could never have dreamed of then. The earlier memory, like this one, was of a strange man and an even stranger death. If in relating it now I seem to regard it somewhat impersonally, it's because it wasn't as complete in itself as I imagined at the time. I see it now almost as a warning. It was some 2 years before my journey to Ord. I was on shipboard bound for Africa, where I had a job of research to do. One of the other passengers kept very much to himself. His name was John Boyd. It wasn't until the last night of the voyage that we spoke to each other. Quite unexpectedly, he made a point of seeking me out, not only willing, but anxious to talk.
What do you know about me?
Well, you've told me your name.
Well, you know a lot more than that, though, don't you?
I don't know anything about what you are, but I think I may know a bit about how you are.
Tell me.
Whatever it is, it seems to have happened only since we've come near Africa. At least it's only since then that I've noticed it.
Noticed what exactly?
I don't know if I can be exact. It's a strange look in your eyes. Doesn't seem right in a face like yours.
Put it down to nerves.
I wouldn't say you'd be prone to nerves.
Yes, I suppose I should expect an anthropologist to use a more impressive word.
So you know a bit about me.
Yes, I know a bit. More in terms of fact, probably, than you know about me. You did a lot of work on the Kasai about 10 years ago. Then the Spaniards put you in Jug without a visa. You turned up in Kasaka a couple of years later after some cockeyed trip from the White Nile. When any sensible man would have flown.
I never claimed to be sensible.
Well, that's why I'm talking to you. Didn't you wonder why?
I suppose so. But even more, I've been wondering what has put the fear of something into you these last few days.
Something? That's good. I thought you were going to say the fear of death. But you're quite right, of course. It's not death. I'd like you to listen.
Yes?
And believe me if you can. It's not fear of death. It's fear of annihilation. Total destruction. Body and soul. Listen, I'm not a liar and I'm not mad. You accept that?
I accept the first. Not necessarily the second.
Well, you know a bit about witchcraft, don't you?
As much as anybody, I suppose, who isn't in the business.
And you know the Orangi are pretty good at it.
None better.
Oh, the Orangi don't just talk about it. Things happen. And this time they're going to happen to me unless you can do something about it.
Me?
Yes. Mind you, without meaning to be insulting, you're a forlorn hope, but you're the only one I've got.
Well, you better tell me.
The Orangi are forest people, you know that. Well, the first time I went up there was just after the war, the first war. I was a young man. It was a survey job, and I stayed keen. There was a lot of talk about witchcraft and cannibalism and human sacrifice, but I didn't see any of it. When I went back, I was old. I could speak the language a bit, and I could understand the drums, a little. Enough, anyway. And it wasn't just talk. And then I was over in Kenya for a bit during the war. When I went back to the Orangi country in 1946, I found a missionary fellow in their territory, a Scot. But I didn't like the setup any more than I ever had done before.
What do you mean?
I got the feeling there was something going on, but I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. This missionary did the usual stuff, held services, sang hymns. As usual, the Orangi boys went along for the laughs. But I found that the Reverend Missionary was a great pal of the most senior and respected witch doctor, which was not quite usual. And there was mighty little evidence of Christianity around, apart from the Bible thumping.
You mean he was going native?
Oh, no, not as simple as that. He wore his dog collar, all right, shaved every day, kept up all the marks of civilization.
How long had he been there?
A couple of years or thereabouts. Long enough, by the way, to become a fully fledged member of the Leopard Society.
Well, that's surely not possible.
I went to search his hut one night, with no authority, of course. And I found the skin and the iron claws. When he came back, I was sitting in his chair with a gun on my knee, waiting for him. I had draped the skin on the table and laid the claws on top. He didn't even flicker. Simply said, "My work here is finished," and walked out. I didn't even get a chance to fire. When I got to the door, he'd vanished.
What became of him?
No idea. I put my report into the D.O., but they never traced him. And I got another bit of the story from a head boy. I may say not till after we were out of the district. The reverend gentleman and the old witch doctor had been working together for quite a while, concocting new magic, the boy said, and in particular perfecting a technique for the transmutation of souls.
The what?
You heard. And incidentally, if I'm lucky, you're going to be able to observe the phenomenon at first hand, and perhaps very soon.
In spite of the normal ship noises, the night suddenly seemed incredibly silent. Silent and waiting, and full of something imminent beyond the silence. I felt this man's fear returning, intensifying, and I felt it communicating itself to me. Then something brushed my cheek. A moth, I thought, and I struck it down. Boyd stretched out his hand, picked it up from the deck, and passed it to me.
Do you know what this is?
It's not a moth.
Obviously.
It's a seed of some kind. Winged seed. I've no idea what species.
Well, how do you think it got here?
On the wind, I suppose.
What, 20 miles from land, maybe more than 20 miles, and with no wind worth speaking about.
What exactly are you getting at?
Guess that I find 2 or 3 of these every day. They land on my lap, usually. It's the seed of the white-barked mahogany tree. The first seed came on the day we sighted Africa this trip. The day you first spotted, I was scared.
There must be some kind of rational explanation.
Well, then I'd be more than grateful if you could enlighten me.
Let's get back to your transmutation of souls.
The Orangi believe a tree has a soul.
They're not the first people to believe that.
Well, the story I heard was that the white and the black witch doctors got the idea of trying to change the one into the other. And again, according to what I was told, they succeeded. The change takes place at the moment of a man's death. It's also the moment of a seed's germination. I didn't believe it. I don't think I do even yet.
Well?
But one day, I found what looked like a recently planted tree, very young. I dug it up. And I also dug up the body of a young boy. One of the roots had pierced his chest. He hadn't been buried all that long, but I couldn't find any obvious cause of death.
What has this to do with you?
A few months before I went on leave, I was up there again. There was trouble then. The drums were going every night. But the real trouble came just before I left. A road was to be put through, and their sacred tree was slap in the line of it. But I wanted the road to go round it, but the engineers wouldn't listen. So the tree came down. It came down the day before I left. When I got back to my hut, and the boys had gone. There was a seed, like that one there, lying on my bed. Around 11 o'clock, the old witch doctor came. He was quite simple. He simply said that he would need my soul to replace the one I'd destroyed, and that he'd get it before I landed in Africa again. I left for the coast in the morning.
Well, you're all right then, aren't you?
How'd you make that out?
Because he told you. If he'd been sure he could kill you, he wouldn't have told you. He would simply have gone ahead and done it. Telling you means that he's depending on the fact that you expect it. He's counting on the fact that you'll kill yourself.
Oh, that's simple stuff. I know this man. He knows me. He knows I'm not the type.
So?
So, we talk in the morning. Rightly or wrongly. I don't think he can do it unless I'm alone or asleep or both. And that's why I want you to stay awake and talk to me, to be my shadow right up to the moment when we go ashore. He said, before I landed, if I get ashore alive, I'm all right.
We sat in my cabin. Strangely enough, the conversation was quite lively. We found that we had quite a number of interests in common, and even that we had one or two mutual friends. I remember looking at my watch at 2:30 and thinking how remarkably awake I felt, and again, strangely, how much I was enjoying the conversation. I have no idea what happened then. I seem to recall a sense of rapidly approaching darkness. When I regained consciousness, I was in exactly the same position that I'd been in before, sitting upright on my pillow with my back in the corner of the bunk. The time was 6 o'clock. Boyd was dead. He was in the position he had been when we were talking, but his head had fallen back. Only one thing was new. Resting on the skin in the open neck of his shirt was a winged seed. From it rose a slim stem some 6 inches long, bearing 2 young leaves. A little white root curved upwards from the seed's split shell, and where it pierced his skin, it was surrounded by a drop of uncoagulated blood. About all this, I offer no explanation. I merely record what happened. And I do so because of the connection between that death and the other story I feel compelled to tell. The reason for my going to the Highland village of Ord was part decision, part accident. I never had a permanent home. My parents had died while I was at university. Then I went from there into the army. And since the war, I'd spent nearly all of my time overseas on various projects of anthropological research. But now, for the first time, I wanted to find a home. The easy explanation was that I had a book to write about my research work. But I also had a deeper feeling than ever before of wanting to settle down.
You're looking for what, Mr. Collins?
Well, I've described it as well as I can. Not a cottage, not a castle. Somewhere northwest on the coast. I suppose near a village. But the quieter the better.
You have a job. Sporting estate, yes. Cottages for weekends and holidays, yes.
Now, I know all about that, but...
I couldn't tell you Glenavon Lodge, I don't suppose. 38 rooms in the usual office.
No, thank you.
No, I didn't think so. I dare say the roof will have to morph it too, like all the rest. I'll keep your requirements in mind, of course, but it might take a while.
Well, would it be worth taking a trip further north? Inverness, perhaps?
Well, if you've time, why not? I don't know if you'll find a firm with a place of your kind in their books, but you never know. And you'll maybe hear of something some other way if you keep your ears open.
Yes. Running well up to time? Grand countryside.
Oh, yes, it is, yes.
Oh, not reading, are you?
No, I've finished the chapter.
Yes, marvelous countryside. Well, the sea, for one thing, and the hills. The storms you get on the coast can be pretty fantastic. But there's something else, I don't know. A sense of age and mystery, somehow. You probably think I'm talking nonsense.
Oh, no, not at all. I agree with you.
Memories of the Picts and all that. Mind you, I'm a physicist, not a poet. But I can still talk about mystery, though. Well, look, you know a bit about radiation. Well, 100 years ago, no one knew anything about it. Nonsense, said of sense. But it happened. Well, if that can happen, invisible rays and such like, then there's no saying what else can. Well, we have to accept the possibilities at any rate.
Naturally, I shan't quibble with that.
You've been to Caithness?
No, not too far north. Talking of mysteries, there's telepathy, for instance. I mean, a man can be made to act in a certain fashion without knowing why. He simply receives a message and acts on it without understanding it.
Well, that's magic.
Well, it's magic to you. Nuclear physics is magic to me. It all depends what you mean by magic.
Yes, I suppose it does. We're almost at Inverness. You saying that?
Overnight, possibly.
Oh, here, then I'll help you down with your case.
Oh, thanks.
You got a hotel?
No,
Well, try the Regal.
Good, is it?
Yes, pretty small, but they do quite a good breakfast.
You do quite a good breakfast here, eh?
Well, the biggest one I've had for years.
Right. Not like some places I have to go to, I'm telling you. Oh, McCallum's the name. Willie McCallum.
You're, on the move all the time.
Selling. Home just at the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Glasgow?
Yes. You know, that big place the visitors go through on the road to Loch Lomond. You've just been visiting yourself?
Well, it depends.
But you're English, aren't you?
I am not. Scots born, Scots parents. Although we all went south when I was, I think, just 2 or 3.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. I mean, you can't help it then, can you?
What?
Your English twang.
Oh. I have a notion to come home now and settle down.
Oh, good for you.
I have some work to do that I can do anywhere, and I thought this was as good a place as any.
Better. The best. Is any place in particular you have a notion for?
Oh, West Coast. Summer quiet.
Oh? That's funny, you know. I was just hearing. Do you know a wee place by the name of Ord? No, I don't suppose you would. See, there's a map on the wall here. I'll show you. It's here, just at the mouth of this sea loch. I have a cousin there yet, Jean. Mackenzie's her married name, but she's a widow now. She keeps the shop in Ord. Oh, it's a grand wee place, and it so happens that... Are you interested? I mean, would it suit you?
Well, I don't quite know yet what you're talking about, do I?
Oh, that's true. I'm getting carried away a bit, but I was just wondering if old McQueen's house would be too big for you.
Well, I still wouldn't know, would I?
McQueen was a lawyer in Glasgow, but like my father, he came from Ord originally. He retired and went back up there when his wife died. Now, Maggie, a cousin of Jean, you know, Mrs. Mackenzie, Maggie was old McQueen's housekeeper. But the old man took a shock at the new year, and he's in a nursing home here in Inverness. I doubt he'll never get back to Ord, poor man. But I wonder, is the house too big for you?
How big is it?
I suppose there'll be 3 rooms anyway, down the stair, and maybe 4 bedrooms up the stair. It's quite a big house, but...
Well, it sounds as if it might be all right. Is it for sale?
Oh, it'll not be for sale. But if you were to ask about it, they might sell it.
I don't quite understand the distinction.
You wait till you've been living in Ord a few years. You'll know the kind of thing I mean.
Do you think this house is worth going to look at?
Well, I think if you want it, you could get it. Maggie's got the keys.
How do I get that?
Good for you. Man after my own heart. Now, see you not offer more than about 1,500. And You could well look worse than take Maggie on as a housekeeper. She's a grand cook. And tell Jean I'll be looking in when I'm round that way in May. Now, mind now, not more than about 1,500. There was a wee touch of dry rot in the place a few years back. It's all right now, but you never know. Oh, and before I go, I'll show you on the map how to get there.
We're nearly there. About another couple of miles. I was thinking, do you have anybody to stay with for the night?
Well, no, I've never been here before, but I'll surely manage at this time of year to find a room at the hotel.
No hotel.
Well, surely there must be something.
Well, a few of the folk take visitors in the summer, but I doubt they'll not be looking for anybody just now. I should have told you before, but I was thinking you must know somebody in the place.
Well, is there nowhere at all you can think of? Well, if there isn't, I'll just have to come back with you.
Still, that would be an awful waste of a journey. Right enough, they would maybe take you in at the lodge, although by rights they don't open till Easter. That's the place they call the guest house. In the old days, it used to be a shooting lodge. Then a man called Cameron bought it.
Well, is it in the village?
Well, about a mile out, up the back road. Near enough.
Well, as I told you, Collins, we're not open for business yet, but we couldn't turn you away. Not an old Africa man, huh? In any case, we've all got to know each other already, and our door is never shut to a friend. You're welcome to stay as our guest for as long as you like. Oh, you'll forgive my making a speech about it.
Excuse me, darling. Will you have some more coffee, Mr. Collins?
Ah, thank you.
Yes, Collins, you're a very welcome guest.
Well, it's very good of you, but...
No buts. You've no idea of some of the characters we have to put up with during the time of year when we are at business.
As you gather, Mr. Collins, Hugh is now riding a favorite hobby horse.
What made you think of Ord as a place to live?
Wouldn't you find it very quiet?
No, I don't think so.
I hope you won't think that we are prying, but are you married, Mr. Collins?
No, I was for a couple of years just after the war.
Wouldn't you be lonely in Ord?
Yes, why pick on a place like this, huh?
Well, I wouldn't want to settle down in a place much bigger than this. I prefer the idea of life in a more, shall we say, intimate community.
It may surprise you if you do come to live here to find how intimate it is. Believe me, everybody knows everybody else's business. For instance, I would make a guess and say that you'll be going to look at old Mr. McQueen's house.
Yes, quite correct.
You see what I mean?
Yes, but I don't mind at all.
Have you any connections with the street?
No, except that my parents brought me here for summer holidays for a couple of years when I was a boy. I can only say I felt it might be a good idea to come back, that's all.
Yes, I know. That's exactly the same reason why we came here.
Well, mind you, it's first-class country, good shooting, the fishing's even better. But I must say, some of the local people are a bit strange.
Oh, and they're not really. They're just a little wary about strangers.
Well, Collins, I've been here nearly 10 years, and they still treat me as if I were a foreigner or something.
Darling.
Oh, of course, they're very nice, very well-mannered, all that sort of thing, but it's difficult to feel any sense of real contact with them.
Well, don't let him put you off.
Oh, no, good heavens, no, I wouldn't want to do that. And I assure you, we'd be extremely glad to have you here in the district. There aren't so many people people of one's own type, if you know what I mean. People one can talk to. There's Morrison, the doctor, lives on the other side of the village. He's quite sound. And there's an excellent chap called Jimmerson, writes about fishing and, nature, that sort of thing, Very well-educated fellow. That's about the lot.
Somebody mentioned a minister to me. What about him?
Good God, no. He's a dreadful creature.
Well, he's very strict, certainly.
Strict? Oh, preaches nothing but hellfire and brimstone. Well, I went along once. Sermon lasted an hour and a half, and nothing but hellfire all the time. Dreadful business. And, the even more dreadful thing is the man has power. We're all dead scared of him.
It's his daughter I'm really sorry for, I must say. She's such a nice girl.
If she'd any guts, she'd go away.
Darling, it's impossible for her to go away. Her mother's dead, and there's no one else to run the manse.
Why can't he get a housekeeper?
You know very well that on his stipend he couldn't possibly afford it.
His stipend's more than he's worth. I still say she should get out. Damned unhealthy business for a young girl like her, cooped up the way she is.
It would break her father's heart. He's terribly fond of her.
A strange kind of fondness. And I don't believe he's got a heart.
Well, I must admit I don't go to church very often, so I'm not likely to see much of him, which from what you say is probably just as well.
Believe me, you'll see him all the same. You'll make quite sure of that.
From the Camerons' house, it was a walk downwards towards the village. A village of grey and white houses scattered along a little bay, perhaps half a mile in from the sea entrance of the loch. Next morning, there was smoke arising from the morning fires and bending away in the wind, and the smell of the peat in the air came to me, mingling with the sea smell and the aromatic odor of the moor. I stopped for a moment, because I realized suddenly that this was what had eluded me in memory. This blending of sweet and pungent odors, such as I remembered from wonderful, timeless boyhood holidays. It came to me then, and I can't express this in any other way. It came to me quite simply that I was home.
Did you say, sir, that it was William McCallum told you to come? How did you come across him?
I met him in Inverness. Had breakfast with him, in fact. And by the way, he told me to let you know that he'd be looking in to see you around about the middle of May. He can't manage to be up this way before then.
I don't know why he couldn't take a run out this time if he was as near as Inverness.
Well, he seemed to be a very busy man.
Willie? Well, he was never busy in his life, riding round the country in his motor car. Still, he's a decent wee man, and I dare say I don't know anything about it. What it's like to be a man of business like him.
He was telling me about Mr. McQueen.
Oh, the poor soul. It sounds as if there's to be no betterness for him. He was a fine old man, no trouble at all, as Maggie's always said. It's a shame, right enough.
Willie was saying it might be a question of the house for sale.
They'll have a job selling a place the like of that. There aren't many folk who'd want a house that size in a place like this.
I was wondering about it myself, as if you hadn't guessed.
Well, I dare say Maggie will be quite glad to show you round, if that's the way of it.
Well, there's maybe one or two corners you haven't seen, but that's most of it.
It's a great credit to you, the way you've kept it up.
Well, of course, I was always hoping he'd be back, but it's not to be, seemingly. And it's a shame about the garden, too. There wasn't much I could do about it.
Well, it could soon be put in order again.
It was always a good garden.
You'll be out of a job if Mr. McQueen doesn't come home yet.
And right enough, they're not easy to come by, but... I could be giving Jean a hand in the shop. It would be something.
If the house is for sale...
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, I'd like to buy it. And I'd like to ask you to stay on as housekeeper.
Oh, but... well, would you not be wanting somebody younger?
No, I'm asking you. And not just out of politeness.
Well, there's no sense in me saying it wouldn't suit me, Mr. Collins, for it would. I'd be thankful for the job, and... well, I would hope you wouldn't be sorry for asking me.
I've no fear of that. And let's both hope the sale of the house will be as easy to settle as our bargain.
The client is worried about how little is to pay for a house. McQueen's lawyers are perfectly happy about the offer I made in your name and accept it as fair to both sides.
Well, it just seems so ridiculously low for
I've no doubt the same house here in Edinburgh will be worth 4 or 5 times more, or in London 10 or a dozen times more. But where it is, if you don't buy it in a couple of years, it might be worth nothing at all. So content yourself. Now, when are you planning to settle in?
Well, late summer, I suppose. As soon as I can make arrangements about furniture, decoration, and such like. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better.
Good day, Mr. Collins.
Oh, hello there.
Is a neighbor welcome to say hello?
Yes, surely.
Jemison. I know your name, of course, because the place has been buzzing with rumors about you for months. I have contained myself for a week to give you time to settle in, but I couldn't stand it anymore.
Well, I'd have been glad to see you any time.
Oh, mind you, everybody else's curiosity about you is just as lively as mine, but mine's uninhibited and unashamed. You've a job on your hands here, haven't you?
For the garden. Yes, it'll take some time, but...
Don't just chop everything down, by the way. There's some quite choice stuff in among those weeds.
Oh, yes, of course. You know about these things, don't you?
Do I?
Yes, all my neighbors have a label in my mind before I've seen them, from what I've heard. Your label is naturalist.
Oh, interested but inexpert. Except perhaps about certain species of bird life. And about brown trout. You know, my old headmaster told me once a long time ago, the chances of your ever learning anything about anything are infinitesimal. Well, I'd like to be able to go to him now and tell him how much I've learned about brown trout. But he's 95, and he's not very clear now either about who I am or what a brown trout is, so it's not much consolation. How's Maggie looking after you?
Oh, she's a marvel.
Ah, she is, and more. If ever there was a good wife wasted.
Yes, I must say I wondered why.
Oh, usual reason.
Well, you mean a shortage of men?
No, I suppose you could say the wrong man. She had a baby a long time ago. My father was a fisherman from Loch Boisel, but he never got married. The son's a fine young man now. Lives with Jean Mackenzie. Or at least he used to till last year. Last year there was a devil of a row he was mixed up in. No fault of his, I may say. But he was supposed to be friendly with the daughter of the manse.
Sheila.
Have you met her?
No, but I know all the names. Was she friendly with this boy?
Oh, I don't think there was very much in it. But there was too much for her father's liking, old Mackay. You haven't met him yet either, have you?
No, and from what I've heard, I'm quite willing to delay the meeting indefinitely.
Well, he went for that boy with all the holy terror he could summon up. Threatened him with whatever the Presbyterian equivalent is of bell, book, and candle. Believe me, that up there at the manse is a really choice example of possession and oppression.
So you're not one of the minister's admirers, then?
Have you met anybody here who is?
I haven't heard Maggie say anything against him.
Have you ever heard Maggie say anything against anybody?
No, that's true.
Besides, he's probably put the fear of... No, whatever it is, it's not the fear of God. The fear of himself into Maggie. It works very powerfully, even in a good soul like her.
One strange thing I have noticed, nearly every conversation I've heard here, sooner or later got around to mentioning this man. He's very much of a presence, even in my life. And I haven't even set eyes on him yet.
I shouldn't think that could be delayed much longer. But if you need an ally, remember I'm on call.
You don't mean that as flippantly as it sounds, do you?
Probably not.
But for all that, when it did happen, not long afterwards, my first meeting with Mackay was nothing very memorable. After all the introductory hints and forebodings, it seemed at first an anticlimax. I suppose I'd expected a kind of 20th century John Knox. Somebody long, lean, ascetic, with fire in his eyes. The real man was quite unexpectedly more like an Anglican bishop than a Highland minister. He was smooth, bland, and well-fed looking. His hair was smoothly brushed back, silver. There was about him an air of prosperity, almost of affluence, quite untypical of his kind. His features were softened in what I suppose was, by his own standards, an attempt at friendliness.
I have naturally been looking forward to meeting our newest resident. You seem to have settled in very comfortably. Indeed, I suppose you must be a man of comfortable means.
Sufficient to let me do the work which I most want to do.
May I ask what is the nature of your work?
I'd be surprised if you weren't already fairly well informed about that.
I have it in my mind that it could be anthropology, although no one else here has specifically mentioned the word.
Well, that may be because of all the people here, only you and I, and perhaps Mr. Jemison, have anything like a specific idea of what it means.
What would be your idea of a definition?
The study of my fellow man in relation to the societies, groups, clubs, fraternities, or if you like, tribes, within which he behaves and identifies himself. It's not an easy kind of work to define.
Obviously, a mighty labor.
Yes, but inexhaustibly fascinating.
What is the importance of religion in your studies?
So great as to be constant, inescapable.
Yes. I notice that many of your books are concerned with the study of religion.
Of course.
But I notice also that you don't practice it. I have not seen you in my church, not even yesterday, the day when, as you must have known, you could have received Holy Communion. May I ask why?
For one thing, because nominally, I'm an Episcopalian. I could even say that your orders are not really regarded by my church as valid. I refuse to believe that I'm damned simply by my unwillingness to go to, say, your church, or that if I did go to it, I'd be in some way automatically sanctified.
Your arguments are hardly original.
I'm not arguing, and I'm not claiming that what I say is original.
It is my duty to tell you that I believe you are jeopardizing your immortal soul. And I must ask you not to discuss religion with any members of my church.
You what?
I'm sure you heard quite clearly what I said.
I find it difficult to believe I could hear such a thing from a civilized, educated man. However, since you're a guest under my roof, I'm struggling for an answer which won't offend you.
Ian doesn't like Mackay, of course, but he says I'm obsessional about him. Well, if I am, I'm not ashamed of it. I think, or at least I feel, he's an evil man. Not just bad, but evil, in the way the Bible means evil. It sickens me and frightens me when I think of Sheila living with him.
Do you see much of her?
Yes, probably more than anybody else does. He, no doubt very reluctantly, but he does allow her to come here occasionally.
Has she got over the trouble about the boy?
Oh, you heard about that? Yes, I think so. Although she never says very much, she's very loyal to her father. There's no love, I don't think. But she is loyal and dutiful. I wonder what will happen when she does really find her own man.
Well, she has a right to leave when the time comes. Her father couldn't do anything.
I hope it'll be as easy as that. But I don't believe it will. In fact, I know there's danger ahead for her.
I don't quite understand.
I don't claim to understand myself, Hugh. But I've a strong radar system about this kind of thing. That man is evil. And his daughter will somehow have to be rescued from him.
My next encounter with Mackay was, however, entirely conventional. He had invited me and the Camerons to dinner one evening. The doctor was there, too, but he spoke hardly a word all evening. It was a cold and lifeless occasion in every way. I longed for a couple of bottles of Burgundy to bring life into the drab room. But I did meet Sheila for the first time. After the meal and on impulse, I slipped through to the kitchen to help her with the coffee. When I returned to the drawing room, Mackay was warming himself at the fire. He looked up sharply.
Ah, Collins, we missed you. Where have you been?
Upstairs. Powdering my nose.
Who gave you permission to go upstairs?
I wasn't aware that a guest had to seek his host's permission to seek out the bathroom.
I apologize. I am unaccustomed to playing host on such a day with two services. I trust you will forgive me.
Of course.
And you accept my apology?
Of course I do. The thing's over.
Excuse me, Father. Coffee, Ian?
Oh, thank you, Sheila.
I was telling Sheila what a wonderful library Mr. Collins has.
Yes, Father. I wondered if I might borrow some books from you, Mr. Collins. It's quiet here in the winter and I love reading. Would you mind?
Absolutely. Come over any time. Take what you want. If I'm not there, well, never mind. Maggie will be.
It's very kind of you.
I shall rely on you, of course, not to permit anything I might consider unsuitable.
Oh, but how's he to know? I mean, is there what's it called, a codex in your church?
Lovely coffee, Sheila.
Thank you.
Your daughter is an excellent cook.
And I?
You, I find difficult.
I might say the same of you. You are a disturbing influence in our peaceful village.
Then regard me as a challenge, or a cross to be borne. In any case, we must learn to live with each other. No good can come of quarreling, neither to you nor to me. Sheila did indeed come to borrow books, and from then on she became a fairly regular visitor. I used to wonder if she was choosing days when her father was away, but she never spoke of him. In the early spring, I had another long-term visitor, my young cousin Bill from London. Bill's a medical student, a good deal younger than myself. His mother married pretty late in life. We'd always got on well together. He was a very keen fisherman, and during his visit, he was off almost every day trying the streams for trout. But one afternoon, when I returned from a walk, I was surprised to hear his voice coming from my study. I thought at first it was Maggie he was with. But when I opened the door, I found someone else with him.
She was about to run away, Hugh, but I persuaded her to stay.
I should think so.
I must go now, though. I didn't mean to stay so long.
Nonsense. I'm sure Hugh was going to invite you to tea.
Of course. Couldn't you stay for once, Sheila?
No, I really have quite a lot to do at home.
What? What have you to do that can't wait?
Well, my father, he's rather particular about regular hours. He'll be expecting tea.
Let him have it then at precisely the regular hour. Only today, let him make it himself.
No,
I'll go and tell him.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Bill, it's not so easy.
I would like to, but I mustn't. I can't, really.
Oh, well, I'm sure Hugh will invite you back very soon, then.
Sheila knows there's an open invitation any time.
Tomorrow, and arrange to stay for tea, all right?
Well, not tomorrow, but perhaps later in the week if I'm going...
what?
Bill.
I'd like to come if I can. Thank you. Thank you again, Hugh. Goodbye.
Well?
Well, what?
Why didn't you tell me? And don't say tell me what, because you know very well what I mean. Listen, why all the mystery?
Well, even the little I knew of it then was difficult to explain rationally to Bill. But he wasn't very much concerned in any case. He was much more interested in the practical question of how to make sure of seeing Sheila again before the end of his visit. Strangely enough, I'm not sure whether they did meet again at that time or not. Sheila wasn't able to come to the house, but they may have seen each other before Bill went back south. I don't know. Bill didn't say much about it. In fact, it wasn't until about a week after he left that I was made to think of it again.
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. Collins. You had a young man staying with you recently?
My cousin, yes.
He appears to have met my daughter.
Yes, he did. She came to return some books of mine, and it so happens Bill wasn't fishing that day. If you're interested to be told why he wasn't fishing, it was because the sun was too bright.
It may interest you to know that my daughter has received a letter from him. I do not approve of this clandestine meeting, but I approve even less of correspondence arising from it.
There was nothing clandestine about it. I know, because I was there too. Didn't Sheila tell you?
I haven't discussed it with her.
So, you open her letters?
I have her interests to protect. Bear in mind, she has no mother.
Obviously, it's my duty to tell Bill that his letter was never received.
It was received by me. And it will be received by Sheila in due course, along with my views on the matter. You might care to read it.
No, thank you.
Then I'll tell you. He says he is returning in the summer and looks forward to renewing her acquaintance.
Doesn't sound like a very passionate declaration.
They will not meet in the summer.
What are you going to do with her? Clap her in arms?
You choose to be facetious.
I must admit, I do think it's very funny.
You seem to miss the point, Collins. I have been tolerant of you for long enough, but I absolutely forbid you to permit this man to have anything further to do with my daughter, and I shall hold you responsible.
For what? For a friendship which maybe doesn't yet really exist between two adults? What a dirty-minded man you are.
I'm warning you. If anything comes of this, you'll regret it.
Please don't threaten me. I might be tempted to take steps to protect myself.
You're threatening me?
Precisely what I say. And don't take it out on Sheila. Don't, for example, try to forbid her coming here, as she has been doing. Oh, Maggie, would you be kind enough to show Mr. Mackay out? All this was completely instinctive bluff on my part. What I said surprised me almost as much as it did him. But it did work. That was the strange thing. The idea had come into my head that this man didn't treat me as he did others, that he was for some reason a little afraid of me. And when I had suggested that he must feel insecure, he'd reacted. But why this insecurity? And how could it be connected with my presence? And now the notion had taken hold of me that he actually considered me as potentially dangerous to him. If Sheila had been forbidden by him to visit my house, I don't think she would have come again. But on the following Thursday, which was her likeliest day for getting away, she did come.
Hugh, when did Bill leave?
At the beginning of last week, as he planned. He said something about possibly writing to you, did he?
No, I haven't heard.
That's strange. He seemed quite definite about it. Or perhaps his letter got lost in the post. Of course, he may have forgotten.
He must have. Hugh?
Yes?
Could you ask him not to write?
Of course, if you say so. But why?
It's just, well, Father's rather strange about that kind of thing.
On that understatement, and because she looked and sounded so wistfully lonely, I didn't comment. Nor did I give her message to Bill. If I had, I would also have had to explain the reasons for it. I didn't see Mackay again for quite some time after that. Indeed, I'd half forgotten the questions and mysteries which he stirred up in my mind when, about the end of May, the story took a quite different and unexpected turn.
Mr. Collins, I was wondering, I can't help but ask you, could you manage without me for a week or two? It's Jean. She's been taken very badly, and I'm anxious about her.
Well, yes, of course, Maggie. What's wrong?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not just sure. If it was only what the doctor says.
What does he say?
Well, at the beginning, he said it was her heart. She was to rest, he said, for a week or two and take her medicine.
Doesn't sound too alarming.
No, it wasn't.
You think she's definitely worse?
Well, it's not only that, it's... But, there's something got into her. She just lies as if she was waiting for an end.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Well, I don't know how to say it, and that's the truth.
When did the doctor last see her?
Today.
What did he say?
Well, I couldn't really get anything out of him at all. I was wondering... Oh, I know I shouldn't be asking you, and you've only to say no, but... Well, I was wondering if you could maybe have a word with the doctor. Oh, but please don't tell him that I asked you. Oh, I wouldn't put such a thing on you, but I'm frightened we'll lose her.
I gave her the diagnosis and prescribed treatment.
And you said that after rest and treatment she'd be all right.
That's correct.
Maggie thinks she's worse. What do you think?
She is worse.
What would you say is going to happen?
I can tell you what's going to happen. She's going to die.
How do you know that this is going to happen?
Call it experience, if you like. And I'll tell you something else which may surprise you. I'm quite sure Maggie also knows that her cousin is going to die.
Did you tell her?
No.
Then how could she know?
I suggest you ask her.
What happened to make you change your mind about this patient?
Medically speaking, nothing.
Have you thought about taking a second opinion?
It could be arranged, but it wouldn't make any difference.
Well, don't you think it's your job to arrange such a thing? And to get your patient into hospital if need be, or get a specialist to see her? I'll pay the bills, if that's what's worrying you.
I'm not a bad doctor, Collins, although I say it myself. You can get the College of Physicians out if you like, but she'll still die. Because she expects to die.
She what?
You heard what I said. Her fibrillation is controlled. Her fluid output is up. Her lung bases have cleared. But she'll die.
All right, I accept what you say. And I'm inclined to think I may owe you an apology. But perhaps I know now what to do about this.
In return for the apology... No, listen, you mustn't think me flippant about this, but... a word of advice. Leave it alone.
Maggie, will you tell me what happened on Monday night? The night Jean got worse.
There was nothing... There was nothing out of the way happened.
Maggie, for all our sakes, you must tell me. If you want to help Jean, you must tell me.
It was only that... the minister came.
Were you there, Maggie?
No.
You didn't hear what he said to her?
No.
But you know, don't you, what he put into our mind?
I think so, but how would anybody believe it? Is there anything you could do for her?
Yourself, Mr. Collins?
Yes, Jean. I've been to see the doctor.
Yes.
He says you're going to get well again.
He knows better than that. At first he maybe believed it, but not now. The minister says...
Oh.
He says there's going to be no betterment for me.
Listen, Jean. You must listen. The minister's wrong. He's made a mistake.
He's never wrong. Everybody knows. He's never wrong when he says a body's going to die.
This time, Jean, he is wrong. And if you'll listen, I'm going to tell you why. You don't know much about me, do you?
They say you're a clever man. Always at the books.
That's right, Jean, I am. And I'm so clever that I'm going to make you live. Feel my hand. Squeeze it. The harder you squeeze, the more power I have to make you well. The more power I have to make you live. You're not going to die. I'm a clever enough man to know that you're not going to die. Nobody dies until their time comes. I know that your time hasn't come. It hasn't, I know. It won't come for a long while yet. So you can't die. The minister doesn't know. I'm cleverer than he is. I know.
The angel of death walks at his side. Everybody knows that.
Not in this house, Jean. Death has no power to come to this house. I'm telling you that. You must trust me. You must believe me.
Right enough. They say you're a clever man.
You can't give up, Jean. Don't give up. You're not going to die. You're not going to die. And so, repetitively, endlessly, through the long twilight, feeling my own foolishness, I went on, driven by the feeling that it was somehow necessary to force this one fact into the poor woman's brain, deliberately building up crazy fantasies about my own power, in the feeble hope that superstition in her own mind would do the rest, that she would be forced by her own superstition to live, just as previously her belief in Mackay's power had been forcing her towards death. After a long time, her eyes closed, and I fancied I saw a new composure in her features. Afterwards, a consuming weariness of mind and body almost overcame me. I managed to get home and found some refuge in sleep. But it was a sleep filled with nightmares, and soon interrupted.
Collins, come on, wake up.
What are you doing here?
You must wake up. What did you do to Jean Mackenzie last night?
Jean? How is she?
Tell me what you did to her.
I did nothing.
You went to see her, didn't you?
Yes.
Damn it, man, don't play with me. I'm her doctor, after all. What did you do?
I talked to her.
What did you say?
How is she?
She's better.
Thank God.
What did you say to her? How did you do it?
I'm sorry I'm not telling you. If that sounds insulting, I'm sorry again, but I'm still not telling you because I'm not convinced of your discretion.
What do you mean?
I mean that you might tell someone else.
How much do you know?
I can't tell you that either.
If she's still alive, and I can see she is going to live, he'll...
Let's give him his name. You mean Mackay, don't you?
What am I going to tell him?
How do you come to be under his influence?
It's not as simple as that. It's just that he seems to know.
Do you think it is only that?
What am I going to tell him?
Tell him the truth.
I don't know what the truth is.
Tell him then that I am responsible. Tell him I have my methods just as he has his. Make that quite clear to him. And listen, Morrison, please understand this has happened for the last time.
Welcome.
Yes, of course, Jefferson. Come in.
I'll not be having many visitors these days. That's the trouble about having supernatural powers. It makes ordinary mortals shy of you.
What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. You can't go about laying on hands and raising the dead without the word going round. And, of course, these stories tend to grow. You've got quite a tally of small miracles to your credit now, you know. So, what are you going to do about it?
For a start, I'm going to try to stop you talking nonsense.
No, but seriously, Hugh.
Morrison asked me the same question, but I don't know the answer.
Listen, Hugh. None of this is news to me. I've known a bit about it for a long time. So, in a way, has everybody else in this parish.
Tell me what is known.
People become ill. They're expected to get better. Mackay visits them, tells them their time has come, offers up a pious prayer or two, and departs. Within a couple of weeks, there's another funeral, and that's that. Oh, in a way, it doesn't add up to very much. Just the odd fact that Mackay is so often right, and the doctor so often wrong. But there's still a great deal of it which is unknown to as far as I'm concerned. For instance, how is it done?
Well, that strikes me as being the easiest part of it.
Oh?
You've got superstitious people, or if you like, imaginative, sensitive people with a long tradition of belief in, let's say, pagan things with their roots away back before Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Beliefs that still survive, even if only unconsciously. Look, people live their lives on two levels. The ordinary, everyday life we know, and a deeper inner life, which is seldom mentioned.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, if you take a man like Mackay, with his physical appearance and personality, and if you give that sort of power, and then put him in a position to exercise it over people like these, well, you make it very easy for him. People are already convinced of his spiritual, even when they're well. If they're ill and thinking about the possibility of death, it wouldn't take much in the way of suggestion, like almost a kind of hypnosis, to push them over. Just an idea. The one thing I'm sure about is that somehow he removes the will to live.
Why do you think he does this? Have you any ideas about motive?
There's no motive. That makes him mad.
Well, I think there is a motive, a definable one. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't thought about it, because it's very much in your line of study.
What do you mean?
I mean, sacrifice. Oh, I know, it's not the sort of thing that bears thinking about. I don't suppose you've ever seen this before.
What do you mean? It's a book about this kind of religion we've been trying to define.
Have a look at the title and the author.
30 Years in the African Mission Field by Matthew Mackay.
That was my clue. Didn't you know he'd been in Africa?
No, but it makes sense of a few mysteries, doesn't it?
Mind you, I wouldn't put much money on his having been a missionary for 30 years, or even being a real missionary at all. But from what I found out, he did definitely spend some time in Africa. And, by the way, one of the things that explains is his reason for being scared of you, the African expert. Oh, all right, don't be modest. Maybe you're not an expert, but the point is he thinks you are. And in any case, you could be a man from his missing years. You could have crossed his tracks at one time or another. You might know something about him. And now you've shown your hand, he knows you're against him. And he knows that you know that Jean was intended to die. I hope you realize the implications of all that.
I suppose there are really only two possible consequences.
Exactly. Either he does nothing more, now or ever again in this place, or he gets rid of you.
Hugh, can you tell me, is your cousin coming back?
He's due to arrive next week for a longer visit this time.
I wondered.
Sheila, do you remember I asked you once if you'd had a letter from Bill? I must tell you now I deceived you about that.
How?
Bill did write to you. Your father opened the letter. He brought it to me and wanted me to read it. He told me he was going to show it to you. He must have changed his mind.
Bill thinks I've got the letter, then?
Presumably.
I wonder if Bill will be frightened of my father.
He frightens you very much, doesn't he?
Yes. He's just a man, I suppose, but...
Sheila, what do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Do you know that he hates you?
Yes, I do.
Are you frightened?
If I am, I don't intend that you should know it, or that I'll give in to it.
That means as much as not being frightened. You've no idea how important this is to me. To know that there's someone in my life who won't give in to him.
Margaret Cameron says you would never leave your father.
I've only met Bill 2 or 3 times. But I think I have a right to get to know him better, if that's what he wants too. I think if my father stopped me from doing that, I would leave him. He's spoiled so much, I don't think I'd ever forgive him if he spoiled this.
You'll certainly try to.
Then I'll have to deceive him. Will you give me Bill's address? I'd like to write and thank him for his letter. I won't tell him that I haven't read it, but I'd like to say I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Do you think that's silly?
No, I think it's very sensible.
Oh, I'd better go, Hugh. Oh, but I'll take a book with me as usual, or he'll wonder what I've been doing. This time I probably won't read it, so anyone will do. Can I take this?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Hugh, where did you get this book?
You mean you've never seen it before?
No. I didn't know that he ever... Is it yours?
No, I didn't know about it until the other day. I got a copy from...
Hugh, do you know that this book, if it is by my father...
There's no doubt about that.
Do you know, then, that it's a lie? He couldn't possibly have been a missionary for 30 years.
Now, listen, Sheila, this is not very important so far as your life is concerned.
But look...
It's not a very good book in any case. But perhaps he realized that. But perhaps that's why he didn't say anything about it to you. Forget about it.
But why, Hugh? There's so much I don't understand.
You won't learn the answers by asking your father at the moment. You might know them one day if you wait. Now you better go, Sheila. You'll be late.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Hugh. I'll write to Bill tonight.
When Bill came, I didn't try to involve myself at all in their plans for seeing each other, but I presumed that they met as often as they could. Besides myself and Maggie, I think there was at that time only one other person in the place who knew about what was going on, and she was very much on their side. Margaret Cameron.
Hugh, a quick word, but it's very important.
This is all very mysterious. Would you like a sherry or something?
No, Hugh, I can't stay. It's about Bill and Sheila. I mean, it's a ridiculous situation, isn't it? It's bad for them, Hugh, all this subterfuge and deception. They deserve something better than that, surely.
Yes, of course, but what can we possibly do about it?
Well, listen, this is why I wanted to see you. I think I can persuade her father to let her come to Edinburgh with me for a week to the festival. If I emphasize the mind improvement angle, I don't see how he can reasonably object.
Except that he's not a reasonable man.
I'm going to try to persuade him anyway. And I have a feeling I can.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it?
Nothing, except approve of it.
Well, I do, undoubtedly.
And, of course, tell Bill.
So he doesn't know about it yet?
He doesn't, but Sheila does. And this means a lot to her. I'm terribly fond of her, Hugh. And she deserves our help.
What about her father?
But if he does come around asking, you've got to persuade him that Bill's still here. I'm sure that kind of ingenuity should come easily to you.
Well, I suppose it's possible, but certainly not easy.
Well, what do you say, then?
I haven't a hope of getting away with saying no, have I?
No, you haven't. But I'm glad you have the sense to realize it so quickly. I would have told Bill about it myself, but I honestly didn't know how to without letting Sheila down somehow. You will be tactful about it, won't you?
Sorry if I'm a bit tongue-tied tonight.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. I have my problems, too.
Didn't say I had a problem.
You mean you haven't?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Though I wasn't meaning to unload it on you. Still, I might as well tell you now. She didn't turn up tonight.
She didn't turn up where?
We'd arranged to meet up the hill there.
Presumably she couldn't come.
Why not?
Well, hasn't she told you about her father?
Not much. Except, of course, that he'll raise merry hell if I show myself around the manse. She didn't put it like that, of course. Just that Father's difficult. Father's got a thing about young men, and she has to be back by 5 o'clock at the latest to make Father's tea. And there's not a hope in hell of getting her out again because Father doesn't approve. I'm pretty sick and tired of hearing about Father.
Listen, Bill, it's maybe about time you were doing some thinking. Does it never strike you that she's got to live with him? Does it never strike you that every time she meets you, she runs the risk of a blazing family row? If she didn't turn up on this occasion, you can take it from me, it's not her fault.
All right, then. So it's time I was going to do something about it.
Going where, exactly?
Where do you think? To see Father, of course, and tell him a few home truths.
If you do go down there, Sheila's the one who'll suffer most.
How do you mean?
Can you tell me? I mean, I'm sorry to put it quite so bluntly, but what is the position between you and Sheila? To be completely blunt, are you thinking of marrying her?
Well, that's my business, isn't it?
Well, of course it's your business, but unfortunately, the way things are, it happens to be other people's business as well. So, are you?
I haven't decided.
That's fair enough. But anyway, do I take it that you haven't decided not?
Correct. I haven't decided not. I hope you agree it's fair to say we don't know each other well enough yet.
Yes, but the trouble is, it's going to take you a long time at the present rate to get to know each other at all.
That is a logical, if slightly pedestrian summary of the situation.
Don't be flippant. I'm doing my best. This isn't easy, you know.
Better than you, I know.
Well, then,
You, what is all this about? It just occurs to me that I'm being rushed.
Margaret Cameron is trying to arrange to take Sheila to Edinburgh for a week. And the idea is...
You mean I'm invited?
Yes. To leave discreetly and travel separately. As far as anyone else is concerned, you'll still be here. My job is to cover up for you. Now listen, I take it you want to go.
Why are you so concerned?
Because we think the two of you deserve it.
I don't suppose I have to answer your question, but I do very much want to go.
Right. Now we'll need to think carefully about the strategy of this. Make sure your fishing tackle is left in the right parts of the house at the right time, and that most of your luggage and clothes are still visible, in case friend Mackay comes calling.
There's just one thing. It's going to shake me a bit if she looks me over and doesn't fancy what she sees.
You're still busy, Mr. Collins. Don't you find your visitor any obstacle to your work?
Not at all. He's as obsessional about his fishing as I am about my work. What can I do for you?
Well, I called to see you.
Yes, so I gather.
My daughter is away, you possibly know.
I did hear, yes.
I'm not accustomed to being alone. It is perhaps a weakness in me that I don't like being alone.
Mr. Mackay, I don't wish to seem inhospitable, but as you can see, I'm busy.
Too busy even to entertain a visitor for an hour?
I hope I shall always be too busy to entertain you. I'm sure I have no need to tell you why.
I'm not so sure about that. There could be several reasons why you do not wish me in your house at this time. When does your cousin usually return? Shouldn't it be about now?
Do you wish to see him?
Yes, I do. Very much.
It's a pity you didn't call the other night. I had to restrain him from going to see you. He'd heard a little about how you treat your daughter. Shall I ask him to call on you tonight?
Is that intended as a threat of violence?
The only violence I could approve of for you would be hanging. After a proper trial, of course.
Collins, I intend to kill you.
I warned you before not to threaten me. Forget yourself. You would be more stupid than I think you are to attempt any such thing. You haven't even served an adequate apprenticeship. 10 or 12 years. It's nothing. Then you write this ridiculous book, 30 years in the mission field. It wasn't the mission field, of course. You know that. And it was certainly not 30 years. It's terribly indiscreet to put that sort of thing into print, you know. Oh, that's by the way. You should stop this talk of killing. There are many worse things than death. You've probably heard of some of them. I've no particular desire to make you experience others, but on the other hand, I've certainly no wish to involve Sheila in the kind of disagreeable publicity which may arise around your name. That's why I shall handle this personally, if any handling is needed. It's entirely up to you.
Who are you?
I'm the one man you have to fear. Now get out. But don't forget that.
I have to kill you. Before the year end, I have to kill you.
When was the visit from the Reverend Father?
Thursday afternoon, I think it was. He was suspicious, of course, but he didn't find out anything, I'm sure.
Sheila's been in a state about it all week, of course, but, well, it didn't spoil everything. Is she home?
I don't know.
She should have got here last night. Margaret fixed for Ian to pick both of them up at Inverness. I must say Margaret's been marvellous.
You had a good week?
Yes. Apart from a surfeit of chamber music, we had a wonderful week.
So?
So what?
Well, I haven't been sitting here shortening my life with strain just to let you gorge yourself on chamber music. Just tell me, what's happening?
The answer's yes, Hugh.
All right, my boy. No speeches, but if you're sure, you'll know how much it means to me.
Yes, we're sure.
I wish you well.
Thanks, Hugh, and that's for everything.
When?
Not decided yet. Next summer, I suppose, after I graduate.
Well, there's the problem of what happens in the meantime.
I'm getting a bit tired of this mystery, I must say, this mysterious heavy depression all around. Has it all to do with her father?
Yes, it has, but
I'm going to see him in the morning. I was hoping to go tonight if I'd got back a little earlier, but I suppose midnight isn't the most tactful time for a first call on one's prospective father-in-law, even if he were a lot more approachable than this one seems to be.
Bill, it's not funny.
No, I know that. But on the other hand, what's the point of exaggerating? In the end, there's nothing he can do to keep us away from each other. Can I pinch a cigarette?
Miss Sheila, sir.
Where?
She came to the back door. She didn't want to bother you, but she's been hurt.
Where is she?
It's all right.
Sheila, what's wrong?
I'm here. Oh, I'm glad you weren't in bed.
Well, what happened?
Oh, I've cut my foot a bit, but it's all right.
Hugh, where's your first aid stuff?
I think Maggie's already gone to get it.
Are you sure there's nothing else besides this foot?
No, that's all I think, and it's all right.
Let me decide that.
Are you comfortable?
Yes. If you'll just give me a minute to get used to being here.
Sheila, before we say anything else, I'm glad about what's happened. He's a very lucky man.
Oh, we're both lucky for what you've done.
Now, is this all you need? There are more bandages.
Thanks,
if you
Maggie.
want.
I think everything's here.
Right.
Sheila, hold Hugh's hand for a minute. This won't really hurt, but just hold on.
Tell us what happened, but remember, none of this matters nearly as much as what happened last week. And this, the kind of thing that happened to you tonight. It's all over now.
Yes, I believe that.
You told him.
Yes, tonight. I couldn't not tell him.
And?
Or I suppose it was predictable. He shut me up in the attic. He took my clothes away. Oh, there's a bed in the attic. He told me that was the place for wicked children. I found these old clothes in a cupboard, but there weren't any shoes.
Cry out loud.
I told you, didn't I, Hugh, that I wasn't going to allow him to spoil this. I was quite calm, but quite determined, for the very first time in my life, I suppose. I waited for a bit, planning what to do. Then when I thought he was in bed, I climbed out of the skylight window. Oh, then I had to jump, and that's when I cut my foot.
He did this because you told him you were going to marry me.
I'll leave it, Bill, for the moment. The best thing for both of you is to have a good night's sleep and get away first thing in the morning. I'll arrange it for the end tonight.
Yes, we'll go. But before I go, I have a score to settle here.
I take it you mean with me. I'm very happy to give you the opportunity.
He can't harm you, Sheila. Remember that.
Yes.
I promise you he can't harm you. I thought I made it clear that you are not welcome in this house.
Yes. But like fire and pestilence, I'm not easy to put out. We understand each other, Collins, I think. My quarrel at present is not with you. I have merely come to take my daughter home. Come down.
No, sir, don't you believe
Would you dare? to touch me with your unclean hands. Libertine, fornicator, defiler of purity. Stand back before the wrath of God strikes you where you stand.
Oh, man. Maggie, take Sheila and fix her up with some clothes.
Hugh, look at his eyes. He is mad. His eyes...
Don't look at his eyes, and don't move. Stay where you are. Let me get between you. Sheila, you're going to Maggie now and phone her immediately. Tell him what's happening. Bill, did you hear me?
You see, Collins, you're wasting your time. I have him.
Bill, look away from his eyes. Look at me. Now look at me. Yes, this way. Now don't look at him again. This is the man I told you about. He's dangerous. He's a very great danger to you. Do what I say. You know now who I am, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know. Hugh. What happened?
Don't look at him.
Must have hypnotized me.
Yes, and be careful it doesn't happen again.
It will happen again. The only thing not yet certain is when.
Bill, you go to Sheila now. Stay with her until Ian comes.
It was something I had to do, but I can't remember.
You will later. There's plenty of time. Do as I say. Go and find her.
Can't understand what happened.
The young man is a very easy subject. Astonishing how often that is so with such people. Their very vitality would seem to be a kind of weakness. I should have no trouble with him at all.
You won't see him again. They'll be gone in a few minutes. And until they have, you'll stay with me.
Indeed. And if I wish to leave?
I'll stop you. For the moment, not with anything more subtle than brute force, but I'll stop you.
And my daughter?
Obviously, she's going too.
May I ask where?
No.
You realize, of course, that this marriage will never take place. If you think you're winning, you're very much mistaken. I shall deal with that young man at my leisure.
I should advise you not to.
And with you, too.
That would be even sillier.
I'm not sure yet, but I believe I'm changing my mind about you. I think you're bluffing.
It would be very perilous for you to try to call it.
I wonder.
Try it, if you must. But first commend your soul to God.
My soul is already disposed of. Yours, too, before you say to me is true.
My soul is my God's. I'm not afraid for it. And any power I have is his, not mine.
White.
Yes. If you are black, then I am white.
Nevertheless, I am not afraid of you. And we haven't come to the end of what is between us. But the end, I warn you, is not far away.
Listen, you, I won't waste time on chat. I've been doing a lot of hard thinking about this. By the way, have you heard from them? Have they got away all right?
Yes, they arrived at Bill's mother's place just outside London last night. I spoke to them on the phone. I put through another call for tonight, so we should hear from them again in time now. Now, tell me, what's on your mind?
Just two things. One, his threat to kill you. Two, his assertion that there'll be no marriage. These are the two things on which he's promised you action.
All right. Let's take the wedding first. Have you any ideas about exactly what he'll try to do?
I should think that the object of his attentions is likely to be the prospective bridegroom. I mean, he's not likely to want to harm his daughter, I shouldn't think.
Well, about this man, I've got beyond the stage of trying to calculate what he'll do. In any case, as I told you, I was in touch with them last night.
Oh, how were they?
Well, Bill was still feeling a bit groggy. They seem to think he's got a dose of flu or something.
But you think nothing to worry about?
Well, I must admit, I'm beginning to wonder.
You know where Mackay is?
Or presumably in the manse with his tongue in his cheek writing his Sunday sermon.
The point is that he's not. And I've heard a story about a car hired from Inverness last night. Not that there's anything you or I can do about that. Whatever is going to happen, if anything is, it'll have happened by now.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Your call to London, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Cynthia.
Oh, hello. Is that you, Hugh?
Yes. Listen, how is everybody?
That's settling down very well. It's all been a bit of a rush, of course. We don't quite know where
Listen, tell me, how's Bill?
Well, to tell you the truth, he's not answering you to himself. I don't know what he caught up there on your barbaric moors, but he hasn't really got rid of it yet.
What did the doctor say?
I think he's a
Doctor?
bit puzzled. He mumbled something about a virus, but I took that as a way of saying he couldn't put a name to it. It is a bit mysterious. And of course it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Still, I expect to get over it quite soon.
Yes, I hope so. Is Sheila in the house?
Yes, of course.
Could you come to the phone for a moment?
Here she is.
What's happened? Just a minute.
Hugh?
Oh, hello, Sheila.
I'm so glad to speak to you.
Why? Is there something wrong?
No, it's just nice to hear your voice.
How's Bill?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, he's no better.
No. I suppose it's just a funny kind of flu, but it's as if he's lost interest in everything. Oh, I don't know. Probably I'm just over-anxious. But he really doesn't seem like himself at all.
Listen, Sheila, find out the name of one of the doctors at his teaching hospital who knows him, one of the consultants, and make sure he's examined right away. And tell Cynthia I'm coming down to see him. If they'll take him into hospital, so much the better. I'll phone as soon as I get to London to find out exactly where he is.
Right you are then, Hugh.
I'm going to get off the line now to find out about flights from Inverness. But please do what I ask immediately. This could be very important. Whatever happens, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, they took him in early this morning. They've been doing various tests ever since.
Still no diagnosis?
No, not yet.
How does he seem to you?
Much the same.
Still disinterested?
Yes.
Try not to worry.
Oh, I try, but it's not easy. Is there anything you think you can do?
I'm afraid it's not possible for you to see him.
I've come a very long way.
I'm sorry,
I
but
think I may be able to help him, or at least I had hoped.
I don't quite understand.
It's very important that I see him, please believe me.
I don't see how I can make any exception.
There are matters concerned with this which I can't explain to you at the moment because there isn't time. I can only appeal to you to allow me to see him and try to speak to him.
Well, the regulations...
It so happens that I'm his only male relative. Perhaps you'll accept that as a reason for making a special exception. There are better reasons, but they are truly very difficult to explain.
Very well. I shouldn't allow this, but you may have a few moments.
The room was full of sunlight and was very quiet. Bill lay quite flat, with only one pillow. A saline drip stood beside his bed, the red rubber tube curving in behind the folded sheet to his outstretched arm. His face was shrunken, white and drawn, almost beyond recognition. But his eyes were open, his gaze wandering without purpose over the ceiling. It was almost as if he were blind. Then he spoke, unhurriedly, the words so quiet that I had to bend my head to hear them. And even then they made little sense.
This is a fellow who sounds like you. Chap I used to know. Very decent chap. That was before the headache.
It is Hugh.
That's very funny. That's very, very funny. God almighty, my head. Please take away my head.
I sat back in my chair, suddenly again aware of the hopelessness of it all, of my own impotence, seeing in his poor, pain-distorted features the imminence of death. And it was then, in making the empty-handed gesture of hopelessness, that my fingers touched the thing that lay on the coverlet. I didn't recognize it at once. My fingers played with it, rolling it around, until the wave of pain had passed and he lay limp and silent. Then I looked at it. Even then it didn't dawn on me. The windows were open and there were trees below. It didn't seem strange that I should hold a seed. Then suddenly, an enlightenment so physically apprehended that it brought me to my feet, I understood. In the palm of my hand, stirring slightly in the breeze from the window, lay something I had seen just twice before. I held a winged seed of the white-barked mahogany tree. I knew where I had to go, and I knew what I had to do. It was a long journey, and I was by no means certain that I'd succeed when I got there. But now, at last, I did have the glimmering of a kind of knowledge of what was happening, and some hope of being able to control it. The place I was making for was, of course, Mackay's manse. I can't remember now how long that return journey took. But when I arrived, it was night time, and I had to search for a few moments around the back of the house to find a way in. As I climbed the stair, I had no way of knowing yet whether he was at home. But then I saw light beneath one of the doors and heard the faint crackling of a fire from inside the room. I'd been well prepared in my mind, but still not well enough for that room. A monstrous fire heaped high in the grate had made it tropical in temperature, and the flames threw yellow light at me from gilded images, from the bright burnished weapons on the wall, from the dull metal of the iron claws which hung on the great leopard skin above the fire itself. The room was full of light, and of hot, rich color, of crimson damasks and gold brocades, of dull black velvet and the sheen of ebony, of glistening ivory and the color chaos of a score of rugs. In the very heart of this barbaric splendor stood the man I had come for, dressed in his accustomed black, and with the stiff band of white around his throat.
You are a very silent visitor. I take it you have some purpose here.
I have.
You may sit down, but say what you have to say and go. I dislike receiving visitors in this room.
That doesn't surprise me.
I find it intimidates them.
I assure you, not in the slightest. You may have heard that my cousin, whom you met, is ill. And I think you may know that he is intended to die.
You have a strange way of putting it. How is one intended to die?
I could have better said, perhaps, that I know you intend him to die.
If you know, who am I to deny it? I could perhaps tell you more. I could tell you that he is intended to die tonight, and that there is nothing you can do about it.
Do you remember a man called Boyd? John Boyd?
No.
But you do, I'm sure, remember the people of the Orangi. You worked out a technique for the transmutation of souls. Do you remember that?
Who was this man, Boyd?
You found him sitting in your hut the night he discovered that you were a member of the Leopard Society, to which I see you still belong.
You're very well informed.
I told you I was. I didn't know about this room, of course.
You know too much.
Enough. Do you see this? I found it this morning on a hospital bed in London. It's a seed, as you well know, from the tree which you seem to have found most useful in your diabolical work. Tonight, I take it, you mean another soul to change.
While I live, there is no power on earth or in hell that can stop it.
That may be true, while you live. We struck together. The little knife which brushed my neck buried itself in the cushion at my back. My own blow met his chin, lifting him clear of the floor, and as he dropped, his skull cracked on the edge of the marble mantelpiece. I heard it crack and stepped clear as his body slumped inwards on the fire, scattering the burning coals across the floor, flinging embers on the chair I'd just left. I had a last vision of his head lying in the fire's heart, the hair already gone. And then I was on the dark stairs, running, bounding out into the cold, blessed purity of the night air. In the window where the light had been, there was a faint, ruddy glow. And in my nostrils was a smell which I remember to this day yet. The smell of burning flesh. 10 minutes later, I was slumped in my armchair, surrounded by waves of exhaustion. Suddenly, Maggie burst in.
It's the manse. There's a fire at the manse. Oh, quick to the door.
Where's the minister?
He was there this day, in the house.
May God have mercy on his soul. Men fought the fire, of course, but it was useless. I watched with the others until my lungs were full of smoke and my skin parched by the heat. Then again I went home. The phone rang about 11.
Sheila? Sheila, is it you?
Yes, but how did you know?
I hoped. How is he?
Bill, that's what I wanted to say. He's better, much better. It's wonderful. And I don't know why. He just started getting better about an hour ago, all of a sudden. Are you there, Hugh? I still can't believe it. I just left him and he knew me. Oh, he was back to himself again and he was asking for you. Hugh?
Thank the Lord for that.
But why did you have to go, Hugh?
I can't tell you. I will someday, but I can't just now. It's not important, Sheila. Not now that Bill's getting better. There's a lot I have to tell you, but not now. Now go and get some rest.
I doubt if I could sleep.
Try. And dream sweet dreams. Good night, Sheila.
I stood with my hand on the phone, wondering. I could still see in my mind's eye the manse tumbling in flames. I was aware of no sense of guilt. What mattered was their happiness. Their happiness and nothing else. And I couldn't possibly have told her then that her father was dead.
The Devil's Minister, which was recorded, was adapted by John Wilson from the novel by Alistair Mayer. Hugh Collins was played by Hamilton Dice, and the Reverend Matthew Mackay by Bryden Murdoch. The rest of the cast was Dougal, Richard Finlay, Boyd, John Badley, McCallum, Walter Carr, Mrs. Cameron, Maud Risdon, Cameron, Clem Ashby, Jean Mackenzie, Sheila Latimer, Maggie, Madeline Christie, Jimison, David Stewart, Sheila, June Andrews, Bill, David Valla, Dr. Morrison, John Young, and the hospital sister, Helena Gloag.
Back now to this evening and Saturday Night Theatre.
The Hessian by Howard Fast, adapted for radio by Ramsey Williams, with Derek Jacobi as Evan Feversham, Patricia Gallimore as Alice, and Ian Hogg as Squire Hunt. The Hessian. It is a May morning in Connecticut in the year 1781.
There, Rodney. I'm sure that's the best way. Cut them just above the deadwood, about halfway up the stem.
If you say so, Doctor.
I sometimes wonder, Alice, if I'm not wasting my time trying to grow grapes in this wretched soil.
Oh, they look healthy enough to me, Evan.
Yeah, they looked healthy enough last year, but the wine set one's teeth on edge.
You're just too impatient.
I doubt grapes were ever meant to grow here. Although there is a legend to the effect that the Vikings once came to Connecticut and called it Vineland. Did you ever hear anything about that, Rodney?
Eh?
Folk stories or the like?
I never heard of no Vikings hereabouts. Perhaps they was high-top folk. I remember once...
What is it, Rodney?
Shh. Someone coming, boss. Someone on a small horse.
I don't hear anything. Do you, Alice?
I hear him. Just beyond the ridge. On the road from Norwalk. See! Down there! Coming this way.
Rodney, you never cease to amaze me. See, Alice? What a comical sight. A tiny man on a tiny donkey.
I think he must be a priest of sorts. He's wearing one of those ridiculous garments. What do you call it?
A soutane. Yeah, well, come, my dear. We'd better wash up if we have a visitor. Rodney, see to the priest, make him welcome, and If you've stabled that ridiculous animal, bring the priest up to the house.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, come in, Father. Sit down, do.
Dr. Faversham.
If you will.
I am Father Hasselman, and I'm a Roman Catholic priest, if you will, and I'd rather stand, if I may.
Surely.
My ass hurts with the agonies of the damned, not my donkey, sir. My ass. I am cursed with boils.
I wondered what had brought a Catholic priest into this holy nest of Protestantism. But why didn't you go to Dr. Cutler in Norwalk?
I did. He said I was a journeyman from hell, and that the boils were a retribution on the part of the Almighty for being a priest.
A filthy, second-rate bastard.
There is some good in him, though. He told me the way to the ridge where there was a Catholic doctor. Your good self, sir.
Which will open the gates of heaven for him, I suppose.
Well, now, if boils are not a sign of God's displeasure...
They are most certainly a sign of drinking bad water and eating bad food. And if I were you, I'd stay off the back of that donkey for a few days. But I'm neglecting my duties as a host. Let me offer you something to drink.
I confess I am rather thirsty.
Then I'd better treat those damn boils. After which, it would give me great pleasure if you will honor us by staying for dinner.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I should be proud to. I thank and congratulate you, dear Goody Faversham. It is not usually my lot to be so royally feasted.
The Lord has blessed us.
Indeed, he has.
Lest you get the wrong idea, Father, let me tell you that my wife is a Protestant. Comely, as you perceive, but outside our faith. For my part, I've not made a confession in 5 years, but I coddle my conscience by never setting foot in a Protestant church.
Yes.
For 3 years, I led a regiment against the British. Not because I loved the colonies, but because I hate the damned English. They put my father to death for no other reason than that he was a Catholic. So if I were as bored as hell with being a Catholic for any other and every other reason, I would remain one, because the British are not.
Aye. It is exceedingly complex.
It is the manner of a doctor. Brusque but kindly. It has become a habit with him.
Not kindly.
Now, why did you leave the army? Have you soured?
Have you? Or are you some damn Tory?
Evan, what will the good father think?
That I am an insolent, irascible, and godless man, and perhaps he's right. I'm a physician. I work at my trade. I took a shot in the leg. I walk with a limp, as you may have noticed. But that isn't why I'm here. I have a right...
Evan, we sit at dinner, not at a committee meeting.
You were quite right, my dear. Well, then, tell me, Father, where are you bound for?
For Rhode Island, where 9 Catholic families asked that a priest be sent to them.
But why didn't you take passage on a packet instead of riding that donkey?
There's a British frigate in the Sound, with soldiers aboard.
Redcoats, eh?
Oh, no. They were wearing green coats, with yellow facings.
Hessians, by God.
Hessians?
Germans. Professional soldiers. In the service of the Elector of Hesse and the King of England. Yeah, but they're good soldiers. King George has no better in his army. Why,
Evan,
I remember...
Father Hesselman has had a long journey.
You are right, as usual, Alice.
I've had a bed made up for you, Father. I hope you'll be comfortable.
You're a damn pleasant chap. And here I've done nothing but insult you and display my bad manners.
Not at all. Not even the father of the prodigal son could have been more kindly, for you healed my wounds and fed me food and will give me bed. So believe me, I pray for you in return for the love and kindness from you and your good lady. But, if you will forgive me, I am tired.
Of course. Good night, Father.
Certainly. Come this way.
Good night. Come in.
Begging your pardon, Doctor.
What the devil do you want this early, Rodney?
It's Squire Hunt and Miss Jenny Perkins. That's the schoolmarm.
Yeah, I know she's the schoolmarm, and God help her charges. Why, is she sick or what?
She says she wants to talk about Sol Clamberham.
Oh, show her in then.
Doctor.
Damn frustrated spinster.
The boy is continually disrupting the class, Squire. I'm at my wit's end.
So you frequently
It's no good. I will speak my piece.
Speak your piece about what? Morning, Squire Hunt.
Morning, Doctor.
Oh, come in, come in.
About that great half-wit Saul Clambram. He's disrupting my school.
And not yours, not mine. A school is like a church. How can you lay claim to it?
It's hardly fair on the other children.
I claim the right to teach. The boy's a mindless idiot. The children are afraid of him.
Nonsense. But I'm surprised you concern yourself with such a trivial matter, Squire. The boy's harmless. Why, isn't life stinking hard enough without showing our purposefulness against a poor, damned half-wit?
As the twig is bent, so the tree grows. But I don't see your reference to the church means much, for we haven't seen you in worship since you've been here.
There's no church in your bigoted Bethel which caters to my persuasion. However, to get back to the point, what's Saul done?
He wants to read. He desires to read the book.
The Bible, Dr. Feversham.
Yes, I am aware that the Bible is called the book, not being entirely damned by my Catholic ignorance.
We can do without impertinence, thank you, Doctor.
Oh, now you teach me manners. Well, I thank you. Look, Mom, why not just give the boy an old slate and a piece of chalk and let him sit at the back of the class?
No, but really...
He wants to learn. It's a human right. God gave us minds and put us on earth to learn. The boy's harmless enough, only a little coddled. What harm can he possibly do if he sits quietly at the back of the class?
Oh, very well. Just this once, mind. Just this once.
Almost got him. A real big one. Did you see him, Saul?
Big one.
Yeah, real big. And you got clean away. Hey, don't you mess with them worms. Give 'em here.
Worms.
Now let's try again. Quiet now. Oh, it's no good. The line snagged. Saul, don't you go away now. What you doing?
Trees.
Saul, don't be silly. Come back.
Trees. Trees.
Saul, quiet. Militia? No reason why. Soldiers, run, Saul, run, come on.
Trees.
Saul, come back. Saul! Saul!
Here, Bader. Catch that boy.
Come on, here. A slate and chalk, Herr Oberst. He has been making marks on the slate.
Let me see him. Where's his teeth, boy? Huh? Junge is obviously a colonial spy. He has been taking note of our movements. Hang him! You, Sergeant, Herr Oberst, und ihr Männer. Rohr up over that limb. Schnell jetzt, schnell!
Watch the side. That's it.
Alles fertig?
Fertig, Herr Oberst.
Take the boy. Take. He's only a boy, Herr Oberst. He is a spy, Sergeant. Hang him. You four, pull on the rope when I give the word. Pull that noose tight. Now, take the rein. 1, 2, pull. Again. Pull.
Und Gott have mercy on your soul.
An der Reihe, Sergeant! An der Reihe, schnell! Drummer boy! Vorwärts!
And so, Zalem Allen, you'll pay 30 shillings for the crime of poaching.
Well, that's not fair. And you, my cousin?
You talk like that again in my court and I'll break your back and do it with my own 2 hands.
Harry, could too, Salem.
You are not my cousin. I'm not even sure you're my wife's cousin, though you claim to be.
But let me tell you, Salem Allen, if you were my blood brother, you would have justice in this court.
How are you going to prove that I poached her?
You've got your judgment, sir. This is a fair court. Dr. Faversham stands there, drinking his small beer like the fine British gentry he is, and comparing. Will you have him think us worse savages than he'd done already?
I think you the soul of gentility, Squire Hunt, upon my soul.
On your Catholic soul.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Now, what is the next case?
Take your time, boy, take your time. Now, what's the matter? Someone been bullying you?
You must come at once. Say hung him.
What's this? Who's been hung? Now, speak up,
Damn
Jacob.
you, Hunt. Give the boy a chance.
The soldiers called Saul Clamberham and hung him.
Oh, come. There are no soldiers on the ridge or in all Connecticut, for that matter.
That's right. Yeah, he's not lying. There's a British warship off the Saugatuck, and they landed Hessian soldiers.
How do you know?
A Catholic priest stopped over the night. He saw them.
How many were there, boy?
16 and a drummer boy on haytops.
Only 16. Salem Allen, muster the militia. I want at least 30 men. I want them in an hour from now. No longer. We'll meet at Nathan Busket's place. All at Salem. Don't you forget to pay that 30 shillings before you go.
He's dead. Poor little boy. I'd better cut him down.
If we lay him in the woods, the animals will be at him in no time.
We'll take him to Buskin's place.
There's no time. Understand this, Faversham. Those Hessians are not going back to their ship. I'm going to stop them.
Hunt, you're not serious.
I've never been more serious in my life. Where do you think they went?
To the high ridge. Where else?
Exactly, where else? They want to see the river. They'll not stay there. 16 of them. They'll be back. This is the only way through, and when they come, we'll be waiting.
Can't you...
What the hell's wrong with you? They've hanged a man. Our man. What is it? Are you afraid? Is that it?
If you want it that way, yes, I'm afraid. I've lived through 12 battles in my lifetime. France, Spain, and here, too, and I've been afraid every time. The war is over, Squire Hunt. You know that as well as I do. The British are beaten, and you know that as well as I do. But these Germans are still the best soldiers in the world, and I say let them go. Let them get back to their lousy ship and sail away. And then perhaps we will live the way God meant us to.
Will you read God's word to me, Doctor? Then let me read you some. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Quiet now! Listen to me, man. I want you all down behind this wall. Well down! And you'll all shut up. If you want to pray, pray silently. Now understand, I don't want to hear so much as a sneeze.
Oh, damn it, Abe, it may be ours.
Then let it be ours. You'll stay behind this wall until I give a whistle. Then you get up and fire. It's the first fire that counts. But once you fire, reload. If you're still alive and whole, get up again and fire at anything that's moving. Remember, these are Hessian soldiers I'm dealing with.
We're not likely to forget that.
Don't you? Now, I want 10 men at each end to box it in. Kill the leaders and the trailers, and the rest of you shoot at whatever is right in front of you. That's it. Now get down, not a sound.
Abe, somebody's come in.
Stand by, men.
It's the doctor.
God damn it, Faversham. What the hell are you doing? You could give the whole damn thing away.
I cannot run, and I cannot walk bent over. And since a Hessian bullet did it, it would make for a certain poetic justice, would it not?
Damned if I see that, but you better get down here, quick. Well, surgeon, ready now?
As ready as I ever will be.
Feversham, one day you and me will have a long talk and get out all the worms that are eating us. If there's nothing else about you I like, you've got guts.
Thought I heard something, Abe.
I'm coming. Quiet now, you men. Stand by.
You're wrong, Abe Hunt. I know too much about war, and you know too little. I have no guts.
Well done, Abe. We got everyone.
Well done, men. I'm proud of you.
Oh! Doc, one of them's still alive.
For Christ's sake, bring my kit and some bandages.
Still alive. Save him. Save him, Feversham.
So that you can hang him.
Here, Doc.
Give me the bandages, Billy. And Hunt, send someone for water. Quickly. Get water, John. Right, Squire. And you too. Get your horses and ride after that drummer boy. Right, Squire. There. Now, keep him still. Will he live, Doc? With 20 birdshot wounds in him? No, Billy, he won't live. Doc, you're proud of this day's work, Billy?
Is he alive?
He's dead. They're all dead.
They're soldiers.
Dead soldiers.
They came to our land. They hanged Saul Clammerham. They murdered...
What difference does that make now? They're all dead. Do you intend to bury them here?
And if I did...
My God, man, they are Christians!
Doc! Hey, Doc! Oh, Jesus.
This is a messy business, war, is it not, Salem?
Doc, old man Biddle, he's sick. He's vomiting.
I'm coming, Salem. Remember, Abe, there's room enough in the churchyard.
Isaac, send for the pastor. Hey! No! Go yourself!
There's women and children coming across the meadow.
Keep them all away!
Don't you let the children see their heads.
Feversham, go to hell!
What happened out there? I heard guns.
Nothing happened.
Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just get me some coffee.
It will be better if you talk about it. You will set it better in your heart and mind and not be in such a turmoil.
How the hell do you know what turmoil I'm in?
How can I know if you will not tell me?
Well, they slaughtered them. Stiffened in the task by that butcher Hunt.
Evan, are you not forgetting how afraid they were?
Who?
Our people.
Your people?
My people, then. And do you not think that Squire Hunt was afraid? What if it had been the other way, and the Hessian soldiers had left you and the rest of the militia lying in your blood?
What the devil are you trying to say?
I'm only trying to say that Abe Hunt is not entirely the person you think he is. He is honest and loyal, and his reputation is for the best magistrate in Western Connecticut.
Yeah, he is a righteous man. You Puritans are an amazing lot, and most amazing is your corner on righteousness.
And now you're angry?
Not at all. Me angry? No, indeed.
I'm glad to see you eating, Evan. You look tired.
Well, it's been a most trying day in the surgery, Alice.
Hounds at this time of night? What can that mean?
I don't know, Alice. Call Rodney Stefan, ask him.
How will he know?
If there's anything to know, he'll know it.
What are the hounds doing, Rodney?
They be after the Hessian drummer boy, and they'll catch him. They wouldn't sing if they weren't on scent.
Come on now, you know a hunting hound. He'll leave any scent if he comes on bear or deer. They had nothing to prime the hounds with.
Begging your pardon, Doctor. They had the drum. The lad threw it away. They'll take him sooner or later.
Thank you, Rodney. How old would the Hessian lad be, Evan?
Or 15. 16, perhaps. The German regiments enlist them at the age of 12.
How dreadful.
Indeed. I saw a drummer boy of 12 die at Monmouth, our own. And the Cutler twins are, 13, 14?
What have they to do with it?
They were at the ambush.
Oh. What will they do with him when they catch him?
Alive?
Don't be vile.
It's been a vile day. They'll try him.
For what? For running away? For being a Hessian?
For the murder of Saul Clamberham.
Pardon me, Doctor. Young Jacob Heather is outside, asking for you.
Why, is he ill?
He seems well enough. He asked to see you in private.
Did he? Well, what the devil... Oh, all right. I'll see the lad. Well, boy, what is it?
My father said I was not to beseech thee if another stood by.
Well, we're alone now, Jacob.
Yes, sir. My father says you must come, and the need is very great, sir. Dr. Feversham, please come.
Well, who is sick? Not your mother? The baby?
I cannot tell thee.
Cannot or you will not. Come now, Jacob. It's 4 long miles to your place, and you want me to ride over there without knowing how or why?
Yes, sir. The need is very great, sir.
Indeed. Well then, Jacob, we'd better be quick.
Help me turn him on his belly. Was the blood flowing when you found him?
Slowly.
Then you don't know what he lost in the way of blood.
No, but enough. Look at the colour of his skin.
Now, that's a spent rifle ball, thank God, and no wound he suffered over by buskins. I was afraid I'd find a hole in him the size of my fist and the life gone out of him. They've been taking shots at him all of yesterday and no sight of him this morning, so he must have taken the ball before the sun went down and lived with it the night through.
Here's the soap and water, Dr. Feversham.
Oh, thank you, Sally. Now, I want you to help your father hold him down.
Doctor, I do not think
It's quite all right. She's old enough to see this. Now, Raymond, put your knee on his back and get onto the bed. I must probe this bullet out, and I don't want him to move. Now, I'll have to open the wound with a scalpel. That's the knife thing, go. Okay, but look smart and learn something.
He will bleed to death.
No, he will not, my girl. This is the evil humor bleeding out, and God willing, it takes the pus with it. If it festers inside, believe me, you'll not live to see tomorrow. So you just grit your teeth and tell yourself that I've taken more bullets out of men than you cracked walnuts. There.
He's dead.
No more than you are. Now, look, you say, I'm going to sew the wound, and you must keep the light on me. And just remember that I'm sewing in his life, and you'll learn a little craft that may do you well someday.
The wax is dripping.
Let it drip. There. There's no more I can do after this. The next day or so, we'll tell whether he lives or dies. And all we can do for the fever is to cool his brow and his wrists, and that is your task. Your father and mother have other work to do.
Thank thee. I will do what I may. I serve no dinner today. Thee must know, Dr. Feversham, that we are not ourselves today. Thee understand. Please eat and comfort thee.
Thank you, Sarah. You're a good woman.
Will he live, Doctor?
As God wills. And if God wills him to live, then so much the greater pleasure for Abraham Hunt when he hangs the lad.
No. Squire Hunt is a just man.
Sarah, we're all just men. And we make the rules of justice. Hunt will hold a court-martial. And I've no doubt that General Pakenham will come over from New Haven. And what will they find? That the lad participated in the hanging of Saul Clamberham. So they will do justice. Unless they shoot him down on sight.
No, Doctor. I know what thee must feel to be a Catholic here in our land, and all the little hurts that come to thee. But thee judge us too sharply.
Not you, Sarah. I judge others.
We will pray, and we will be heard.
I'm afraid, Sarah, the doctor's right.
We will pray.
No, Sarah, they do not understand me. Oh, we will pray. But the doctor's right. They will take the boy and hang him.
No.
Believe me, Sarah, they will.
Then they shall not take the boy.
We Quakers live here by sufferance. I am a cobbler and a farmer. Thee is a man of great education experience. I am honoured by thy friendship. But thee understand, as we do,
what it is to live here by sufferance.
I do, Raymond.
And what shall I do?
I cannot tell you that, Raymond.
And what will thee do?
It's not mine to do anything. I'm a physician. I never asked the nationality of a stricken man. I've treated Englishmen and Americans and made no preference.
Will thee turn the lad over to Squire Hunt?
The boy's under your roof, not mine. My way is an easy way. I close my bag and I drive away. How can I tell you what your way should be?
He does not ask what his way should be. He knows his way as I know mine. He asks what thee will do.
I will go home to my house and my surgery and do my business, Sarah. Which is something I think you should know.
Now let me say this to thee, Evan Feversham. There is no Hessian. So I will swear and perjure myself before God. Up in bed lies my nephew from Pennsylvania, who grew up in the Dutch country there, where there are plenty of our people. Raymond will bury his uniform and all signs of war forever. We will be very quiet here, and in 6 months it will all be forgotten.
We don't live alone. If now was winter time, it might be, but in May...
We will do what we must, and God will provide.
So that was how it was. They had the boy hidden there.
But he is a Hessian soldier.
Alice. He's a boy.
And are you so sure that Abe Hunt will hang a boy?
He will hold a court-martial and then the thing will run wild. I'm not going to guess. I know only one thing. That the Heathers are two of the few Christians I've ever met in this Christian land. And I will not betray Sarah Heather. And I will not question any decision she makes.
And you will think whatever Sarah Heather desires you to think.
Sarah Heather is happily married. And I like to think that I am also.
And I suppose you will tell me someday that you will not question any decision I make. Oh, yes, you will indeed.
I meant nothing of the kind.
Of what kind?
If the boy were here, now, would I not abide by what you willed?
If I said turn him over to Abraham Hunt?
No. No, because war is a word to you, because you've never seen deserters hanged, even whipped to death.
In your army, not ours.
Oh, your army, my army, Christ almighty. Was this leg of mine torn to shreds in my army? Am I suddenly a loyal Englishman every time you lose your temper with me?
Oh, Evan, don't let us build this anymore. I'm sorry.
And what of the boy?
You think I would turn him in. Is that what you think of me?
I never thought that of you. Would I have taken him into my confidence if I'd thought that of you? Only, it makes no sense. How can they hide him?
I don't know.
Oh, Sally. Keeping the vigil, I see. How's the patient?
I'm afraid for him. Dr. Feversham, please do not let him die. He's kind and good. Doctor, please.
Who said he was going to die? No more nonsense. Boy, can you turn over? Does he know English?
Well, he knows some English, but he's out of his head. He does not know what he is saying.
Then help me turn him over.
All right.
There, now, can you hold him, or will you bring your father?
Oh, I can hold him. Perhaps he will know me. Hans, listen to me. We help thee. Believe in me. Have faith in me.
How do you know his name is Hans? And how do you know he's so kind and good?
Because we spoke this morning.
Not so good. The wound is festering. I shall have to open it again. Now, look, you girl. I'm going to leave the wound open and let it drain. I'll stay here by his side. Now, you go down the stairs and eat some food. Then you must sleep.
But he needs me.
He doesn't need you now. If he needs anyone, he needs me, and I shall do whatever can be done. So get out of here, and don't put your face through that door until I call you.
Because he's dying?
Because he is not dying. Now go. And send your mother up here.
Oh, my God.
Yes, that's right. You call on God. I suppose yours is even different yet again.
Sally said they asked for me. Would you eat something, Doctor?
No, dear lady, but send Jacob to my wife and let him tell her that I will be here possibly through the night. Caution him to tell her alone and not in front of Rodney Stefan. Will Sally sleep?
Oh, I think so. She's very tired. Oh, Evan, what is this Hessian boy in her life?
She's your daughter, not mine.
Oh, will he live?
I don't know.
He's burning.
Yes.
If it breaks before morning, he will live. That is all.
Oh, poor Sally, poor child. She has taken his life upon herself. Tell me, Doctor, in thy faith, is there grace?
If you are fortunate. I am not fortunate.
Did thee know that they buried the Hessian soldiers in the Congregational churchyard?
How very generous of them.
Oh, thee hate too much, Evan.
Perhaps. I find very little to love in this world.
How is the lad?
Touch and go, Raymond, touch and go.
I would have a word with thee, Doctor.
I will go down to the kitchen and prepare some food.
I have 2 shillings for payment, Doctor. I am afraid thee must take the rest in kind.
Raymond.
I'm sorry. I will not speak of it again. We go to bed soon. Or shall I stay with thee?
No, there's no need.
Thee will call me if they need me.
I will call you, Raymond.
I sleep lightly. Just tap on the door of my room.
God's with me here.
Yes, God be with you, lad. I would pray for you if I could, or if I thought it would be of the least help to you.
But Sally, I thought I told you to get some sleep.
I know we will live or die now, so it's better I be here, is it not?
Perhaps.
I will only live if his spirit quickens.
And will you quicken it, Sally?
Yes,
Tell me how.
with love. I love him.
Child, you do not even know him.
I know him well, Evan Feversham. We spoke yesterday and I found him, so his life is in my hand, is it not?
How do you mean you found him?
Did not my father tell thee?
No. We didn't speak of how he came to you.
Well, he was in the swamp, and he came out of there and through the woods and across our meadow. And he hid himself in the hay pile in our barn. When I came in the morning to feed the chickens, I saw his hand from under the hay. Oh, I was not afraid. Then I took the hay away and wakened him. And there was no fear between us. And then I went for my father, who carried him up into the house.
But why do you say you love him? Unless you speak of your faith, which I suppose is to love every person if you can.
That is one way. I love him another way. I love him as a woman loves a man.
Now, aren't you being foolish? He is not a man, he's a boy, and you are only a child. How can you love him? You don't even know him. He's a stranger.
There are no strangers to us.
Have you spoken of this to your mother and father?
No, only to thee to explain why I must stay here. Or thee will let me stay here.
If you wish, but I must say I think you're talking romantic nonsense. And if you were my own daughter, I would shake some sense into that foolish head of yours. The worst is over, Raymond. The fever is broken. The boy will live.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, and that solves nothing. This boy...
His name is Hans Pohl. He's 16 years and 9 months of age, and he has been in America 3 years already. His father was a sergeant, and he was born into the army camp. But that is not to say that he is a lost soul.
Raymond, how the devil do you know not only his name, but his character as well?
Oh, this Sally told me. He spoke to her yesterday.
And Sally is the judge of his character?
Oh, no, Doctor, no. Only God judges.
Ah, yes, and only God dispenses mercy. And believe me, Raymond Heather, your Hessian boy will need a plentiful dollop of that.
This is good. Well, what news today? Did the hens lay? What, no fresh eggs and 7 plump new hens? Why should that be, I wonder? A little more bread, please, my dear. Alice, if something is the matter, I wish you'd tell me.
What should be the matter?
Well, you haven't spoken all day, and... Well, I thought at first you were angry because I stayed the night at Raymond's place.
Are you going there tonight also?
Well, no. I told you the boy's out of danger. Why should I go there tonight?
Don't be a fool, Evan, or take me for one. You've been in love with that woman since the first day you laid eyes on her.
You have told me repeatedly that I'm not capable of loving anybody.
No, let us not go that way.
Although the fact is...
Stop it. Believe me, I am not troubled by any thoughts of yours concerning Sarah Heather. And I know quite well that there is nothing there. Underneath that saintly face of hers, a very dull woman resides. I only wish you could spend a week with her and be properly bored.
Then what are you so morose over?
I had a talk with Abraham Hunt.
What about?
About the Hessian boy.
Alice, you didn't...
Really, Evan?
I'm sorry.
No, I did not tell him where the Hessian is. I only asked him what they would do with the boy if they took him.
To which he replied?
They would try him and hang him.
How splendid. They will not try him and endeavour to discover just what he's guilty of. No, indeed. They will try him and hang him. First the verdict, then the trial.
Evan, try to understand. You're an Englishman, and I've never quite understood what our little villages here on this continent mean to you, or how you look on the people we are. But through all the long years of this war, 18 boys have gone out of our little township and have not returned. I don't think they ever will. Do you wonder that we feel a certain bitterness towards our enemies? Especially towards men who fight and kill for hire.
Bitterness or plain hatred?
Both, I suppose. Is it so strange?
No, perhaps not. I don't know. I cannot judge.
Do you imagine that I enjoy the thought that they might hang this man?
Alice, he is only a boy, not a man. But man or boy, he's my patient.
Yes.
And it's only fair to tell you that I'll be riding over there tomorrow afternoon.
Well, you are the doctor.
Ah, Doctor! We welcome thee. Jacob, come take the doctor's horse. Doctor, do they prefer black boots or brown?
Black boots or brown? Why?
Well, some will wear only black, some wear only brown, some do not care.
Raymond, if you're thinking of making boots for me, let me tell you plain out that I will not avoid payment in cash and accept it in kind. You cannot pay me for treating the Hessian. Do you not understand why?
I think I do, but they are gone to such bitter trouble.
As you are. And now, tell me, how is he?
Oh, famous. Incredibly so.
Well, he's young and strong. Is he still in Jacob's bed?
Yes, but threatened to get out and about. Is there trouble with me or mine?
I saw Squire Hunt the other day. He has the gout. Alice spoke to him, and he told her that when he lays hands on the Hessian, he'll try and hang him. The trial and the verdict together.
He has the gout. Poor man.
Well, I will be everlastingly damned if I understand you people and your half-baked religion. The point is, Raymond, you must get the boy out of here, and quickly. Am I right in thinking that 3 Quaker homes were burned to ash, and one of them right here on Peaceable Street?
They must not think that way. That was 3 years ago when feelings ran high. What did they know, poor devils?
Quite enough to burn down the houses.
They overstate the case. These are good folk here on the ridge.
They're like any other people, Raymond. Hot-headed, prone to eject reason from any situation, and very obedient and subject to the thinking of Squire Hunt.
How can I get the boy away? Where can he go?
Back onto the British frigate down in the Sound.
I thought of that. I rode down to Saugatuck yesterday. The ship is gone.
Oh, that is the devil's mess, is it not?
Well, thee must not fret, Doctor. God will provide for the lad.
Are you sure?
As sure as I am of the ground I stand.
Well, I must go to the boy. I have a great deal to do today, and Alice will wonder where I've got to.
And I shall be in the barn if thee needs anything, Doctor.
Thank you, Raymond.
Was he never afraid?
Not when I play the drum. I play the drum and I am begeistert. I do not know how to say it in English, but it comes from the drum. I am... What is it?
Oh, this is Dr. Feversham.
Ah, Herr Doctor, I know, I think about it much. You saved my life, so my life belongs to you.
Your life belongs to nobody but you, Hans Poe. And as for saving it, this lassie here and her father and mother, they saved your life. But enough of that. Let me feel your brow.
The fever, it has gone.
So it has. Now, turn over.
Herr Doctor?
Yes?
Are you a friend? A Quaker?
No, I'm not. But I will not betray you. You were in the house of Raymond Heather, and to shelter you or not is his decision. I'm a physician, so I keep my own counsel.
No one will betray you, Hans.
Your wound has made remarkable progress.
Doctor, listen, please. I have no one in the world, because my father was a sergeant. By the stone wall, he dies with the others. I'm afraid. I know it is not manly. I do not try to help him. I run away.
You could not have helped him, Hans. It was too late. He was dead. Now we'll leave this wound open for a while.
Sally, I want to talk to you outside.
Yes, Doctor.
What on earth are you up to, child?
Do thee still think I am a child? Look at me. I think I am a woman.
I have no intention of arguing the degree of your puberty. I'm only trying to drive some sense into that pretty silly head of yours.
There is sense in the heart.
Do not you bloody Quakers know one damn thing about this war? It's not a game. It's not a question of ethics or Christianity. War is bloody damned insanity. If they take that boy, he won't be the first Hessian to be taken by these people. Now, do you know what hate is? Well, of all the things hated by these blue-nosed Puritans of yours, and it is quite a list, they hate the Hessian soldiers the most.
Oh, Dr. Feversham.
No, you don't believe me. Now, have you heard of that fine old principle, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth? The Hessians pinned your Connecticut farm boys up against trees, the way a collector pins butterflies, and many was the gut sprung by a Hessian bayonet that I have pushed back in and sewn up. So, one begets the other, which is always the case when fine, civilized, Christian nations decide to solve their problems with mutual murder. They will take it from the English because they figure that the English have some claim to what we have taken away from them, but they will not take it from Germans. And that is why, if they take this Hans Pole of yours, they will hang him up by the neck until he's dead. And that is why this attitude of yours is utterly childish and absurd.
Have thee finished, Dr. Feversham?
I have quite finished.
Since I have asserted that I am a woman, I will answer thee as a woman answers a man. But with less heat, I think, for I honour thee, Doctor, far more than thee appear to honour me.
For heaven's sake,
Oh,
Sally.
please, let me speak, for I did not interrupt thee. Thee appear to be an authority on hate, but what do thee know of love, sir? Thee would make such a small thing of my love. Not for my life would I offend thee, but why did thee offend me?
I did not mean to offend you.
I'm sure thee did not, and I take no offence at what thee said of my faith, because thee do not know. Jesus Christ said, love thy neighbour as thyself. And this is what we try to do, so where is the great mystery? But my love is not contained. Since I was a child, I knew that one day I would love a man, but this Hessian is simple and plain and homely. Will we make it sinful or senseless that I love him? This is where they offend me.
Sally, I'm not decrying your sentiments. I know nothing about this boy. I only know that we must get him away from here, and that we must not be hindered by your feelings.
You think that my feelings hinder thee? It was I who urged my father to ride to Saugatuck and look for the British ship. But now there is no ship to take him away, is there? Well, tell me how we will take him to safety and see how I hinder thee.
There must be some way.
Then when thee know the way, come to us and tell us.
Evan,
I thought there was something. What is it?
I would like Abraham Hunt and his wife to come to dinner.
We've never had them to dinner before.
All the more reason why there should be a first time.
You know how I feel about him.
Of course I do.
And how he feels about me.
You've given up with the Hessian boy, have you not?
What do you mean, given up?
There is no way to save him, so he will die. I do not want him to die, but if he does, he will live always between us. Do you not see that?
No, I do not.
It is something I feel deeply, and I think that if Abraham Hunt comes here, we can talk to him about this thing.
And tell him where the boy is.
No, of course not. I only mean that we might be able to reach out and touch him.
Reach out and touch Abraham Hunt?
How can you and I ever come together if you make no effort to understand us, to know who we are? We're not barbarians, Evan. We're plain Christian people who were persecuted and driven for 100 years before we came to this land. If we'd not been hard and narrow and righteous, how could we have endured?
Righteous? Oh, God, yes.
You have money, you're a doctor, and my own father was a ship owner, but these are plain, poor people. Think of what a will it took to scratch a living out of this wretched Connecticut soil. The will that raised up the hundreds of miles of stone wall you see here on the ridge.
And so you want Abraham Hunt to come here?
Yes.
Very well. We will try. Believe me, Alice, I will try.
Good morning to thee, Squire Hunt. And what would thee?
Good morning, Goody Heather. I'm sorry for my abrupt appearance unannounced, as 'twere.
Thee are welcome. Come in.
Thank you.
I have hot water on the hearth and a sense of this morning's coffee. It makes a poor drink, but will thee have some?
No, thank you, Goody Heather. Only a word with Jacob. Now, lad,
Yes, sir.
when you saw the Hessian soldiers, did you mark the one with the drum?
Yes, sir.
Was he a boy or a man?
He was a man.
How old a man?
16 or 17 years.
Then he was a boy.
I will be a man when I'm 16 or 17 years. I will do what a man must do.
By God, you will. I like him. He's a damn fine boy, Heather. Was he tall, Jacob?
Like a man.
Well, I suppose that's all I'll get out of him. I'll be on my way. Once again, I apologize for my intrusion.
They are always welcome here, Squire Hunt.
Need you still pursue the search for the Hessian, then?
We do. And we shall catch him, Raymond Heather. Never you fear.
I see you're setting 6 places for this famous dinner party.
I've invited John Dorset and his wife, Zipporah.
The minister? That was a kindly act. He's somewhat bent by the necessity of being a gentleman and something of a scholar without sufficient finance for either.
He's a good man, and I hope, Evan, that you will act the part of a host to all of them.
I have given you my word. But judging from what I've seen in the kitchen, you are not being the best of hostesses.
What do you mean?
Those great ribs of beef? They're not calculated to alleviate a pound's gout.
Oh.
Yeah, but never mind. I'm sure our squire will enjoy them. And you can hardly be expected to serve gruel to a dinner guest.
Excellent wine, Evan. They'd no such fare to offer at Heather's when I called there.
You were there, Abraham?
Yes, Alice, to inquire about the Hessian soldier.
They are strange folk.
There I agree, Goody Dorset. How they've lived through the years of war with quiet resignation, accepting the outbursts of anger from others and the general climate of contempt.
Well, they are God-fearing people. And if they rendered us no assistance, they certainly were of no comfort to the British.
At the great Battle of the Ridge, they took British wounded into their homes and attended to them.
As they took in our wounded.
War, charity go poorly together, Abigail. You, John, you'll disagree with me. But we reason from old calling, do we not? You're a preacher. I'm a soldier.
War without charity is a ghastly thing. If we cease to be Christians on the battlefield, then God help us. Do you not agree with me, Dr. Feversham?
With some reservations.
What do you mean?
Only that I've never seen evidence of Christianity on a battlefield.
Not even in your own calling.
It comes home in my own calling. You see, you're in the most peculiar position as a surgeon on a battlefield. And trying to repair what grape-shot musket balls and bayonets have accomplished is hardly an occupation which enlivens a man's faith.
I find nothing quite as boring as military talk. And anyway, Abraham, you will admit that the Heathers are pleasant people.
They're pleasant enough to me. But damned if I can understand people without pride.
You find the Heathers without pride?
As I consider any man who'll not stand up and fight for what is his, I deem it contemptible.
And you say no virtue in humility?
Damned if I do. Humility's a claptrap word. When the British come into my land, burn my home, slaughter my livestock, ravage my fields, am I to turn the other cheek? A man cannot live that way, not without degrading himself.
Well, they appear to live that way without any particular degradation.
Do they now? I would say they live in peace and comfort because others were willing to fight their battles. Where would they be if we'd bowed our heads as they do?
Oh, is not such a judgment too simple?
I am a plain and simple man.
I wish you were as plain and simple when you got into an argument at home. It becomes so complex I cannot follow him at all.
That is truly characteristic of a husband.
But, Evan, why not become a Quaker if you agree with them?
Meaning that even the Society of Friends is preferable to the Pope.
Evan.
Well, I didn't say that I agree with them. In fact, I don't. I simply say that I find their way of life admirable.
But how can you think a thing admirable if you disagree with it?
I'm afraid that, like Squire Hunt, I lack both the courage and the desire to turn the other cheek.
Courage? I think it takes damn little courage.
But, Dr. Feversham, do you think there was ever a cause more just than ours?
I thought somewhat about justice when I made it mine.
Oh, you bully him, Alice. Indeed you do. Do not deny it.
No one bullies Evan. It might appear so, but truly no one does.
Then he must answer my question. Was there ever a cause more just than ours?
I do not know.
You retreat for shame.
No, not at all. I plead ignorance. Perhaps Cromwell's cause was as just as ours, but since I'm a Catholic, I could hardly be expected to look on it in precisely that light. You see, my dear Abigail, when nations quarrel, each has a very just cause, and God is always on the side of them both.
Oh, my dear doctor, your cynicism is hardly worthy of you.
I'm not a cynic. I wish I were. At least there's some comfort in cynicism.
If you feel as you do, why did you join on our side?
I chose this side for a few obvious reasons, which I thought you were aware of. For one thing, I married an American girl, for whom I care deeply. For another, my house stands here, and people sick and hurt in this region are my patients. For a third, I felt that the British have behaved stupidly and abominably. And for a fourth, I am a Catholic, and the British have not been kind to me or mine. Now, I don't know whether those are reasons enough, but neutrality is not in my nature. I do not admire it.
Yet your Quaker friends are neutral, are they not, Doctor?
Perhaps. Or perhaps not.
Pray, how can they be both?
Well, possibly they consider that they're on the side of mankind.
What is it, Duke boy? You found something, have you? What is it, Anne? What is it, boy?
Doggy.
Oh, hello there, little girl. You must be one of the Heather youngsters. Hey, you're a bit young to be so far from home.
Doggy.
Right. His name's Duke, the best hunting dog in all Connecticut. And, well, I'm Salem Allen. What's your name?
Annie. Doggy's digging.
You're blame right he's digging. But, hey, what's he found? Hey, damn me if it ain't a coat. By God, it's a uniform. A Hessian uniform. You got a good nose, Duke. You smell that blood, and it must be weak-souled. Hey, Dirty, don't run away. Stop. Duke, back, sir. Duke. Here, Duke, leave her alone. Why you always have to get so excited? Never you mind, boy. You turned up something that's going to be very interesting to my high and mighty cousin, Squire Hunt. Hessian uniform. I'd ought to put a little silver in old Salem's pocket. Good boy, Duke. You're a good boy.
Oh, thank God he's here, Evan.
Raymond, why on earth didn't you bring Annie to me?
I think there'd be trouble over Hans Pole.
Whose dog was it? That's the main thing. We must find the dog. What did you ask her? Did you try to find out?
You mean if the dog was mad?
A mad dog tears. This is simply a hold on the child's arm. But to be sure, we must find out.
Annie, who was it dug up the Hessian's uniform?
What?
It was a red dog.
Good girl. Now, did he have soap on his face? Like when your father shaves?
No, it was a red dog with an ugly, dirty man.
But he didn't have soap on his face?
No, he dug up a green coat. The ugly man called him back, and I ran home.
What was the man's name?
I don't know. The doggy was red. They called him Duke.
Damned if I don't think it's Salem Allen's beast. Now, if that is so, then the dog wasn't mad. But how long do you think it'll be before they're here? Why the hell couldn't you have burned the bloody uniform?
Squire is here with the militia.
Oh, what shall we do?
All of you, do nothing and say nothing. Believe me, there's no way out now unless a miracle happens. But I don't want that boy hurt or shot. Remember now, do nothing.
What do you want here, Squire Hunt?
You know what I want. I want the Hessian. I know he's here, and I'll find him if I have to pull the place down.
Suppose I said that he's not here.
Do not be a fool, Feversham. I've had a notion he's here for some time now. Now I have his coat.
Take the coat and get out of here, sir. This is our land, and he has no place here.
Well spoken, but it's pointless. Will you tell it's pointless, Feversham?
I'm afraid he's right, Sally.
But do not let them hurt him, doctor.
What will you do with him, Hunt?
You know what I will do with him. We're not going to beat him or torture him. We'll lock him up, and when General Patnam gets here, we'll hold a trial. Now understand me. I want no trouble with the Heathers. There are those who hate the friends I do not. What these people do, they do out of their own way. But I want the Hessian, and there's no one here can stop us from taking him. Where is he?
I have your word for what you say? As between us? As between two men who have respect for each other?
Yes.
You must bring him out, Sally.
But they will kill him.
No, they're going to try him in a court. Squire Hunt will not hurt him now, so go to him and make him understand that he must give himself up. You must do it, Sally.
I do dearly hope you're not playing a game with me, Feversham.
Now, you see the barn. The boy's in there. Now, where could they go? You'll have him long enough, Hunt. Be patient.
Have you heard any news today?
Rodney says General Pakenham will arrive soon. His information is usually accurate, though God knows how he comes by it.
Do you know Pakenham?
Yeah, only too well. I was at Saratoga when he had his quarrel with Colonel Stark. Stark came close to killing him for what he felt was Pakenham's cowardice. His command in this area is a tribute to the fact that the war has gone elsewhere.
Who will defend the boy?
Well, I suppose Pakenham will bring a defending lawyer from New Haven.
And if he did, after what you tell me of him, what difference could it make? Would you defend him, Evan?
Would you want me to?
I don't know what I want. I don't know what side I'm on, if there are any sides. You did save his life.
The wound healed itself. I did what I could, but if you're thinking that I could defend him now, no, it's impossible. I'm a doctor, not a lawyer.
You're a colonel in the army. You still have your rank. You led a regiment. Certainly you're peer to anyone they would bring in from New Haven.
He must have a lawyer.
And do you think they'll find him one in the next day or two? Do you really think they'll find him a lawyer?
General Pakenham, this is Colonel Feversham.
Ah, a colleague.
General.
Always pleased to meet a patriot. Have we not met before?
At Saratoga, General. I led the 11th Connecticut Volunteer Riflemen, or what was left of them.
I see.
Feversham is a physician, General Pakenham. I spoke to you of him. He tended the Hessian's wound.
In other words, this is the man who took it upon himself to shelter and heal and give aid and comfort to a malignant enemy of our cause.
I sheltered no one, General. As for healing, I have performed that same function on many battlefields and have yet to be reprimanded for it.
Then perhaps the time's at hand, Feversham. The squire tells me that with every loyal militiaman hunting this Hessian, you laughed up your sleeve with the knowledge of where he was. I would not sleep well or easily if I were you. Who knows whether this trial might not be broadened?
Are you threatening me, sir?
Informing you, sir.
I do not threaten, I do not inform. But I must remind you, General, that I was very close to Colonel John Stark. We were much like brothers. I also have, in my desk at home, a personal letter from General Washington, thanking me for the reorganization of his medical services and begging me to call on him if need be. I may add that I am still part of a commission for hospitals, headed by Dr. Benjamin Rush, who is a friend of mine and also a member of the Congress. I simply cite this so that when you make your threats...
I make no threats.
Good. I assume we both dislike threats. Now, if I may take up my business with Squire Hunt...
As you please, sir.
I'm listening, Feversham.
Thank you. Now, while the General here has ample credentials to sit as military judge and prosecutor...
General St. August will sit with me as prosecutor.
Very well, but who will defend the Hessian?
The court will defend him.
True. There is some precedent for that, but where the court consists of two officers only, will Squire Hunt here sit on the court?
He is chief witness, I believe. However, I do not understand your concern, Colonel Feversham. As I have heard this case described, there appears to be no reason on earth why justice cannot be swiftly and competently done. Do you doubt my ability to conduct a just court?
No, sir.
Do you come here to plead for the Hessian?
I came because I believe that a military lawyer should sit and defend. Would you allow me to sit on the court?
You, sir, are even more involved than Squire Hunt. I know of no command you hold, sir. Have I been misinformed?
I hold no command.
Then I suggest, Mr. Feversham, that you have faith in the cause I represent and in the uniform I wear.
There is nothing I can do, Feversham.
Would you allow me at least to talk to the boy, to advise him, to help him with his defense?
What boy, sir? What boy do you refer to?
The Hessian, Hans Pohl. He is only a boy of 16 years.
What kind of talk is this? Have you never seen boys of 16, 15, 14 even in our own ranks? Have you never seen them lying dead, having paid the highest price a lad can pay?
Still, that does not change the fact.
I know one fact, Mr. Feversham. The man is a Hessian. He wore a Hessian uniform and he took Hessian pay. He killed for hire.
God damn that! Every soldier who ever set foot from a ship onto our soil killed for hire. Hessian, British, French, Scot. What damn difference does it make? They all kill for hire. The whole filthy game is played for hire. I'm only asking you not to make us like them, to show some Christian mercy.
Christian mercy? I had not known that you came over to our faith, sir. I had heard that Rome was your first allegiance.
You stinking, cowardly bastard!
We will come to order. I hereby convene a military court in the name of the sovereign state of Connecticut and the Continental Congress. Bosley Crippett, clerk.
General Jonah Packman, presiding with the commission of the military council of the state. Colonel Albert St. August, sitting with him. These are summary proceedings under a state of war. The accused is one Hans Pohl, a soldier in the army of the Elector of Hesse, and sworn to action under the flag of King George III, England.
I do not see Raymond Heather, Squire Hunt. I warranted him. Why was no subpoena served upon him?
There was no need to be that formal. He was here. I sent him home for his son.
Formality is the nature of things military, Squire. When will he be here?
Within the hour.
Bring the prisoner before the court.
It cannot go on this way, Evan. It must not.
It does not matter how it goes on.
Untie the prisoner.
You stand before a legally constituted military court of this sovereign state. Do you understand that?
Yes.
What is your name?
Hans Pohl.
Your regiment?
16th Jäger.
Your rank?
Private soldier.
The clerk will read the charge.
It is charged that on the 16th day of May, in the year of our Lord, 1781, the prisoner was one of a detachment of Hessian soldiers who made an incursion into the territory of the town of Redgefield. In the course of this incursion, they met with a citizen, one Saul Clambram, unarmed and dressed in civilian clothes. Without any cause of any kind, and without trial or reason, they hanged him by the neck until he were dead. The court charges that every member of the detachment of Hessians was equally guilty of this cruel and wanton murder, and so deserves the punishment in kind.
How does the prisoner before the court plead to this charge?
Verstehe nicht. I do not understand.
How do you plead, sir? You must give an answer. Either you're guilty or you're not guilty. Which is it?
I do not understand.
What is there that defies your understanding? The charge is simple and plain. Are you guilty of the murder of one Saul Clambram, or are you not guilty? How do you plead? Then if you will not plead, I must plead you and accept your silence as a statement of guilt.
You will not, sir. This is damnable. The boy speaks kitchen English and no more. He doesn't understand half the words in the charge.
How dare you interrupt this trial? Who gave you permission to speak?
Since when is a man guilty before the trial?
One more word, Feversham, and I eject you. You're here by sufferance. One more word, and I eject you.
This is a misunderstanding, is it not, Colonel St. August? As I understand it, you're going to plead him not guilty. I think there's nothing else you can do, sir. He's not yet been tried or heard.
If he pleads guilty, he pleads guilty. There is no illegality in that.
Then make it clear to him.
Hans Pohl, did you murder Saul Clambram?
No, I do not murder him.
Then you plead not guilty?
I do not murder him.
Very well, you may call the first witness.
Call Miss Jenny Perkins.
I am right here, Bosley Crippett.
Come for it. Here, put your hand on the book. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Well, say I do.
I will say nothing of the sort. I am not given to lying. If you do not know that, Bosley Crippett, you are a fool, and I have no intention of taking an oath.
It is an unchristian thing.
This is different.
It is not.
So long as she places her hand on the book.
You see that I have.
Very well. And what is your name, madam?
I am unmarried, sir. My name is Jenny Perkins. If you had given your attention...
Please, only answer my questions.
Very well. Ask sensible questions.
Did you know one Saul Clambram?
I did.
How long did you know him?
As long as I remember.
Did you know his family?
He had no family. He was left with Goody Allison by people passing through. Worthless people. Goody Allison took care of him until she passed on. After that, he lived from hand to mouth, and no one took care of him. God forgive us. If he had proper care or love or home or hearth, he would not have been playing his foolish games with the Hessians.
Do you mean he was irresponsible?
His mind was addled. He was a small child in a man's body.
You're a school teacher here on the ridge.
I am.
Did you try to teach Saul Clambram?
Yes, I tried, but it was hopeless. He would stay away for months on end, and then he would come back to the school again.
And why would he come back?
Because he wanted so desperately to learn.
Was he dangerous?
He would not hurt a fly. He was gentle.
Thank you, Miss Perkins. That will do.
It's very hot in here. Can we not have a window opened? There are delicate women and little children in this room. Call the next witness.
Jacob Heather. Put your hand on a book.
No, sir.
Do you not understand him, boy? He wants to swear you in for the truth. Put your hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth.
We do not swear. I must not.
Damn it, you will swear, or I will know the reason why.
Let it be, General. What difference does it make?
It must be in the record.
Well, we will not rightly have a record, because Bosley here cannot get down one word for every three that are spoken. So we might as well let it be and have the boy speak.
What is your name, boy?
Jacob Heather.
Well, Jacob. A fine-looking lad. How old are you?
12 years.
12 years, indeed. Now, will you tell us where you were on the 16th of May?
I do not know.
Do not know? How could you not know or remember where you were on the 16th of May?
Because I do not know when it was.
Ah, then I must refresh your memory. It was the day the Hessians hanged Saul Clambram. Do you remember the day?
Yes.
But where were you then when you saw the Hessians?
On Haytop.
And what were you doing there?
Hiding.
Why were you not at school?
It was a meditation day.
What do you mean a meditation day?
We remain at home and look into thy heart.
But you were at Haytop. What did you see?
The Hessians.
Why did you not run home when you saw them?
I was too frightened. I hid.
Was Saul Clambram with you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Why did he not run away?
They had a rope around his neck, and his hands were tied.
Come now, Jacob, do not be afraid. No Hessian can hurt you here. Tell us what they did to Saul Clambram.
They threw...
Must they do this to him?
Only he saw it.
Everyone knows what he saw.
Everyone wants to hear it again. Death is very special. See how everyone listens.
Come now, Jacob, be a man. Speak up.
They threw a rope over a tree and pulled him up.
Now, Saul Clambram was a large man. Did one Hessian pull him up into the tree? And how many men pulled the rope and hanged Saul Clambram? Was it one man, two men? Answer, boy.
Why do you torture him?
I will not have interruptions,
3
madam.
men, 4 men, 5 men, or was it the whole detachment on the rope? How many?
I do not remember.
Did you not tell Squire Hunt here that there were 16 men and a drummer and another man on a horse? How did you know?
I counted them.
And you were right. Now let me ask you this, Jacob. Do you refuse to answer now because every last one of those men put their hands on the rope and dragged Saul Clambram to his death? Is that it?
No, there were 4 men.
Oh, now you know there were 4 men. Possibly there were 6 men or 10 men or...
No!
Oh, let the boy be. What does it matter how many men pulled the rope? The detachment hanged Clamberham.
Let the boy stand down. Next witness.
Raymond Heather. Shall I try and swear in, Your Excellency?
Be damned with it. He's the boy's father.
You state your name.
Raymond Heather.
Did your son tell you what he saw when the Hessians hanged Saul Clambram?
Yes, he told me.
Did he tell you how many men were on the rope?
Yes. He told me that 4 men dragged the rope. God forgive them and rest their souls.
We're not asking for your preachment, sir. We ask for the truth.
I gave thee the truth.
Oh, and what would it have been if your son had not spoken of 4 men?
The boy does not lie.
And I suppose you do not lie. Does this religion of yours forbid you to lie, or does it give you license to lie when the mood takes you to lie?
It forbids me to lie. For when I lie, there is no refuge for me or place to conceal it.
You gave this Hessian, Hans Pohl, shelter in your house.
He was sick and wounded. I could not turn him away. I was forbidden to turn him away.
Who forbade you?
My faith.
So this faith of yours forbids you to lie, and it forbids you to turn away an enemy soldier. Is it no lie to conceal what you knew your neighbors sought? You live in peace and safety because we take up arms to fight and die. And yet, when a word would mean safety and security to those who protect you, you chose to be silent. If that is no lie, then I know not what falsehood is.
I chose between a man's life and a lie.
Yet you ask us to believe that when the father is a liar, the son spoke the truth. You may go back to your seat, sir.
Call the next witness.
Abramont. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Squire Hunt, you were here at this inn when Jacob Heather came with the news about the Hessians. Did he tell you how many there were?
Yes, he did. 16 Hessians and the drummer and an officer. His count was right.
And did he tell you how many dragged the rope that hanged Saul Clambram?
He did not.
Why not?
Because I didn't ask him.
Are you not curious, Squire Hunt?
Not at that moment, Colonel. At that moment, I'd only one thought, that the Hessians must be stopped.
And what did you do then?
I rode to High Top with Dr. Feversham. I hoped that they might have done their work poorly and that Saul was alive.
But he was dead. Was there no indication of how many men were on the rope that hanged him?
No, sir, no. It makes no difference who held the rope. The Hessians hanged him.
I agree with you, Squire Hunt. The Hessians hanged him. You do not have to testify if you do not wish to. We're not British. We have no Star Chamber proceedings. We do not force men to testify against their will. But if you want to speak and answer my questions, we'll be glad to listen to you.
I will answer questions. I do not murder anybody.
I didn't ask you that. You will answer only when a question is asked of you.
Yes, sir.
Now, where did your detachment come from?
From New York.
How did you come to Connecticut?
On British frigate.
What was the military purpose of your voyage? If you do not understand my questions, say so. Your English appears to be good enough. Where did you learn to speak English?
I am 3 years in America.
I see. Now, you say you came from the British frigate that sailed into Long Island Sound. And I ask you, what was the military purpose of the warship?
I do not know.
Why was your detachment landed and sent up to the ridge?
I do not know that. Such things are not for me.
How did the soldiers come to take Saul Clambram prisoner?
You see him in woods. He tried to hide, but not so good, no?
Did he fight back?
No.
What did you do then?
We stand at ease and wait for Captain's decision. He says the Yankee man is spy. This man, he has piece of from schoolhouse, you write with chalk, a slate. On slate are marks, one for each man. So it's information, and Captain says, it tells him he is making intelligence, and only spies make intelligence.
Did Clambram know what the captain said? Did Captain Hauser speak in German or in English?
Captain Hauser is here only 5 months. He knows no English. My father...
Your father? What has your father got to do with this?
My father is sergeant. My father speak English, but not good. My father tells the Yankee man.
And then?
He does not want to die.
No, he does not want to die.
You heard the testimony here to the effect that this man, Saul Clamberum, was a half-wit. Do you feel proud because you hanged a half-wit?
We do not know he is half-wit.
Were there numbers on the slate?
Marks.
And did it not strike you as strange that a grown man could not write numbers?
Even some men in my regiment, they cannot write down numbers, no. They do not read or write.
But you yourself, Hans Pohl, did you see nothing strange in the foolish behavior of this man?
I see something strange, yeah.
And it occurred to you that he might have been a half-wit.
I think he is a little crazy, yeah.
But you did nothing.
What can I do? If I talk to Captain Hauser, I am punished.
You could talk to your father.
No.
So you did nothing while this unspeakable murder took place? How was he hanged?
The rope over the tree.
And how many men dragged the rope and played the role of hangman?
4.
Who were those 4? Can you name them?
I think not. I am not sure.
Were you one of the 4 men?
No.
Then let us suppose that your Captain Hauser had ordered you to act as hangman. What would you have done?
I am good soldier. I obey orders.
The court will adjourn for 3 hours while we consider our verdict. Yes.
General Pakenham, I want to plead.
Do not think we have anything to say to you, Feversham.
I want to plead.
Oh, nonsense. Men like you do not plead. Trouble with your kind, Feversham, is that you take everyone else for a fool. Take it for granted that everyone is transparent, but that no one sees through you. Well, go ahead and plead, Feversham.
Do not hang the boy. I ask you with all my heart, General Pakenham. I beg of you, do not hang him. Sell him out as a chattel. That's punishment enough.
For murder? Come, Feversham.
He's no more guilty of murder than I am. Please, I beg it of you as an officer and a gentleman.
I return the compliment, Feversham. Though I'm damned if I know how an officer and a gentleman survives up here on this lousy ridge.
Yeah.
The food's not fit for pigs, and the beer's warm and sour, too. Have a drink with us, Feversham, and let bygones be bygones. Pleading doesn't become you. You heard the evidence, did you not?
The military court of the Commonwealth of Connecticut is now in session. General Jonah Pakenham presiding.
Have them stand.
Everybody rise.
Bring in the Hessian. Have you anything to say, Hans Pohl, before this court passes sentence on you?
I do not murder any man. Ich bin ein Hesse. I am Hessian soldier. I am a Jäger. If I must die, I will die like a Jäger.
Then hear the sentence of this court. You have been found guilty of premeditated murder of an American citizen. We have heard all the evidence, and we've pondered upon it, and we find no extenuating circumstances. Therefore, we sentence you to be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Evan, how did Sally Heather take the verdict?
I do not know, Alice. The verdict was no surprise to her. She appears to have walled herself off. But then, I do not know those people. I thought I did, but I do not.
Rodney Stephen says that Pakenham and St. August never even discussed the verdict. He says they sat in the inn and stuffed themselves with food.
There's very little he misses. Did he also tell you that I saw them?
That you pleaded with them and then had a bitter argument with Abraham Hunt.
No, not bitter. Hardly any argument at all.
When you told Sally Heather that it was a death sentence, did she weep?
No. She went to her father and embraced him.
Evan, tell me this. If you'd known Sarah Heather 18 years ago before she married, would you have asked her to marry you?
Alice, I was not even in America 18 years ago. It's a damn foolish question, isn't it?
Please, try to answer me.
Then the answer is no. I would not have married her. Because it's not enough to share love. There is agony to be shared, and I don't think she could ever sense what my agony is. They're all so far from it and so removed from it, as you are not. Come to bed, and we'll hold each other for a while.
It is a mournful sound, is it not?
The building of a gallows is a mournful business, Pastor.
Quite. Let me shut the window. Now, sir, what can I do for you?
It's about the Hessian, Hans Pohl. Will you allow him to be buried in the churchyard with the others?
Oh, of course, of course.
Did you mark the Hessian soldier's grave?
We will. I must go to Danbury and talk to the stonecutters. I thought of a stone with all the names inscribed on it. But the truth is, we're not a wealthy church.
How much will it cost?
$100 Spanish or £10 sterling. It would have to be a large stone.
Add the boy's name to it, please.
Of course. Should I have some small service here?
I'm going to ask Raymond Heather what to do. Do the Quakers have any special ritual for the dead? I'm afraid I don't know.
They're good Christians. If they want to, it might be better if they should do it. It's not easy for me to say this, but it might be better. Dr. Feversham, do not judge us too harshly. You've been a soldier. You know how merciless war is.
Is war merciless? Or are men merciless, Pastor? A word with you, Hunt, in private, please.
Keep the noise down, you men. Come over here. Well, what is it?
I have Raymond Heather and his daughter Sally outside.
You brought them here today.
It was not my doing. The girl has a will of her own.
Well, if they're here, they're here. What of it?
She wants to see the Hessian.
Damn you, Feversham. What kind of nonsense is this? What good will it do for them to see each other now?
No good as far as you or I are concerned, but it's something she wants, and wants desperately.
Tell her no. Do you not understand that Pakenham is running this now? I'm out of it.
I don't think you are out of it, Hunt.
I know what Pakenham will say.
I don't think you give a damn what Pakenham will say. I think you despise him as much as I do. You did this thing, Hunt, not Pakenham. Are you going to tell me now that you haven't got the guts to stand up for it? Do it, Hunt. Do this thing.
Bring her round by the back way. I do not want her coming through here. This way. Follow me. Open the door, Jeb.
But, Squire, my order...
Open it.
Go in, Sally.
Sally? 15 minutes.
I'll wait for you, Sally.
I thought you would stay with me.
I've no wish to overhear what they say.
A German who speaks kitchen English and a 15-year-old Quaker girl. What can they have to say to each other?
What indeed?
What in hell's name are you smirking at, Jeb? You look to your work.
Thank you for doing this. I'll wait here for the girl, and then I'll take her back to her father.
Is everything ready, Squire Hunt?
It is, Colonel.
Bring my Hessian out.
He carries himself proudly, Doctor.
And bravely. His life is ending almost before it has begun. And he can only justify this meaningless death by being brave. How many boys have killed or been killed because they must be brave?
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. Whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
Bring the boy forward.
Oh, Father. Father.
Have courage, daughter. Courage. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass that when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
In The Hessian by Howard Fast, Derek Jacobi was Evan Feversham, Patricia Gallimore, Alice Feversham, and Ian Hogg, Squire Hunt. Raymond Heather was Steve Hodson, Sarah Heather, Hedley Nicklow, Sally, Catherine Hulbert, and Jacob, Sean Lay. Saul Clamberham and Hans Pole were played by Kerry Shale, Rodney Stephan and Colonel St. August by Blaine Fairman, Friar Hesselman and Bosley Crippett by Harry Taub, and General Pakenham by Noel Johnson. Jenny Perkins and Zipporah Dorset were Liza Ross, John Dorset and the Hessian officer John Livesey, Abigail Hunt, Shirley Stelfox, and Salem Allen, Sean Probert. Billy was Jonathan Owen and the Hessian sergeant Crawford Logan. The novel was adapted for radio by Ramsey Williams and was directed in Birmingham by Vanessa Whitburn.
You can hear the Hessian again on Monday afternoon at 3:02. Now on Radio 4, Saturday Night Theatre.
People like us sit on the sidelines and we watch the varying fortunes of the players. Then something happens to connect us with the players. A ball within our reach, a smile across the grass, and we're involved. And there's no escaping that involvement. We're dragged in on the game, for better or worse.
Welcome These Pleasant Days by Michael Robson, with Nigel Anthony as Forgan, Ian Hogg as Dimmock, and Elizabeth Proud as Elaine.
You've done wonders with the place since I was last here. It really is. It's very attractive.
It suits me very well. And when I'm eventually called on to retire, I shall make no bones about settling down here permanently.
But retirement's a long way off, surely, in your line of work.
Well, 20 years, perhaps, but...
Isn't there something missing?
From where?
The dining room table. The silver.
Ah, yes, silver.
It's at Oxford?
No, it was stolen from here. 7 pieces in all.
Stolen?
I realise the distress the child must have caused you, Dr. Forgan, and I'm extremely sorry. But if I can only begin to explain the circumstances that have brought her to this attitude of mind, I'm certain you'll find it in your heart to forgive her.
Stolen? By a girl. A young woman called Elaine Birmingham.
Elaine Birmingham? No, means nothing to me. But you said it as though it should. What happened to her? Was she thrown into the slammer?
And what I think you'd better do is to pour us both drinks, and I'll tell you the story, in however fragmentary a fashion, of Elaine Birmingham and her parents, Angela and Wilfred.
And by God, he'll stand by you! Aye. There'll always be those as lack vision. There'll always be those that think they know best. But lads, we're in the van of progress. We know best. We've come through. In the face of the mandarines of Whitehall, we've established today, in this town of ours, a new and vigorous industry that'll revolutionize family living throughout this nation. Today, when the Lord Mayor cuts the ribbon, he'll be opening the biggest, brightest industrial complex in the north of England. A complex, lads, devoted to a better world for the working masses. A world in which the man of the house, his toil done for the day, can open his front door and set foot not on linoleum, not on black brick, not on slabs of concrete, but on the comfort of broad looms, be Birmingham.
Oh, come on. This is an insane parody.
Not to 5 million homes in Britain. Neville, to the drab, the dark and the neglected, Wilfred Birmingham delivered a riot of primary colours. I once saw the results in a housing estate in Belper. Broad looms by Birmingham irradiated their lives. Now, I was told on good authority that vandalism had virtually disappeared from the estate following the advent of Wilfred's rainbow carpeting. And it must have been around then that the girl was born.
So, it's a lass, huh?
Are you disappointed, Wilfred?
Nay, girl. Whatever you do's all right with me. Plenty of time for a son and herb, and you've got your health and strength back after this young'un.
Having babies really pulled me down. I feel that poorly.
A pint of milk started ale put the roses back in your cheeks, Angela. You'll be right as rain in no time. Any road. What we're going to call it?
It?
Yeah, the lass. I've a fancy for Geraldine myself.
Geraldine?
Aye, after me gran.
Who had the baby, Wilfred?
Ooh, it's only a suggestion, like. Worth thinking of her.
There's no need to think nothing over. My mind's made up.
Oh,
I shall call her Elaine. Just like that.
Elaine? Why, Elaine, love?
Because it's a name you can't shorten.
You what?
You get Wilf, I get Ange. I can't abide Ange and you hate Wilf, but what do we get? Wilf and Ange. Well, this time it's going to be different. That baby gets Elaine. And nothing else, or I'll know the reason why.
It could get Ellie.
If anyone dares call that lass Ellie, they'll never darken my door again. So think on.
I was right. This is parody. No one has actually talked like that in our lifetime. It's pure invention on your part.
Well, how on earth can you know how people talk in Halifax when the furthest north you've been is Gerrard's Cross? Anyway, it amuses me to assume that's how Wilfred and Angela Birmingham conducted themselves at critical moments.
All right. But it's the missing silver I'm interested in. When do we get to that?
By way of one Dennis Ludlam, a nearish neighbour of mine. He was the first visitor I ever had here, and that was an age ago. Ah, yes, the purple orchises have since put by the coronals of that forgotten summer.
What?
It was mid-August, and almost impossibly hot. The grass had grown jungle high, and I was trying to cut it back with a sickle. I was aching and sweaty and enjoying it all immensely because it made such a change from my rooms in college. Anyway, above the grass and over the hedge, I caught sight of an energetic cyclist fairly racing up the hill towards me. The man was very brown, short and stocky. He wore a snug beret and modish little breeches and stockings. Clearly a cycling adept.
Dr. Thornton?
Yes?
Ah, good afternoon to you. My name's Ludlam. Live down the road there. Heard you just moved in and wondered if there was anything we could do.
Look, why don't you come inside? Come into the kitchen. It's the coolest place at the moment, and I could do with a beer. I imagine you could too.
Going to be a weekender or a permanency?
Well, to be truthful, neither. Yeah, I teach at Oxford, and that gives me rather more than half the year to live where I like. And I shall spend the bulk of it here.
Good. And you couldn't have picked a more beautiful part of England.
Indeed not. You lived here long yourself?
All my life, and my father before me.
But, you aren't a farmer?
Oh, no, solicitor. Family business in Shaftesbury, 3 miles away. No distance. Except in snow, I cycle there every day. And back, of course.
Of course.
You're the second newcomer to the area in a week. Oh, I've never known such excitement.
Oh, really?
Yes, the Birminghams have bought a massive place near Semley. Semley Grange, it used to be called. And will be again, I imagine, once they've settled in.
The Birminghams?
The carpet people. Broad looms by Birmingham, those Birminghams.
Ah. Weekenders or permanencies?
Oh, more the latter than the former, I should guess, at least on the distaff side. Mrs. Birmingham enjoys poor health, and it appears to be her belief that she can recruit better in Wiltshire than in central London. Not an assumption I'd quarrel with.
Mrs. Birmingham must be very forthcoming, given they've only been here a matter of days.
Informative. Well, do you see, I have an inside ear, as it were. The Birmingham daughter, Elaine, is a particular school chum of my daughter, Naomi. Over the past 2 years, Elaine spent several holidays with us, and at Easter we had a visit from her father.
You've been very good to our Elaine, and I'm really grateful to you both.
We enjoy having her here, Mr. Birmingham. She's a sweet girl, and she's excellent company for Naomi. They get on so well together, and they like the same things.
Exactly. Ponies. Pony mad, the pair of them. I couldn't be more delighted. And now I've had a chance to see for myself what it's like round here. I've made my mind up. I shall buy. I've talked it over with Mrs. Birmingham and agreed. We'll buy here. So, what would you advise? What I'm after is a short list of property that's already been vetted, so I can come up and see a number of likely places over one weekend. You've lived here all your life, Mr. Ludlam, and you must know the snags and advantages of anything that's up to much. I'd like your help, and I'll see you're not out of pocket on account of it.
Oh, we should be glad to help, but there can be no question of money.
House hunting takes time, Mr. Ludlam, and in my book, time's money.
Of course we'll help you, Mr. Birmingham. But, what kind of property did you have in mind?
Something substantial, with land, of course, and stabling.
Oh, yes, quite. And how much land were you thinking of?
100 acres, thereabouts.
That's what he wanted, and that's what he got. An idea at Easter, a reality by August. Mr. Birmingham doesn't let the grass grow under his feet.
Well, he does sound formidably energetic.
But most agreeable. Oh, I've no doubt that the local gentry will patronize him for all they're worth, laugh at him behind his back, and go to him cap in hand for donations to every facetious charity under the sun. But he's a far better man than most of them.
Well, I can see he's greatly impressed you.
Oh, well, at any rate, he's got the mansion he wanted. And my daughter and his are in the saddle every day exploring his domain. Do you know, I've quite forgotten what I came here for.
Sizing up the newcomer and seeing if there's anything you can do?
Oh, yes, of course. Look here. My wife's made a list of the principal tradesmen, their addresses, telephone numbers, reliability or otherwise. I think it's pretty thorough.
This is very thoughtful of you both. Thank you.
Well, it may be of some use. I'd better be going, I suppose. Oh, incidentally, Dr. Foreman, do you play billiards?
Billiards? Billiards, I promise you. It appears that the one thing left to the Ludlams when the cyclist's raffish and intemperate old grandfather died was a full-sized billiard table. And the solicitor can't bear to part with it, although Mrs. Ludlam constantly complains of its vastness and unsuitability in a modest dower house.
Well, it's an interesting little news item. But what bearing does it have on the theft of your silver?
It has every bearing. because that grandiose billiard table became my entree to the Ludlam household, and thence to Elaine Birmingham.
Ah, the plot thickens.
About a fortnight after his first visit here, Dennis Ludlam cycled over from the Dower House with an invitation to dinner.
Nothing formal, you understand? A modest collation with perhaps a game of billiards afterwards.
Mr. Forgan, your glass is empty. Dennis, would you...
Oh, my dear chap, do forgive me. Half and half, isn't it?
Thank you. You have an enchanting house, Mrs. Ludlam.
Well, we're very fond of it, of course. Although I'm afraid it has grown rather shabby. We had to make a choice quite early on as to whether to neglect the children's education and completely refurnish the house, or do our best for the young ones and let the house go hang.
Children, I hadn't realized there was more than one. I've heard about your daughter.
Oh, Nairn is the baby of the family. Victor's at the university, and Ed was with his regiment in southern Arabia.
Ah, yes. I can quite see. 3 is a lot to educate if you do it the hard way.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
But it's worth it in the end, don't you think? Private education prepares them so much better for life, doesn't it? You only have to look at Elaine Birmingham. To meet her, the archetypal public school girl. Poised, good company, and with such pretty manners. Quite capable of holding up her head in any society. Yet, if you were to meet her father...
There's nothing wrong with Wilfred Birmingham, Kate. He's a fine man.
Oh, surely. Worth his weight in gold.
Salt of the earth?
Exactly. And he had the nous to realize that if Elaine were fully to benefit from his wealth, some of it could best be spent on securing for her a good education. I've no doubt at all that in a few years' time, with her looks and poise and money, she'll be able to make a brilliant marriage.
Hello? Anyone home?
And there she is. Elaine, we're in here.
Oh, hello. Come in, my dear, and meet another new neighbour. Elaine, this is Dr. Forgan, who teaches at the university. And this is Elaine Birmingham, Dr. Forgan.
How do you do?
Naomi not with you.
Actually, no. She and Daddy are still trying to get the fountain to work. They've been at it all day and they're absolutely filthy.
Oh, not too filthy, I hope.
Anyway, Naomi says she's forgotten her Sunday knickers and her Portsmouth dress. Do you know what she's talking about?
You haven't walked all the way from the Grange because Naomi's been forgetful.
No, Myers drove me over. I say, do you think I could beg a drink of something? I'm really dry and it's been so hot and dusty.
Of course, darling. What would you like?
Actually, I'd love a shandy.
Of course you should have a shandy. I'll go and make it up. Will you forgive us, Dr. Forgan, while Kate sorts out Naomi's clothing deficiency?
Shan't be long.
Are you liking it here?
It's super. I mean, our house is rather weird. Nothing as nice as this, though it's tons bigger. But the grounds are super. Do you know it, the Grange at Semley?
No, I don't. This is the first time for a fortnight that I've set foot outside my cottage.
Ah. One big fault about the Grange, it isn't really old enough to have a ghost. Is your cottage haunted, Dr. Morgan?
I don't believe it is, Miss Sheffield.
Birmingham, actually.
Forgan, actually.
Morgan, I'm sorry. Isn't that an unusual name?
Not in Ireland.
Gosh, are you Irish? You don't sound it.
And you don't sound Yorkshire.
I think I'll have to be rather careful what I say to you in future.
Oh, I'd rather you weren't. I can always correct you.
Oh, of course. You teach at Oxford.
Yes.
What do you teach?
Ancient Greek.
Wow. Do you enjoy it?
Most of the time.
I don't suppose I shall ever learn Greek. Latin's quite enough for me, and I shall drop that as soon as I can.
Well, I should never worry you. A world full of Greek scholars would be very heavy going.
I suppose it would, yes.
Your shandy, young lady.
It looks super.
So, that was your first encounter with her?
It was. By no means noteworthy in itself, and significant only in that it was the beginning of our somewhat fugitive relationship.
Was she likable?
It was disappointing to reveal that she made virtually no impression on me at all, that first time. A pretty child with a pleasant voice and dirty denims. A lot of self-confidence. That was that. She was, at that time, an irrelevance to my life.
So how did she come to pinch your silver?
Now, to understand that, you have to understand the nature of country society. Over Christmas of that year, I was having lunch in the local, and I fell in with one Nicholas Midwinter.
I don't
who
believe
keeps
it.
an Anglo-Arab stud near here. He knew all about me, of course, and discovered that I enjoyed riding. The upshot was that he had a mare who needed exercising, and I was free to take her out whenever I wished. And in this manner, I made the acquaintance of Windrush Hyperia.
Who?
She was a delightful animal, plucky, affectionate, and full of fun.
Yes, but what about the main plot?
In what I've been telling you, there's nothing irrelevant. One morning, I tacked up Windrush Hyperia, and we rowed out. My objective was Wind Green Hill. You've been there with me. A slow approach one way, and a very heady drop another. And 900 feet above sea level. Trouble was, the higher we rode, the foggier it became. Until by the time we reached the top, you could hardly see 5 yards about you. There was a cold wind which buffeted the fog around, and Hyperia was nervous and anxious to be on the gallop, which would have been crazy in those conditions. But someone on Wind Green was crazy that morning.
What the hell is going on? Get out of the way! Rein in that horse! Can't hear you! Control it! Right! Turn right, for God's sake! Just what the devil do you think you were playing?
We must go. That's what this place is for.
Not in conditions like these.
I didn't think anyone else would be up here today.
You simply didn't think. You realize you could have killed us? And the horses riding in a lunatic way like that? They could all have gone down the side.
Would it have mattered?
What you do with your life is your concern.
Yes.
You also chose to involve 2 innocent horses and me. I don't want my neck broken by the antics of an ill-natured adolescent.
Have you finished?
No, I have not. Is that your horse?
No. Yes.
So it's not. And you might have killed it. Who does it belong to?
What's it got to do with you? I didn't steal him.
Wait a minute. I know you. A friend of the Ludlam girl. Birmingham, Elaine Birmingham.
No, I'm not.
Young lady. I met you at Ludlam's over 2 years ago. You just moved into the Grange at Semley.
Then you have a better memory than I have. Because I've never seen you before. Now, can I go?
Certainly. But I'm coming with you.
You're what?
I realize the distress the child must have caused you, Dr. Forgan. But if I can only begin to explain to you the circumstances that have brought her to this attitude of mind, I'm certain you'll find it in your heart to forgive her.
Oh, Dennis, Dr. Forgan must be well aware of what's happened to the Birminghams. He reads the newspapers, he listens to the wireless.
I just come back from a few weeks in Cyprus, Mrs. Ludlam. And a long way behind on local news. What has happened to the Birminghams? The parents divorced?
Divorced?
I'm afraid to say they're dead.
Dead?
Dead.
Both of them?
Yes.
An accident?
Well,
Mr. Birmingham was thrown through the plate glass window of his London office. He fell 4 stories onto the pavement in Victoria Street. He died in the ambulance.
Mrs. Birmingham died a month later of shock and grief, and of the heart disease that's troubled her for many years.
Well, if anyone else had told me this... So Mr. Birmingham was murdered?
Manslaughter, it's thought.
Oh, it's grotesque.
I think it's likely that the alleged felon, a Mr. Rufus Osgathorpe of Leeds, will receive the lightest possible sentence.
Rufus Osgathorpe? Of Leeds? I'm sorry. But the whole thing... Why would Rufus Osgathorpe wish to defenestrate Wilfred Birmingham?
Because he was owed £250,000, and because the morning the defenestration occurred, he just learned that there was no likelihood of his ever receiving it. He remonstrated with Mr. Birmingham so passionately that the unfortunate man was shoved through the window.
£250,000?
I'm afraid our poor neighbour died, leaving debts in excess of £4.5 million.
This is staggering.
As you can imagine, because we know Elaine so well and came to know Mr. and Mrs. Birmingham fairly well once they'd bought the Grange, we felt it our duty to keep up with the increasingly alarming news that this year brought.
Looking back, it's clear that when he bought that remarkable house at Semley, he was living not merely on borrowed time, but on borrowed money.
He was a confidence man?
Certainly not. A man more sinned against than sinning. He was, in broad loom terms, a visionary, but no accountant. By the time he realized the magnitude of his debts, it was too late. The collapse of his empire was inevitable.
We've seen it before, Dr. Forgan. One thinks of John Bloom and his washing machines, of Dr. Savundra and his insurance company, and we shall see it again.
It was the advent of commercial television that ruined him. Until then, he'd had no serious competitors. His name and his product had been imprinted on the minds of his public for well over a decade. Then came the rivals, and the commercials, and Birmingham found his methods obsolete. What he'd done so well, others could do cheaper and faster. So he decided, too late, to modernize his factories. He spent millions on new equipment, new premises, new warehouses, on retraining his personnel. Then he launched the single most costly television campaign ever seen in Britain. But it was too late. Broadloom by Birmingham suddenly became in the public eye as old hatters, dried eggs. He failed, and the creditors stormed him. Amongst them, Mr. Rufus Osgarthorpe.
But can you imagine the shock and horror that must have invaded Angela and Elaine? Two people entirely naive in commercial matters, given over, in a moment, to the hands of their objectionable London solicitor.
The truth of the matter is that your husband was his own worst enemy, Mrs. Birmingham.
Whatever do you mean?
He was proud, and rightly, of all he'd built up. But he was too proud to turn it into a limited liability.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Kemp.
He used to say that he'd never dodge the column if his business failed. Everything he had would be at the disposal of his creditors. Everything, Mrs. Birmingham.
But from what I've read, Wilf left nothing for his creditors.
He left a fully furnished house in Wiltshire, Mrs. Birmingham. He left 3 motor cars, 4 ponies and a horse. He left a fully furnished house in London. This house, Mrs. Birmingham...
Of course he did. He left it to me.
The moment his business went into liquidation, the official receiver took over his affairs. Mr. Birmingham could not leave you what he no longer owned. It'll all have to go, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
The houses, the cars, the animals, the land, the furnishings, and all his clothing and personal possessions.
Go where?
Do you realise how many people have been ruined by your father's downfall, young lady? Do you begin to understand how much he owes?
Oh.
Optimistically, the sale of all his possessions may bring in £500,000.
Will it really?
And that still leaves £4 million outstanding. £4 million that can never be repaid.
You mean they're going to sell the roof over our heads? But where are me and Elaine to live? What are we to live on? I'm an invalid, Mr. Campy. Elaine's a schoolgirl. How are we going to live?
I hope you have some understanding relatives. Otherwise, you'll have to ask the state to help you out.
Oh. The state? I could have killed him, Mr. Ludlam. That awful, common little man. I don't know how much money his horrible firm had from Daddy, but he treated my mother and me as though we were criminals.
How is your mother?
She isn't well. She had no idea things were as bad as this.
But she's being looked after.
By the state. She's in Charing Cross Hospital. They specialise in heart diseases, so they say.
But who's looking after you?
My Aunt Daphne, Father's sister. She's helping to organise the sale of the furniture.
This is a dreadful business for you, Elaine. Awful. And what about school?
Oh, you can forget school. That's all finished.
But I'm sure Miss Verica would sympathise.
She could hardly do anything else. Daddy bought the school a new gym and a swimming pool. But I expect Miss Verica's thinking it was with dirty money.
I'm sure she thinks nothing of the sort.
Anyhow, how could I go back now, with everyone knowing what's happened, all the gossip and the giggling, all the nasty remarks?
But what's the alternative?
I can get a job, can't I? I'm 16.
Dennis did everything he could, Dr. Forgan. He tried and he pleaded.
She was very upset at the time.
He tried and he pleaded. He urged her to go back to school. He said she could spend her holidays with us. Naomi would never let her down. Miss Verica was all consideration, but no, her mind was made up.
You can hardly blame her, Kate. It wasn't an
At any
intolerable
rate,
situation.
What did she do?
Matters came to a head when poor Mrs. Birmingham died.
What a catalogue of horrors for the poor girl.
A gruesome catalogue indeed.
The house in London was the first to go, and Elaine went to live in Barnes with her Aunt Daphne.
Wilfred Birmingham's sister.
Mr. Birmingham's older sister. The younger lives in Tasmania, I believe.
I see. Barnes. And did she get a job?
Dr. Forgan, that girl has gone from misfortune to misfortune.
We tried to keep in touch with her.
Naomi wrote to her regularly from school. But after one perfunctory letter from Elaine, she heard nothing.
Then, what is she doing here?
It's been
there
most
are matters which I feel should be left to Elaine to recount, or not, as only she can decide, Dr. Forgan.
2 days after the incident with the horses, Elaine turned up here, looking both sly and exhausted. How long will you be staying with the Ludlams?
I haven't a clue. Well, I suppose until I find a job.
Down here? Wouldn't there be more openings in London?
I don't want to see London again as long as I live. The problems I had there.
I gather that after the misfortune you went to live with your aunt in Barnes.
My aunt. You won't know what it's like to feel obliged to someone you can't stand. Oh, Barnes was all right. But to be cooped up in the house of someone who has you on sufferance, as a duty...
Your father's sister?
Daphne's the renegade of the Birmingham family. She's academic. She has a degree and a social conscience. She's principal of a teacher's training college, and I can imagine how she trains her teachers.
You don't get along with her?
She's like something beastly out of Dickens. No humour, no kindness.
You've had a very bad time of it recently, Elaine, and there's no one sorrier than I am about the way things have turned out. And it's decent and natural that you should grieve for your parents. I was fond enough of Wilfred myself, though we went our different ways in the world. But what's done's done. You've lost your parents, and you've lost a very nice way of life. A way of life very few girls of your age could ever have hoped for. But it's time to turn your back on all that and set about making your own way. You've several advantages. You've a good education behind you. You know how to behave in society. And when you take the trouble, you can be a very pretty girl indeed. All in all, not a bad start in life. I had a great deal less to build on. I was plain. I was poor. And in those days, and in our family, girls weren't encouraged to go in for higher education. The best I could expect was head of a counter at Marks and Spencer's in Halifax. But I dug my toes in. I stayed on at school, and I took my higher certificate in a county bursary, and I was admitted to the University of Leeds. Proudest day of my life. Now, if you dug your toes in and swallowed your pride, you could be back at that very good school of yours now. Miss Vereker wanted you back. She welcomed you back, and there you could be.
Let's not go into that all over again.
And there you are, you see, looking the gift horse in the mouth. It's pride, you see. It's pride that was your father's downfall because he wouldn't make adequate provisions for his family. And it's pride that's cut you off from the benefits of a sixth form education.
Would you have gone back as a pauper?
When you get above yourself, it's time to take stock. I'm not altogether disappointed you're not going back there, because a school like that contains a lot of flighty girls who aren't a bit interested in higher education. They'll never need do a hand's turn in their lives because they'll be protected all their lives by money. But, Elaine, character isn't built on money. It's built on your own efforts.
What effort am I supposed to make?
It's your duty. It's your necessity to make yourself useful in life. And, fortunately, I have contacts who can help in that direction. I've a friend, Miss Gutteridge, who's doing very nicely with a useful little business in Richmond. She runs a commercial college where clever young people like you can learn shorthand and typing and business accountancy. 2 years with Miss Gutteridge, and you'll be well qualified to hold down a very good secretarial job anywhere in London.
Hip, hip, hooray.
Are you being facetious, Elaine?
A secretarial job wasn't what I had in mind.
Dare say it wasn't. But you're in no position to pick and choose, are you? You can thank your lucky stars that Miss Gutteridge is prepared to help out. She is offering you a 2-year course on very reduced terms, simply because I've been able to find places in my college for 1 or 2 of her best girls.
She must be a very wonderful person.
I don't admire your attitude, Elaine. Sarcasm's an unpleasant trait at the best of times, and it certainly doesn't become a bit of a girl like you. With regard to your predicament, with regard to what's actually the notoriety of Wilfred's death, we agreed it would be best if you didn't use your own surname at the college. If the other girls knew who you were, they could make life rather difficult for you. So you're enrolled as Elaine Hopper.
Elaine Hopper?
Your mother's maiden name. We've no need to be entirely fictitious.
Yes, I can see. Not the best of springboards for a glittering career.
It was awful, awful. I was sent up for putting on airs and graces. And when I managed to do well in the end-of-term exams, the other girls said it was because I had an in with Miss Gutteridge. Oh, I couldn't stand them. They were dreadful. So boring.
You'd win no popularity prizes in that society.
I was so fed up with their stupid chatter that I couldn't bear to eat where they ate. I made sandwiches for myself most mornings. But once a week I'd escape to a pub in Richmond. Any pub, just to get away from them.
Though you were underage?
Oh, that's why I enjoyed it. I was defying all the precepts laid down by Aunt Daphne.
But is there any other significance in this pubbing of yours?
Are you catechizing me, Dr. Forgan? Yes, it was significant. I was in this pub one lunchtime. It was Friday and the place was packed. I'd found a corner stool and I was guarding my ham roll and my gin and tonic for all I was worth. And this man stood near me, trying to buy a drink. He was rather good-looking. Fair hair, a thin, interesting face, and a fair moustache. He was wearing some unusual club blazer, and he knocked over my gin and tonic. It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. Your glass was full, and I, like a BF, knocked it over. What was it?
No, really?
Nonsense. Looked like a G&T. Sean, a large gin and tonic for the lady, and a large vodka and tonic for yours truly. So, though I said myself, do you come here often?
Now and again.
Then why is it that I've never clapped eyes on you before, and I come here every day other than Sunday? Your glass replenished, and with multo apologies.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So, what's a beautiful creature like you doing in a hellhole like this?
I was having lunch.
Lunch? One of Sean's disgusting rolls?
Yes.
You should be feasting on stone crab and pink champagne.
Oh, if I had the money.
There's always money out for sensational girls like you. And I should know. I photograph them every day, except Sunday.
You're a photographer?
My card. I yield you my card. If only because you're the best thing that's swum into my ken since Sophia Loren.
Clifford Arundel. And you photographed her?
The proof positive, my angel.
Oh.
What about that?
It's beautiful. Where was it taken?
My studio. Not a stone's throw from here. Now, I know you must have had propositions from 100 guys at least. I really do believe you've got what it takes.
What takes?
Come on, fez up. You're a model, aren't you? I'm certain I've seen you in Vanity Fair.
Then you're wrong. I'm still studying.
The wrong things, darling. Your face, your figure. You should be on the front page of every glossy on the newsstand.
He couldn't have picked me up at a time when I was more ready to be picked up. He had charm and self-assurance, and he was an older man.
And his name again?
His card said Clifford Arundel, Society and Fashion Photographer.
And was he?
Well, he had a Hasselblad with all the fittings, and he must have used 2 rolls photographing me in Richmond Park. Deer in the foreground, deer in the background, against a string of horses from Stag Lodge, running into Spanker's Hill Wood. It took the best part of the afternoon, and Cliff was so helpful and enthusiastic. He was such fun.
The best part of the afternoon. Had you no lessons?
I skipped them. This was far more amusing.
And did you see the results of the afternoon's fun?
We were too busy. Afterwards, Cliff drove me to his studio. It was much smaller than I'd imagined, and not a bit glamorous. It was over an ironmonger's shop. Quite honestly, it was tatty. Am I supposed to go on?
Up to you.
He introduced me to a girl called Murray and a boy called Ken, said they were his assistants. Then Cliff got me very drunk, and when I passed out, they undressed me and took pornographic pictures. When I realized what was happening, I nearly went mad. I knocked over one of his big lamps. It exploded. Everyone was yelling and struggling. Somehow I got dressed and just ran.
I'm afraid she doesn't want to see you at the moment, Miss Birmingham.
I dare say she doesn't. But I want to see her.
If you have Elaine's interests at heart, and I'm sure you do, then you're best advised to postpone the visit until she's ready for it.
What on earth did the girl think she was doing? Behaving so irresponsibly.
What time did she come home yesterday?
I can't be sure. She wasn't here when I arrived, shortly after 6. No note, no explanation, but that was hardly surprising. She often decided to go to the cinema or just out of an evening without telling me. But when she wasn't home by 11, 11:30, I became very worried indeed. At midnight, I rang the police. They told me not to worry unduly and that they'd make inquiries. I telephoned them again, twice, and at 3 this morning they were on my doorstep. A girl answering my description of Elaine was in the General Hospital. Would I go there and see if she was Elaine? I was terrified. But I went with them, of course, and I identified Elaine. She hadn't recovered full consciousness when they administered the stomach pump, and she was sleeping heavily when I arrived. They told me there was no purpose to be served by my staying there, and that I should be notified when I could visit. And now you tell me I must wait for Elaine to make up her mind when she'll see me? But the whole thing's monstrous.
Hello. How are you feeling, love?
Bit better, thank you. Not much, though. Who found me?
A courting couple. You gave them a terrible fright. They thought you'd been murdered. You also made things difficult. They knew they had to get you to hospital as quick as possible. But unfortunately, he was married and she wasn't.
Oh, Lord.
The girl made the 999 call anonymously and then shot off home, presumably. The man stood by to look after you. You were wearing his jacket when the ambulance arrived. He wouldn't give his name, but the police detained him. They thought he must have something to do with your condition.
How awful.
Yes, wasn't it? They allowed him to telephone his wife. Heaven knows what excuses the poor man made. But if his marriage was dicey before, I reckon it'll be all washed up by now. Because until you'd come to, failed to recognise the man and got him off the hook, he was kept in custody.
He'd have been better off leaving me.
If he had, you and I wouldn't be sat here chatting. He saved your life, and more than likely ruined his own to do it.
Well, can't I explain to his wife?
You keep right out of it. He's in enough trouble as it is.
It was Cliff's fault all this started. What about him?
The police were round at his studio first thing this morning. Everything gone, packed up clean as a whistle and away, leaving quite a lot of rental outstanding.
But can't they trace him? Cliff at Arundel. He showed me his card.
People who take pornographic photographs don't use their real name, love.
Think we're going to be sick again?
You're going to be all right. What did you take?
I shall be sick if you make me talk about it.
Lots of aspirin in your auntie's cooking, Sherry. Yuck.
If you know, why did you ask?
The sicker you feel at the mention of aspirin and alcohol, the less likely you are to try them again. When are you going to see your aunt?
Never. I couldn't bear the thought of all those recriminations.
She means well. She has a nice house, and you've a pretty room of your own there.
It's a prison.
I've tried with that girl, Miss Peel. I've tried for 18 months. But she's sullen, incommunicative, and sometimes downright chicky. If it wasn't for her unfortunate background, I'd have had her out of my house months ago. Well, she's had a nasty time, but she's done nothing to help herself. And she's shown me no consideration or affection.
She doesn't want to live here, Miss Birmingham.
Then what's to become of her? Well, she's not 18 yet. She's still a minor at law.
She'll have to stay in a hostel. There is a place for girls in a similar predicament in Richmond.
A hostel? Among girls with criminal tendencies?
A girl with criminal tendencies. Is that how you see your niece, Miss Birmingham?
Miss Peel was all right. I could get on with her. She was kind, but she was tough and practical. No sentimentality.
Well, that's her job. She's a welfare officer. And you're not related to her. You've given your aunt a rough time, haven't you?
Well, she deserved it, all that pity and piety.
So you chose the hostel?
Without Aunt Daphne, there was no alternative. I was in care and protection.
I can't imagine the hostel was an improvement on your aunt's home.
I swapped one kind of hell for another. Though there isn't much to choose between a domestic hell and an institutionalized one. I stuck it for a month, and I had all the snide remarks over again. What's an upper-class kid doing here? Slumming it, are we? Why weren't you Deb of the Year, then?
You haven't given it much of a whirl, have you? A month?
It's horrible. You must know how horrible it is.
You'll be 18 in 2 months' time. In 3 months, if you work, you'll have your secretarial qualifications. Then you can get a job, and we can find you some decent digs. A little flat later on, somewhere of your own once you've saved a bit. Is that asking too much?
What a smashing future. Digs in Twickenham and a job in a bull-bearing factory.
You could be pushing up daisies.
It'd be better than this.
I don't need self-pity, not in this office.
Look, I've had everything, and you've never had anything, and that's the difference between us. And that's why you'll never understand that I'd rather be dead than have this nothing life.
Oh, there you are. I put a sweat rock on Temeraire, but he needs a short feed after all that exercise. Would you be a pocket?
Yes, all right.
2 scoops of nuts and 1 of bran.
With a little water mixed in, yes.
And Dennis!
Coming, my love.
Dennis, don't you think the least we can do is to offer Dr. Forgan a drink after all this excitement?
Yes, of course. It's
whiskey and water, thank you.
And Dennis, the door, please.
Oh.
So, was she forthcoming?
Very. She'd reached the stage of threatening to quit the hostel. I can't wait for the next installment.
Oh.
I don't mean to be flippant, but that girl's packed more incident into just 2 years of her life than I've seen in 40.
Got enough water?
Oh, thank you.
She's had a ghastly time. An impossible time.
The greatest in fortune.
What's that, old chap?
Oh, something Elaine said she said to the welfare officer reminded me of Chaucer.
Miss Peel reminded you of Chaucer?
Oh, Dennis, really?
Well, Chaucer wrote that the worst sort of human misery occurs when someone who's had everything looks back on the full days of old, when they're down and out.
Exactly. Exactly. It's what I've said to Dennis over and over again. Elaine had everything, and now...
And now she has us, darling.
Ah, you've taken her on.
Well, what option did we have? You should have seen the state she was in, poor creature.
I think Dr. Forgan might like to know.
It was astonishing. I was sitting here with the wireless on in this very room at about 9 that evening. Dennis was playing billiards on his own, and I was repairing his cycling breeches. It had been raining heavily all evening, and the fire was spitting and crackling. And then there was this thundering at the door, so loud and unexpected. The dogs created such a hullabaloo that they managed to disturb even Dennis's concentration. He hurried to the door, and there was Elaine, drenched and exhausted, and carrying a plastic bag. All her worldly goods in a plastic bag.
Well, how had she reached you?
By train, from Waterloo to Tisbury. Then from Tisbury, because she had no money left, she walked.
Walked through 7 miles of downpour. If only she'd thought to telephone us.
She had no money.
She could have reversed the charges.
Anyway, here she was, obviously in difficulties and soaked to the skin.
I ran her a bath. Dennis made up a hot cordial, and I laid out some of Naomi's clothes.
And then the sorry tale was unfolded.
But there was worse to follow.
You overwhelm me.
If she had no money...
It occurred to me quite early on during her revelation that of course she had no money. That her preposterous but helpful aunt had, as it were, subbed Elaine for 18 months through Secretarial College. Given her pocket money, made her some kind of clothing allowance.
But all that must have stopped
Immediately.
when Elaine chose to reject Miss Birmingham in favour of this girls' hostel in Richmond.
Where, presumably, the inmates would be allowed the merest modicum of pocket money.
Yes, of course. So, where did the train fare come from?
She stole it.
Borrowed it.
Stole it. If rifling someone's handbag and taking £10 without the owner's consent is borrowing, then by all means Elaine borrowed her train fare. First-class fare, Dr. Forgan.
Yes, well, old habits die hard.
But she left a note saying she would repay the money.
And who repaid the money? Dennis?
The hostel had become intolerable, and she needed to get away. And she had neither the cash nor a checkbook, so she took the money and left an IOU.
The welfare officer, Miss Peel, actually took the trouble to motor down at the weekend, in her own time, all the way from Richmond, in a car that certainly had seen much better days. Dennis gave her the £10 immediately to repay this Mrs. Somebody or other who was matron of the hostel.
I liked Miss Peel.
She was a sensible young woman, and she took her duties seriously. She obviously liked Elaine. Elaine liked her, but made it clear she was never going back to London.
There were certain legal difficulties.
But Dennis, as an experienced solicitor, was able to shortcut most of them.
Because Elaine is still under age, someone must be legally responsible for her. First it was her aunt, then it was Richmond Council, and latterly us. A neighbour of ours, Janet Bultitude, have you met her? Is a magistrate. With her approval and that of Miss Peel, Kate and I undertook to act as legal guardians to Elaine until she achieves her majority, which time I might say is imminent.
You're being very good to her.
We're very fond of her, Dr. Forgan. She's been a prisoner of her past, and we're determined to help her to escape to a better future.
And what will that future be?
So, what was the future? And what about your silver?
The silver will have to wait.
Oh.
I offered Elaine a temporary sinecure. And there was something admirable about the Ludlam's determination to pull her fat out of the fire when I knew that they were hard-pressed financially. So I engaged Elaine at 10 bob an hour to catalogue my books.
But she guessed it was a handout.
I'm sure she did. Though both of us necessarily maintained the fiction that she was doing me an extraordinarily good turn. More?
Oh, please.
It was an uncomfortable period. Probably for her and certainly for me. I was planning a series of lectures, and I like solitude when I'm working. And suddenly, it was a human being in the place, in my life, for whom I had to assume some responsibility, giving her coffee, giving her tea, listening to her jejune ideas about life and art, taking her to the pub for lunch. And if she hadn't been round, I'd have improvised perfectly well.
Was she conscientious?
At times.
I found a jackdaw, Dr. Forgan.
She seemed to enjoy being amongst books, but she was easily distracted.
Can I give him some milk in the kitchen?
Anyway, the vacation came to an end, and the books were still in chaos, and Elaine went back to subsidised unemployment with the Ludlams, and I went back to Oxford, imagining and hoping that I'd seen and heard the last of her.
But since there are several chapters to go...
I spent most of the Christmas vacation in India, where I ran into Blazer Povey in Madras.
Blazer?
Yeah. He was probably dodging debts in England, but he represented himself as manufacturing saddlery in India for consumption in the home counties.
Blazer was always versatile.
And then back home in the slow, cold slog of the Hillary term, I came back here shortly before Easter and set about ridding the place of dust, cobwebs and dry rot. I hadn't been here more than a couple of days when up cycled Dennis Ludlam, and I knew that tranquil days had gone again.
Ludlam appears to be your rural nemesis.
Young Elaine was the nemesis of us all. There'd been evidently a bizarre turn-up for the book-shade Ludlam, so would I join them for dinner? No talk of billiards this time. And talk it over. The dedicated bicyclist assured me in those profound and solemn tones that my advice would be particularly valuable, since I was more than a passing acquaintance of the two involved parties.
You seem to do nothing but cry on your shoulder, Dr. Forgan. But this time we're even more worried about Elaine.
What's she been up to this time?
She has eloped with my brother.
Eloped?
Hardly the right word, old chap. Elaine and Richard have reached an understanding.
Look, can we job backwards a little? Richard is your brother, Mrs. Ludlam.
My youngest brother.
And is he married?
Not yet, thank heaven.
But he and Elaine have set up house together.
They're living together in Marylebone.
And that distresses you?
It appalls me. Richard is 32, granted, but he's emotionally immature. And Elaine, well, you know Elaine, how insecure and highly strung she is.
But they're both of age, Mrs. Ludlam, and if this kind of life is what they want...
But it isn't what they want. It's an infatuation. If they should marry, they'll regret it for the rest of their lives.
Well, then the regret will be something they must live with.
That's exactly what Dennis said you'd say.
Because it's true. They are beyond our influence now.
They're nothing of the kind. They aren't married yet, are they?
What exactly are you wanting me to do? If you're expecting me to intervene in this love affair, then I'm accepting your hospitality under false pretenses. How can I help, indeed? Why should I help?
Because they're totally unsuited to one another and to marriage.
How can you possibly know that?
Because I know them both very well.
Look, I'm still in the dark. Mr. Ludlam intimated that I knew both people.
You do. You know my brother, a pilot with Air Freight Cyprus, Richard Fricker.
Richard Fricker? So Elaine is...
Yes, that's who Elaine is.
Richard remembered you perfectly well when we discussed you.
Yes. Yes, I recall him. I've met him in company with other aircrew people, but what makes you feel so sure he's unsuited for marriage? If he's capable of flying an aeroplane satisfactorily, that makes him both practical and responsible.
He's been... Oh, what do they call it nowadays? He's been a loner too long. He's gauche in feminine society. I I know he isn't ready for marriage now, and I doubt if he'll ever be ready for it.
These are sweeping statements, Kate.
Well, I remember your brother as being a pleasant young man, but shy. Very shy. As to ghosts...
The fact of the matter is that Elaine has turned his head.
Oh, now, darling.
She was lonely, because Naomi and the boys were all away. Richard decided to spend a week of his leave with us. Dennis naturally was at work all day, and I always have more than enough to occupy myself with. So they were thrown together, unnaturally, and this ill-advised relationship began.
Look, I don't know your brother at all well, but I do know him, and to be fair, I think I can guess at your misgivings. But as to understanding them, and as to interfering with his life, how can you, or your husband, or I know what's gone on in the hearts of them both? If they're in love, and presumably they are, since they're living together in Marylebone, then why should anyone presume to interfere?
Because they're in no position to set up house together.
But an airline pilot makes a great deal of money. Well, more than I could ever hope to command.
I'm not talking about money. Surely you must realize that. Dennis, please, try to explain to Dr. Forgan.
The fact is that... Could we talk in the billiards room?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dennis, we're all adults, aren't we?
Kate believes, and after all, she's known Richard all his life. Kate believes that he may be constitutionally unprepared for marriage.
You were saying he's homosexual?
No.
Well, then what?
He has fewer urges than the mass of men. He doesn't need marriage. He's fallen in love with the idea of love. Yet to Elaine, he represents utter security and a happy ever-after conclusion. But that won't be the case.
But isn't that something they'll have to discover or not for themselves? Aren't you taking too much responsibility on yourself? They may be ideally happy. Give them a chance.
Richard is my youngest brother. And I brought him up after my mother died, almost as if he were my son. I know him, Dr. Forgan. And we've known Elaine for 5 years, almost as a daughter. And we understand her. Of course we want what's best for them both. But what's best for them both is certainly not a marriage between them. It can only end in unhappiness.
Hello, Matthew.
Elaine.
Just about.
How long is it since... Look, come on in.
Can you give me a hand with the luggage?
So, when did we last meet?
In Limassol, at Arif's Magic Bar, 71. I was with Richard then.
And now?
Long story.
But you've arrived with luggage, so there's time.
Have you a cigarette?
Help yourself. Take the packet.
Thank you. You know, I didn't realize till we lived in Cyprus how many people you knew out there and how many people knew you.
Well, it's been my second home. When I was a boy, it was my first. My father worked out there.
I've heard all about that. But what about Neville Dimmock and Blazer Povey?
Oh, Blazer, back in Cyprus?
You can't keep away from the place, can you, the three of you?
Blazer, Neville and I were school friends. For national service, Blazer and Neville took short-service flying commissions. By chance, they were posted to Akrotiri. I was sent out as an intelligence officer during the Aoka campaign, because I spoke fluent Demotic Greek. Neville fell for the place just as I'd done. And since you've met him, you'll know about his business interests there.
Mm-hmm.
And your husband, too.
Went where his contract stipulated. Milk train run, Gatwick, Nicosia, Gatwick, freight.
Yeah. When I met you and Richard in Limassol, I must admit, thinking the marriage was, fraying a little around the edges. A lot of them said it would be disaster, you know. They wanted me to intervene.
You? What could you have done to stop it?
Well, that's exactly what I told them.
Yes, well, they were right, weren't they? But at the time, it seemed a good idea.
I gained the impression that you liked the life on Cyprus better than Richard did.
Oh, he never feels secure outside England.
But you clearly did.
We had a cottage in a village overlooking Kyrenia and the harbour. I've never known a more beautiful view in my life.
Nor have I.
Oh, yes, the magic's got to you. But it holds no charms for Richard. He wanted me to make the London flat my permanent base and fly out to Cyprus occasionally. I wasn't having any of that. Once I'd seen paradise, I wasn't going to settle for being there only 6 weeks a year. I had the cottage, I had a sports car,
I had the sun and the grape and the olive. And I had friends. Some surprising friends, perhaps, but in that atmosphere you get a different perspective on things.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was wondering which of you is Clifford Arundel. Someone said he was here.
Did you say Clifford Arundel?
Yes, Society and Fashion Photographer. They said he always wears a blazer.
Hello now. And the chap in Cyprus who always wears a blazer, the chap you're talking to. Blazer
I see. They must have meant that you know Clifford Arundel.
Look, have we met?
Oh, yes, at Mr. Arundel's studio in Richmond.
Oh.
It was a long time ago, and you've obviously forgotten. But I haven't.
I think I can help you. Believe I know where old Cliff hangs out these days.
That's good. I have an urgent message for him.
Well, look, why don't we have a drink? Over there. We can talk about Cliff. Bit more privately,
Oh!
Will introduce Miss Vernon. This charming young lady and I have a mutual friend who's in some kind of trouble. Look, old love, I really don't remember you.
I was 17 at the time. You got me very drunk in your studio, and when I passed out, you stripped me and had your chums Ken and Mari perform. And you photographed what they were doing to me.
I did?
When I ran out of your studio, do you know what I did? I went home, I took a large bottle of aspirins and a bottle of sherry, and I went down to the river, and I tried to kill myself. What you'd done was the last filthy indignity in a year of indignities.
You mean it, don't you? You know, I do remember something. The deer in Richmond Park.
And your Hasselblad with all the fittings, yes.
Good Lord, good Lord. I'd no idea you'd react so strongly to a bit of fun.
Well, you must have been a little worried because you cleared out of that studio so fast that you forgot to pay the balance of the rent. What with that and your porno pictures and my go at suicide, the Richmond police still have an open file on Clifford Arundel.
You have no proof. Not now.
You're Edwin Blazer Povey, sometime flying officer, sometime con man, now engaged in a civilian capacity in public relations for the Ministry of Defence. And you're a year into a 3-year tour at Episcopi.
So?
All I have to do is go to the air officer commanding RAF Episcopi and tell him my tale. And I wonder how long it'll be before the Ministry of Defence hands you over to the Richmond police. I'd like an ouzo, please.
You wouldn't do that, would you? I mean, it would do you no good at all. But it might dent my career, even though I'd certainly deny everything.
Why shouldn't I? You almost destroyed me.
If you were going to, you'd have been at Flagstaff House by now. You've done your homework, and I'm impressed. So why didn't you take it to the headmaster? Dear Uza Paracalo.
It depends on what reparations you're prepared to make.
Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
My husband is Richard Fricker. You know him?
Richie Fricker? Yes. Heard he was married. Didn't know who to. Congratulations.
Too late for those. He and I have come to the end of the line. He's going back to England to a permanent admin job. I want to stay out here. He's not prepared to maintain me out here. I have a cottage up the road and a sports car, and I live rather well. I don't want my standards to drop because my husband doesn't understand me.
So Blazer got his comeuppance. Well done.
I thought he was a friend of yours.
Well, so he is, but you don't have to admire a person to like him, do you? Blazer was always a bit of a scamp, though I didn't think he'd actually stoop to pornography. But if it's any consolation, I'm sure he had no idea how horrifically you were going to react to his antics. There's no malice in the man.
That's true. I'm afraid he is likeable. Oh, I had to drop my standards, of course. Blazer couldn't afford more than a 3-room flat and an old banger for me. But I didn't really mind. I mean, how much time do you actually spend inside a house there? The life's all outside, isn't it?
So Blazer did the right thing.
What was nice about Blazer was that he didn't whine, not once. He'd been caught red-handed, and he was prepared to pay up. Oh, we had some good times together. He was fun.
And he knew fun people and fun places.
Yes, that's Blazer. Oh, did he ever mention his legacy?
That legacy. One day, me darling, when the old fruit pops off and me legacy comes through, we'll really paint the island red. In a strange kind of way, I suppose I should be grateful to him. If he hadn't nearly pushed me into suicide, I'd be a secretary in a ball-bearing factory in Twickenham.
But this odd idyll came to an end when the Turks invaded Cyprus.
Oh, of course. Blazer was really rather heroic. I'd intended to stay on in Kyrenia and damn the Turks, but when the shelling began, Blazer snatched me from the battle zone and drove me hell for leather to Akrotiri. He pulled rank and got me on the last seat of a trooping flight to Bryce Norton.
And from there?
I could hardly throw myself on the mercy of the Ludlums this time, could I? So it was Richard. Where else?
Did you expect me to be pleased to see you?
I hoped you might be.
No, for God's sake, Elaine. You've behaved selfishly and irresponsibly for 2 years. How did you expect me to feel when everyone in Cyprus knew you were Blazer bloody Poby's kept woman? Have you thought what it was like for me at work? Pity or sniggers?
There was nothing to prevent you from finding some consolation yourself, was there?
I didn't want... I wasn't brought up to live like that, racketing around. I was brought up to stand to my guns. We're still married, aren't we? Supposed to be?
Do you want me back?
Would you have come back? Willingly, if the good life in Cyprus hadn't gone fat?
No.
Well, then.
Do you want a divorce?
I want a decent way of life with a wife I can trust. Is that unreasonable?
Oh, no, it isn't. Of course it isn't.
You look exhausted.
I am.
But what's to be done?
Richard, I don't know.
What's happened to Blazer, anyway?
His tour finishes next month.
And then what?
London, at the Ministry.
I see. So, in fact, all you want is somewhere to lay your head free of charge till Blazer's open for business again in town.
No.
Well, I don't believe you.
Cyprus is over. Blazer was part of something I very much enjoyed out there. But Blazer in a bowler and pinstripes and a flat in Chorley Wood, no, not for me.
So I'm the court of last appeal, by default.
I'm very tired. I don't want to argue with you.
I don't want to argue either. But I think some kind of discussion's called for.
I've done the wrong thing again, and I'm sorry. I should never have come back here.
Would you be prepared to rearrange your priorities?
That sounds very technical.
No, let's not get smart. Look, I realise you don't want to live in London. But if there were somewhere, a really nice place in the country, would that appeal to you?
In the country?
A cottage, in a pretty village on the South Downs.
Another pipe dream?
No! I have a particular place in mind. Tudor, beamed, low ceilings, inglenook, an acre of garden, and I can commute. With what I've saved, I'll only need a 25% mortgage. Honestly, Elaine, it's quite beautiful. Look. Look. The estate agent's handout, and a photograph of the property.
Yes, it's lovely.
It is lovely. And you'd love the village. It really isn't stockbroker belt. It's 50 minutes to London by rail. Far enough out to be rural.
And what would I do out there?
Oh, come on. Live a happy, normal life. Plenty of room for a dog and a cat. You could ride again. There's an excellent stables at the end of the village, and it's good hunting country.
And children.
What?
You'd want children.
Well, doesn't everyone?
Richard.
Yes?
Find another wife.
Well, what are you talking about?
Everything you've said sounds marvellous. For any girl but me.
But how can you know until you... Saturday. I'll drive you out there. We can see the house, pub lunch, take a walk. You'll love it.
There's nothing the matter with your suggestion. There's nothing the matter with the place. I'm sure it's beautiful. There's nothing the matter with anything you've said. Except that it fills me with gloom and terror.
What the hell do you mean?
Are you sure you want to know?
Elaine!
All right. I would find it boring, boring, boring. I don't want to be a commuter's wife with 2 ideal children and 2 ideal pets in an ideal cottage in an ideal village 50 ideal minutes from London. What would I do out there? And when you came home at 7:30 sharp and put on your slippers, what would we talk about? The golf club, the Mothers' Union, gooseberry jam and flower arrangements and the vicar's little problems. How much the fees will be at Nigel's new school.
Oh, what a bitch. What a neurotic, selfish, dissatisfied bitch.
And I suppose I am to him. The story doesn't get any better, you know. I'm not a pre-Raphaelite heroine.
I never thought you were.
Oh, dear. Did you see through me from the beginning?
I don't know that I ever tried to. You were never uppermost in my thoughts.
How nice to find someone so disengaged.
It must be. So what are you doing here?
I need a breathing space for a week or two.
Until Blazer comes back?
I suppose so.
Well, you know where the guest bedroom is. Dump your things there. You can stay till I say go, which won't be long.
Aren't you being rather hard on me, Matthew?
No harder than you've been on a number of people.
It's like that, is it?
Look, what have you been up to since you walked out on Richard?
Oh, travelling? Why?
Now, yesterday afternoon I received a telephone call from the Salisbury police. Oh, yes, I'm on the telephone now. Asking me, in effect, to give you a favourable character reference. An hour later, Dennis Ludlam was on the telephone. He'd had a similar request. So what's been going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't really expect them to check, you know. I thought it was a matter of form.
No, they checked. Why?
Well, when I left Richard, I decided to work my way west.
Towards the Ludlams, or me?
Oh, they were always reserve champions. I took a bus to Salisbury and decided to stay there for a few days. And before I realised it, I was out of cash.
Which had come from whom?
Richard gave me 50 quid. He felt it was cheap at the price to be rid of me. Anyway, I was out of makeup. And I wanted to look my best when I called on you. I went to a chemist's. Couldn't believe the prices of the makeup. And I seem to have left without paying for what I took. Wasn't that forgetful?
But they were on to you.
It was only a matter of £9.58, a drop in the ocean.
Not to a local chemist.
Police, questions, statements, denials. It wasn't a bit amusing. And then the question of bail. Would you believe it? For £9.58, they wanted £75.
Which you hadn't got?
No. So Mr. Plod took me round to the hotel, and I managed to have 5 minutes private conversation with the manager. He was very understanding. But on top of that, because I had no fixed abode, Mr. Plod wanted references. I could hardly give Richard, so I'm afraid it was you and poor Dennis Ludlam.
When do you appear before the magistrate?
The day after tomorrow. Since I'm an itinerant, Mr. Plod said he'd hurry me through, bless him. It's not very funny, is it?
It's stupid and rather shabby.
I knew I'd be in trouble.
Oh, Elaine. I've known you for what seems an eternity. I'm prepared to make a few allowances, but I draw the line now. Look, if you'll guarantee to stay here until Thursday, I'll drive you over to Salisbury myself and try to put in a good word for you to the magistrates. Now, is that on?
I suppose it'll have to be.
All right. So take your things to the guest bedroom, have a bath, help yourself to drinks. I'll be back within an hour.
Where are you going?
I tend to keep an empty larder. It'll have to be replenished. You can cook us a Greek dinner tonight, and we'll talk about Cyprus.
Θα σε φέρω στο για την φιλοξενία σας.
Εγώ πολύ καιρό να κάνω αυτό.
Were you perhaps hoping for ultimate benefit?
From a down and out?
She's a very attractive bird.
It makes a difference when you've known them since they came in wearing wet jodhpurs and a torn hairnet after a gymkhana.
Does it? I fancied her like hell, you know. And when I heard about her arrangement with Blazer, I was very jealous. Oh, this was after Audrey's death, of course.
You saw her. You saw them regularly.
Oh, not regularly, but quite often. Tiny's club, Famagusta mainly. Sometimes Blazer'd be after a Nordic blonde or a shady deal, and I'd be left very happily with Elaine. She could take her liquor, could that girl?
Well, she could take a lot of things, now you come to mention it. At any rate, after our up and downer, I motored to Tisbury and bought all the makings for a Greek blowout from the delicatessen there. Then I called on Theo Edwardis.
Theo, yes, settled down at last.
In a very pretty manor house. I'll take you there tomorrow. Anyway, I got some ouzo and retsina from Theo's private stock and came back here. First thing I saw was her note.
Aye, aye?
And I had a presentiment of ill luck.
Dear Matthew, I'm sorry about all this. I hope you'll understand someday. Much love, Elaine.
I was put out, of course, but not extravagantly so. I began to think how lucky I was not to be landed with such a spectacularly unfortunate girl. Oh, I'd quite looked forward to a dinner for two, but a dinner for one twice would be perfectly agreeable. Then I went into the dining room.
I've been waiting for this. How I've been waiting for this.
It took me some time to realize what was strange about the place. Then I looked again at the sideboard and the dining table, and I knew.
Elaine pinched your silver.
Must you sound so jocular? I was furious, angry, hurt and bewildered to betray me like this.
Did you report the theft?
No.
There you go, how soft.
Well, would you have reported it, given her circumstances?
Of course I would. Well, Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, I raged around. I swore vengeance. I was on the point of calling the police half a dozen times. But in the end, I didn't.
It's obvious. You always had a soft spot for the girl.
Well, that may be true. I'm not sure. But what I became sure of was the absence of value of things like silver ornaments. Yes, they were mine, and she'd stolen them, but they were not articles I'd longed for and paid for myself. They were heirlooms. Things that had been around the family since I don't know when, but not specific to me. Now, if she'd stolen my notes and my manuscripts, then yes, Interpol on the instant. But table decorations as against a bruised and difficult life. Had I named her the theft together with her shoplifting and the jumping of bail, she'd have done time. No question of it. And I wasn't going to be responsible for that.
So instead she got away with it, scot-free.
Well, I was still angry at her betrayal of trust, but this was a private thing. I wanted to know what use she could make of the silver and why.
She's a sly boot, she really is. She admitted absolutely nothing in that dear John note she left you.
Well, I imagine she'd had enough of lawyers after her father's disaster to be wary of putting anything significant down on paper.
You're still making feeble excuses for criminal behavior.
Oh, all right, yes, why not? I haven't suffered as she suffered.
So suffering's a sufficient excuse for larceny?
Well, Neville, you've met the girl. You've confessed to an admiration for her. You know what she's like. Now, would you have put a spoke in her wheel?
You're going to tell me next you never slept with her.
I didn't.
But I did. Look, in Blazes' time, she was the town bicycle of Kyrenia.
I don't believe it.
Suit yourself. Anyone who could buy her a few drinks and show her a good time and... way!
Well, this is locker room braggadocio, and I don't believe it. She may have been desperate, but she was never promiscuous.
All right, suit yourself.
Oh, do shut up. Now, we've been friends for 30 years. There's no need to lie to me. I'll accept that Elaine's a thief, a chancer, a failed suicide, and a homewrecker. What I'm not prepared to accept is that she's a whore.
You keep going your way, and I'll keep going my way.
What kind of answer's that?
I mean it, Matt. You're on dangerous ground. You look on that girl as a daughter and a mistress. That can't be healthy.
You're deliberately misreading the relationship.
Oh, no, I'm not. What I want is clarification, and that's something you're just evading.
I'm not evading anything. I haven't reached the final chapter yet.
Oh, I see. I'm all ears.
Right then. About 4 years after the incident of the stolen silver, it would be a Saturday in Trinity, and I was still in residence. I drove out to Woodstock. An auction of the contents of some old family home had been advertised. I'd bought a catalogue and found a couple of things I was interested in. The auction took place in what must have been the drawing room. It was large and it was packed. I suppose most of the people there were dealers, but there were a few obvious punters like me. Now, what I was really after was a bust of Jonathan Swift.
Bit out of your bailiwick, isn't he?
I'll call it impulse. Anyway, the bidding began, and after a short time there were only 2 people left in the running, myself and a woman I was unable to see because of the crush in the room and all the furniture. She took me far past what I'd originally set as my limit, and then she dropped out. The bust was mine. Shortly afterwards, when most of the good lots had gone, quite a few people left, and I was able to see my erstwhile competitor. It was Elaine.
You could knock me down with a feather.
Well, I collared her outside in the drive. She was neither flustered nor embarrassed. She was looking rather beautiful and very composed. She said that the meeting called for a celebration, would you believe it? She was staying at the Bear in Woodstock, and would I meet her there for dinner?
You didn't fall for that one.
Well, I wanted some assurance that she'd turn up. She smiled, a little wryly, and told me she could hardly blame me. Then she took off her wrist a very expensive and beautifully designed antique gold bracelet. There, Matthew, she said. If I'm not in the bar by 7:30, you can keep that.
Didn't I say she was sly?
But would she be there?
Was it really antique and gold and very expensive?
I'm a scholar, Neville. I like to get the facts right.
Then she was there.
She was there, and she'd arranged things with style. A bottle of good champagne waiting for us on ice in a discreet corner of the room.
Well, Matthew, it's lovely to see you again.
You sure?
You're my oldest friend.
What about the Ludlams?
My oldest adult friend.
Oh, you're back on form again.
Things have been much worse.
Yes. Where is the life that late I led, say they? Why, here it is. Welcome these pleasant days.
One of the ancient Greeks?
No, the ancient pistol.
You always were too clever for me.
Rubbish. I like your choice of champagne. Now, what's become of my silver? And if you say you're glad I asked you that, I'll knock your head off.
I was desperate when I took it.
Oh, yeah?
I'd had everything once, and we lost it when Daddy crashed. I thought I had everything again in Cyprus until the invasion. Then I lost out a second time. It's not very funny to lose everything twice within 8 years.
Well, I realize that, being your oldest adult friend. Otherwise, the police would have been on your back double quick. But why didn't you ask me for help? I'd have given you money.
I was too ashamed to ask for money.
But not too ashamed to steal from a friend. What kind of chopped logic's that?
You don't think logically when you're in the mess I was in.
You knew that I cared for you. Or at least cared about you.
But you've never wanted me, have you?
Well, how do you know?
Things like that, you just know.
I see.
If you'd wanted me, instead of regarding me as a tiresome social interlude, then I'd have asked, anything.
Oh, you would?
I know nature's bachelors when I see them. You're one. And I realized too late that Richard was another.
You presume a great deal more knowledge of the world than your experience gives you any right to.
You could never stand the disorderliness of a male-female relationship. You've had life on your own terms all your life. And anyway, I'm too young for you, and I always would be. And you know what I mean by young.
Well, I can see you're having a heyday with some fantasy of your own. And I still want to know about my silver.
Matthew, if I'd accepted money from you and the nice Greek dinner, you'd have insisted on my going through with a magistrate's trial, and everything about me would have come out. I couldn't stand the idea of that. A nice, dishonest blazer would have been far more welcome. I'm sorry. I went back to London. Where else could I go? Richard, poor love, very generously gave me a small allowance. I took a tiny flat in Pimlico. Eventually, by all kinds of jiggery-pokery that you'd rather not hear, I managed to get a store in Petticoat Lane.
With my centrepiece of silver to dazzle the customers.
It did make me look very upmarket. But I didn't sell the pieces, not for ages. And when I did, the proceeds went to a sharp solicitor who managed to extract a once-for-all cash settlement from Richard in return for a tidy divorce. With that, I began to build up my business. Then Blazer turned up.
Absolutely on cue. Matthew, old lad, it's been too long between drinks.
Blazer, for heaven's sake.
What's the chap allowed some of the celebration bubbling?
Yes, allow me.
Cheers. Well, Matt, don't you agree my wife looks absolutely radiant?
Your wife? Well, we hadn't got as far as that. When did all this happen?
After the legacy.
The legacy? Well, there really was a legacy.
You chaps would never take it seriously, would you?
Well, can you blame it?
Actually, no. There it was. Larger than even I could have expected. Enough to set up yours truly and the little lady on relatively easy street.
This beats the band, it really does.
Doesn't it, though? So now Elaine has her camp little business in Wigmore Street, and young Blazer's at last indulging his lifelong interest in politics.
Politics? Oh, Blazer, you've gone right over the top.
You don't understand. Blazer can be very persistent once he puts his mind to it. He's been offered a very safe seat in a North London constituency, and you should see him with his party workers. I can't entirely believe it myself.
And what party would that be, Blazer?
Oh, Labour every time, old lad. Didn't you spot the red tie?
You have been adopted by the Labour Party as official candidate? Labour?
Well, of course. I've been down and out, Matt. I've seen life at the bottom and from the bottom. Which meant the local agent was more than appreciative when I socked him with a substantial contribution to party funds. Here was a chap prepared to back what he believed.
My God.
And I'll tell you this, old squire. If I'm not in Westminster after the next election, I'll give all I have to the poor. Apart from our pad to Barbados.
So you're sitting pretty. I'm delighted.
That tone of voice means the exact opposite.
Well, I was wondering how much the sale of my silver realised, and why neither of you saw fit post-legacy to reimburse me for my involuntary contribution to the Povey Fund.
Do you know, old lad, it simply slipped our memories. Good Lord, of course you must have reimbursement.
But the silver, gone forever.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, never mind. I hope the lucky owner's deriving the same pleasure from it that the Forgans did for 5 or 6 generations.
You've taken this jolly sportingly, Matt. But I must insist on giving you a cheque.
No, I have a much better idea. I have in my possession an extremely valuable gold bracelet, which I'm sure was worth a good deal to you.
Yes, I was just going to ask for it.
And I promise you this. If Fraser does succeed in topping the poll, we'll both have the satisfaction of knowing that I'll be celebrating his victory by selling the bracelet and giving all the proceeds to the poor.
They really are an extraordinary couple of people. But do you believe this marriage will last?
Oh, I think so. They suit each other perfectly. Blazer was always immoral, and Elaine's early misadventures have made her amoral. They not only suit each other, they deserve each other.
What I can't get over is Blazer embracing the Labour cause. Of all the cynical, self-seeking...
Well, as we both know all too well, when Blazer sets his mind to a caper, he's very thorough about it. Now he has money, he's looking for power. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't give a damn which political party he hitches his wagon to. He's capable of crossing the floor 12 times with all the charm in the world and of getting away with it.
Well, now you've run them to earth, will you make any attempt to keep up with them?
Well, there'll be no need for that, because I'm certain our paths are too crossed by now to separate completely. In 2 years or 5, there'll be a telephone call or a knock at the door, and I'll be into a whole new imbroglio.
Oh, really? I'd have thought you'd be glad to wash your hands of them.
Well, as a matter of fact, I find it all rather refreshing. I lead a pretty sedentary life. Always shall. Shielded, indeed, from virtually everything I dislike or find tedious. People like us sit on the sidelines and we watch the varying fortunes of the players. Then something happens to connect us with the players. A ball within our reach, a smile across the grass, and we're involved. There's no escaping that involvement. We're dragged in on the game, for better or worse.
In Elaine's game, certainly for worse.
Oh, yes. You see, that day outside the auction, what really angered me was Elaine's twofold insolence. The first, that despite falling on her financial feet, she made no attempt to repay me for the silver she pinched. And second, that gesture of handing me something enormously expensive just to prove she was in the money and to indicate, I'm certain, that she knew her good old reliable Dobbin Forgan was not a man to levant with her property. So, I wanted to give her something to think about every time she dresses. But there's a missing piece from her private collection. And there it is. Pretty little bauble, isn't it?
It's magnificent. Must be worth a fortune. Are you really going to keep it?
I shall carry out my promise. If Blazer becomes a member of Parliament, that bracelet will be sold and the proceeds will go to a sound charity.
But if he fails to get the seat?
Well, then, I shall give the proceeds to the Conservative Party. In Blazer's name, of course.
That play can be heard again on Monday afternoon, just after 3. Our play tomorrow afternoon is a love story set in the glamorous world of high society after the end of the First World War. It's a dramatisation of Michael Arlen's novel Piracy. That's tomorrow at 2:30. In a quarter of an hour at 10:15, the life and poetry of Thomas Hood is the subject of Breast High Amid the Corn. Now the weather forecast for tomorrow. Scotland will have outbreaks of rain or drizzle, although some northern parts will be dry at first. England, Wales and Northern Ireland will be rather cloudy, although a few bright or sunny intervals are expected. Many places will be dry, but some rain is likely in northern and eastern counties of England in the morning. It will be very mild, though rather cold at first in northern Scotland. And the outlook for Monday and Tuesday, staying mild. Some rain or drizzle in the north and west, but mostly dry in central and eastern England. And that's the weather. Radio 4.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is Pauline Bushnell. Some of the martial law restrictions in Poland are being lifted. Warsaw Radio has announced that it will be easier to hold public gatherings and to make telephone calls within Poland. There have been demonstrations in many countries in support of the people of Poland. The Russians say the woman hunger striker moved to hospital from the American embassy in Moscow has been taking food. Stanley Holloway, comedian, character actor and master of the monologue, has died. Workers at the DeLorean car factory in Northern Ireland have been given details of the company's redundancy plans. The authorities in Poland said tonight that they were lifting some of the martial law regulations imposed 7 weeks ago. According to Warsaw Radio, restrictions on public gatherings, including entertainment and sporting events, are to be reduced, and communications within the country will become easier. For example, internal telephone links will be restored temporarily from February the 10th, though conversations will be monitored. Some regional newspapers and radio stations will be allowed to operate again. Here's Frank Smith of our Foreign News staff.
Although the more draconian measures introduced under martial law will remain in force, the fact that some restrictions are to be lifted can be taken as a carrot dangled by the authorities in front of the Polish people. But with the carrot, there's also the stick. Telephone communication is to be temporarily restored between all towns in the country, but these calls will be through the operator and will be monitored. The inference is that the restoration will depend on the result of the monitoring. Telegrams will also be accepted, but will continue to be subject to censorship. The easing of these restrictions, as Warsaw Radio puts it, relates to the private lives of Poles. Among other things, people will now be able to get married and hold family gatherings without obtaining permission from the authorities. Also, meetings called by parish elders will no longer require permits, but other gatherings such as general meetings, conferences, lectures, demonstrations and marches will still have to be authorized. They will, in other words, remain banned.
Rallies and marches have been staged in many countries to show support for the people of Poland and for the independent trade union Solidarity, outlawed under the martial law regulations. In the United States, there have been demonstrations in a dozen cities. The Secretary of State, Mr. Alexander Haig, is due to speak at a rally in Chicago tonight, where there's a large Polish community. There have been demonstrations, too, in Canada and Australia, and in Tokyo, Vienna and Brussels. There were more than 100 rallies and marches in West Germany, where Chancellor Schmidt, in a telegram to the Trade Union Federation, repeated the government's demand for an end to martial law in Poland. In Britain, a Solidarity representative who left Poland last year addressed a rally of 3,000 people in Nottingham, while in London, several hundred supporters of the Polish Solidarity campaign marched to the Polish embassy to keep a candlelight vigil. Earlier, they'd heard speeches by MPs, trade union officials and leaders of the Polish community in Britain calling for an end to martial law. One of the speakers, the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Mr. Peter Shaw, suggested that Britain and other Western countries should impose trade sanctions to try to get the restrictions lifted, a point he elaborated on later.
Quite obviously, the fact that not only Poland but the Soviet Union is dependent on the West for a great number of things, including the purchase of essential food supplies, the purchase of technology, the purchase of goods of all kinds. That gives the West a bargaining position and a position of leverage which, if it's used intelligently, may help to bring about many of the results that we want.
Mr. Peter Shaw. The Soviet press has again attacked the United States government over its support for the television spectacular on Poland to be broadcast tomorrow. TASS, the official news agency, describing President Reagan as a former actor, said he had decided to stage cheap shows in Hollywood's best tradition, that is, boisterous and vociferous spectaculars with as little meaning as possible.
We present The Storm, adapted from his own novel by H.L.V. Fletcher.
My boots, Miss Molly.
Never mind about that, Jacob. Get that door shut. Ooh. Well, come on, I've poured you a cup of tea.
Oh, I can do with it. By gosh, it's bitter cold. Drink this and I'll go and milk Daisy. That's a great fire we've got going.
Oh, plenty of wood cut, I hope.
Logs, any amount we
Oh,
got.
we're going to need them. The snow coming at last.
I've been waiting for it all day. Sky grey as slate.
It's been dark since dinner time.
Oh, threatening since the new year, the snow. We'll have good measure now.
I wish Father was home from town.
Oh, he'll be all right, don't you fret.
The valley roads fill up so quickly. Oh, have some more tea, Jacob.
Half a cup. Plenty of sugar. That's a good gal. Where's the paper?
It's here. Father's bringing today's. It'd be nice to have the news up to date instead of yesterday's paper by post.
Anything more about that actress woman that was murdered?
No, except that they're looking for her husband, Mr... Oh, what is it? It's on this page somewhere. Ah, yes, Mr. James Romford Smith.
Well, why is she called Miss Carrington if she's married to him?
Thelma Carrington was a stage name.
Oh.
She's a wonderful actress.
Was she now?
Seen her act a few times. A lot of her films.
Well, there. And her husband goes and sticks a knife in her.
Well, it doesn't say he killed her.
Well, who else could have killed her? Read what it says.
Where is it? Ah, yes. The police are anxious to discover the whereabouts of Miss Carrington's husband, Major James Romford Smith.
There. If he hadn't done it, why are the police looking for him?
Says they were married soon after the war. He lost a hand in a commando raid on a village in Norway, escaped by stabbing some German sentries, was given the MC and made much of. Really quite a hero.
He got in the habit of stabbing, it seems.
Seconded to the War Office, believed to be MI5. Oh, that means spy.
I'm not all that ignorant.
He took no part in his wife's theatrical activities. That's about it. Oh, it doesn't sound the kind of man who'd stab his wife.
Can't say, see. Trash, this old acting lot. Well, I better go and milk. Here's your dad coming.
What?
Look, through the window.
Oh, that's a relief. Oh, he's walking, too. He's had to leave the car.
Oh, someone with him. It isn't anybody I know, is there? By gosh, the snow's coming thick now. See you later.
Very well, Jacob. Father, where's the car?
I had to leave it in Powell's yard. There's a drift on that corner. I couldn't get through. We've a visitor, Molly.
We have?
This is Mr. James, isn't it?
How do you do, Mr.
My
James?
daughter, Molly.
How do you do?
Got off at the junction by mistake. Walking to Llanithan. Can't do that trip tonight, so I said he'd better stop here.
Of course.
Come over by the fire.
No, I'm not cold. Our walk warmed me.
Come on, sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to intrude on you like this.
Oh, you're not intruding, man. Anybody up here would take you in. It's 12 miles to Llanithan. We'd have been digging you out of a drift in a couple of days if you'd gone on.
See, I had an idea I had to change at Newpool. When I found there wasn't a train, I decided to walk.
But it's 20 miles from Newpool to Llanithan.
Oh, yes, but I'm used to walking.
Not in the snow.
No, I wasn't sorry when you offered me a lift.
Oh, we're glad to have you.
I can go in the morning.
We'll have to see what the snow's like. You expected anywhere?
No, not immediately.
There's a telephone in the post office
Oh,
here.
yes, that's all right.
Good. Because it's in the post office kitchen. And they sit there and listen to all you say. Mr. James knows the district, Molly.
Oh, really?
Well, only in a general way. I was at Llanithan during the war, training.
I see. Oh, Father, did you do all the shopping?
Yes, I carried it up from the Powells in a sack. It's in the hall.
And did you get the battery for the radio?
Jones said he'd bring one on Saturday.
Saturday, but this one's nearly finished.
Ah, well, keep it for the news then. Well, I feel a bit warmer. I'd better go out and see if Jacob's done everything. Make yourself at home, Mr. James.
Well, thank you.
Father, you're cold. Oh, and he catches cold so easily. Oh, I poured you some tea.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Look, I really am very sorry to impose on you like this. You know, you and your father are very kind.
Oh, anybody up here would give you hospitality. It's a very isolated district, these hills between the two towns. Only a few scattered farms. Oh, but then you'll know that if you trained here during the war. We get a lot more snow than they do lower down.
Will I be able to leave in the morning?
Well, that depends. I really can't say. Oh, you must be hungry. Well, supper won't be long.
Oh, thank you.
My father will show you where everything is.
Oh, no, I'll be all right.
There's some books over there, and the papers on the chair beside you. It's only yesterday's, I'm afraid. We have it by post.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry you can't use the radio. The battery's practically
no,
flat.
That's all right.
Well, are you quite sure you're warm enough?
Oh, yes, it's a lovely fire.
Well, I'll be in the kitchen just through here if you want me.
Famous actress murdered. Oh, God.
Here we are. Oh, this is Mr. James Jacob.
How do you do?
Oh, pretty middling, thank you, sir. All things considered, and this cold snap coming. Molly! The snow's blowing off the yard. Drifts starting everywhere.
Well, I hope it doesn't snow for long.
Only the Almighty to know, and he won't tell. Might be days, might be weeks. The way with weather is like your looks. You've got to take what comes. But don't you worry about the snow. It melts.
We get severe storms up here in the hills at times, Mr. James. Sometimes they become quite historic.
But I hope this one won't make history.
And I says amen to that.
Well, here we are. Supper's ready.
Good. Come along. Sit here, Mr. James. Thank you.
Well, potatoes, Mr. James?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, this is our own Welsh lamb, Mr. James.
Your hand cold?
And? Oh, this?
Oh, you haven't taken your glove off.
Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't a hand.
Oh.
Be quiet, man. He will ask questions.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I lost my hand in the war.
In the war?
I forget about it, you know.
I'm afraid you have to put up with Jacob. He's curious as a magpie.
Ask nothing, learn nothing.
The nearest I got to the war was being home guard. I got a medal for that and deserved it. I had lumbago twice.
You enjoyed that little caper?
No, it got too strenuous for me.
Did you get today's paper in town, boss?
Damn, I left it in the car. Well, never mind. We'll get one in tomorrow's post.
That's what you think. Look at it out there, piling up.
One day's paper's much the same as another to us up here, Mr. James.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to know if they found the man who murdered that woman.
What woman?
That actress woman that was stabbed. You know, I can't remember the name. Something... what was it, Miss Molly?
Thelma Carrington.
Oh, yes. They're looking for the husband. No, they haven't caught him yet.
Oh, right smart piece she was. But one's the same as another to me. All cats is grey in the twilight.
I suppose she'd be a great loss to the stage. No, I don't remember ever seeing her.
Yes, of course you've seen her father. The summer before last. When we were at Stratford.
Where?
Maria in 12th night.
So we did. I didn't really think a lot of her. Not her part, perhaps. You seen Miss Carrington, Mr. James?
A few times.
Did you know she'd been murdered?
Oh, yes, I heard.
Well, who on earth would want to kill a lovely creature like that?
Yes. She's very beautiful.
What's that?
Oh, no, nothing.
Seen any of her films?
No, I'm not fond of films.
I like a cowboy film myself with red Indians.
Oh, what are you looking so thoughtful about, Molly?
Oh, nothing. No, I was thinking how silly we were not to get in more cylinders of gas before the snow started.
Morris will get it up here somehow.
Well, if we run out, we'll have no lights.
Well, Miss Owens' shop haven't got much paraffin. She was expecting the van to come.
We'll have to make some candles, like my grandparents used to. They used rushlights usually, Mr. James. And they used them economically, too. They went to bed early.
Everybody had big families in those days.
What's that got to do with it?
Big families went out when the big lights came in.
Oh, don't take any notice of it.
And I shan't get to bed myself unless I finish supper and go home. And you weren't looking all that fresh, young man.
Yes. I am very tired. Look, would you mind if I did go to bed?
Of course not. We'll all make an early night of it. Come along. I'll show you up to your room.
Thank you. Well, I say good night, then. Oh, thank you, Miss Mosley, for an excellent meal.
Good night, Mr. James.
Well, I'd better be going, Miss Wally.
Was it? What? Oh, yes. Yes, Jacob. See you in the morning.
Nice chap, isn't he?
Well, our visitor was tired. He won't lie awake long. I'm quite sleepy myself.
Oh, no, Father, don't make up the fire yet. I have some mending to do before I go to bed. Don't wait for me if you want to go.
I think I'll have a drink first. Where's the paper?
Yesterday's paper is on the chair beside you.
It isn't here.
Well, I put it there.
Did Jacob have it?
Well, no, I'm sure he didn't.
I wouldn't put it past him to take it home if there was anything in it he fancied reading.
No, he didn't touch it tonight.
Well, it must be somewhere.
Oh, you've moved it yourself.
I haven't even seen it.
Wait, I'll come and look.
Oh, don't bother. I'll have a whiskey.
All right, I'll get it for you.
Brrr. It's cold away from the fire. I asked Mr. James to have one, but he said no. There's an innocent, if you like. Going to walk to Llanethan. We'd have been digging him out of a drift in about 3 weeks' time.
Weeks?
Hmm.
Is it going to be as bad as that?
Oh, thank you. That'll warm me up a bit. Yes, it's been building up for this snow. And that young man imagines he's going on tomorrow.
Oh, she would.
Don't you like him?
Father, I don't even know him.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't think James is his real name.
But he told you it was.
In the car, when I said he'd have to come home with me. But there was a sort of pause before he said it. I wonder if James is his first name.
Father, why not ask him?
Oh, I don't think it's important.
But it could be important.
Look, girl, he's going to be here for days. Let's not turn him into a mystery. We're worse than Jacob. He says he's Mr. James, and that's good enough for me.
Well, I like to know a bit about people if they're staying with us.
He's probably a prince in disguise, come to seek your hand in marriage. And if he were, he could have my consent.
Oh, please, Father.
Well, he's better than that Tom Morgan, anyhow.
Well, Tom Morgan's the same as you. He even went to college. What's wrong with him?
Oh, I don't like him.
Well, I don't expect he likes you.
Now, look here, my
it's
girl.
Silly to quarrel so late. Let's have a quarrel in the morning, then we can make it last all day.
Are you going to marry Tom Morgan?
He hasn't asked me.
Suppose he did.
Well, then I'd have to think about it, wouldn't I?
He's the wrong
Look,
sort for
I'm
you,
going
Molly.
to mix you another drink, then you can tell me who you saw in town, and then we'll go to bed, right?
How's the boss, Miss Molly?
Jacob. He's by the fire dozing. I think he's caught a bit of cold.
I warned him yesterday not to stand about after sweating.
I managed to keep him in since dinner.
Where's the other chap? He'll help.
Mr. James? He's gone up to his room.
Nice gentleman, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, I wish he hadn't come here.
Well, never mind about him. Tom Morgan's in the barn.
Tom? Why doesn't he come to the house?
He says he's mucky. Been out since breakfast. They've got sheep lost any amount.
How awful.
And who's your dad here in the kitchen, too?
All right, well, I'll put a coat on and go out. I'll make tea when I come back.
All right.
Tom!
Ollie, here I am in the barn.
Why didn't you come in, Tom?
I'm not fit for company.
Oh, isn't it cold?
Come where it's warm, then.
Tom, don't you ever shave?
No time for shaving weather like this.
No. No, Tom, not again. Weather like this isn't the time for kissing either. Come inside, I'll make you some tea.
No, I've got to go home. I couldn't pass without a word.
You're very busy.
You're telling me. I don't know where half the stock is.
You've got a visitor.
So Jacob said. My father picked him up, come out on you pull, didn't he? Who is he?
His name's Mr. James. That's all we know. Except that he was in the war and lost a hand.
Nice for you to have company.
I don't like him.
Good.
No, I mean it.
I do, too. Good-looking chap in the house. You don't know what'll happen.
But come in, then you'll meet him.
No time, girl. I shall have to go. I don't want to. It's right up to the eyes in it now.
Oh, don't go for a minute.
I don't want to. I like to stop here all night, Molly.
No, Tom. Please, Be serious for a minute.
What's the matter with you?
Look, have you listened to the wireless today?
Wireless talk sense? What time would we have?
Well, I thought for weather reports.
Weather reports, my foot. My father says there's more snow on the way, and that's good enough for us. He can smell the snow.
You haven't seen a paper?
Not since Sunday.
Well, have you heard of Thelma Carrington?
The film star?
Yes.
Oh, I've heard of her. I've seen her in a couple of films.
Oh, she's dead.
Oh, is she? I thought she was young.
Murdered. It's in yesterday's paper.
Murdered?
Stabbed. And Tom, listen, that man, Mr. James, we've got stopping here, I think he's her husband.
What? But her name isn't James. I've seen her married him. I can't remember. Something fancy.
It's Romford Smith. Her husband's name's James Romford Smith. Well, he's missing. The police want him.
Get away. Where'd you get all this from?
Doesn't it fit in? Mr. James Romford Smith, and he lost a hand in the war. It said so in the paper.
Yes.
Well, when Father brought him home, we had a paper with an account of Thelma Carrington's murder, all about her and her husband. Well, last night we couldn't find it.
So what?
Mr. James had been by himself in the kitchen looking at the papers.
Well?
Oh, use your head, Tom. He could have destroyed it so we couldn't read about him.
Oh, Molly.
But another thing, the wireless battery wasn't quite run down yesterday. There was enough left to hear the news for days. Well, this morning, the set had been switched on and the battery was flat.
Someone's always leaving the wireless switched on.
Somebody could have come down and switched this one on in the night.
Oh, talk sense. You were always a great one for making up stories.
Well, all right, I'm imagining it. But there's one more thing. When I made his bed this morning, I saw initials on his pajamas. They were J.R.S. Well, now what you say?
You could have borrowed it.
Oh, Tom, please, don't make fun.
Well, taken all round, I suppose. It sounds queer. Jacob said he was a real nice chap.
Jacob would say the devil was a nice chap if he helped him with his work and gossiped a bit. No, there's something odd about this man. He's quiet and distant. Oh, I can't explain.
Oh, it sounds a bit like he could be the man. What you going to do?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
Well, I can't do anything. Can't get away, that's one thing, not in this weather.
But he's here, he's in our house. He'll have to stay for days, maybe for weeks.
Oh, don't let on what you suspect.
But can't you see? I don't want him here. Tom, I'm frightened.
Ah, you got nothing to be afraid
Well,
of.
he stabbed one woman.
He wouldn't stab you.
How do you know what he'd do?
Does your father know what you think?
Oh, I can't tell him. He's sickening for one of his chills. Besides, he'd either laugh at me or tackle Mr. James right out, and goodness knows what had happened then.
Your father can look after himself.
Look, I'm on my own, can't you understand? I'm terrified of him.
Look, you only got to wait till the weather breaks.
I can't wait. Oh, Tom, won't you do something?
What can I do?
Well, couldn't you get down to Newpool?
What, in this weather?
Yes, and let Sergeant Lewis know.
Talk sense, girl. It'll take a day. You know the way we're fixed.
Oh, yes, your sheep. I forgot.
They're lost any amount. Hundreds of them in drifts. We've been looking all afternoon. We didn't find 20. Oh, snow comes. We don't know where to hunt. Everybody's in the same fix. They're too busy to help.
All right. You're too busy.
Can I help it, Molly? You know how it is with sheep lost in the snow. We'll be at it every hour there's light.
Oh, it's all right. You can't help. I can see that.
Look, now. This chap isn't nasty or anything.
Of course not.
Not in any danger. I'll tell you what. Why don't you run down to the post office, telephone Sergeant Lewis, and tell him what you told me?
The police couldn't get here.
You thought I could get there? They'll come some way. They wanted to come.
I wonder.
Wouldn't do any harm.
I suppose I could just tell him. Oh, that's Jacob calling. I'll have to go.
Got a kiss for me, quick.
He's coming here. I'm here, Jacob, in the barn.
It isn't easing up a bit, is it? You two cuddling in there?
I'm coming.
Don't feel the cold when they're young. Not with a girl in a barn. Your dad's woke up and Mr. James is with him. I boil a kettle.
Oh, Jacob, will you tell them I'll be in to make tea in a minute? I want to run down to the post office to telephone.
Telephone?
Yes. It's about those gas cylinders.
Telephone? But you can't.
Why not?
The telephone line's down. Broke. Great piece of tree fell across it over by Little Hall.
Oh, no.
Stuck we are. No post, no paper, no wireless, no telephone. Better if we went to bed for a fortnight. Are you staying here, Tom Morgan, for some tea?
Oh, I'm going home. Good night, Molly.
Tom, please.
Good night.
Now we're all by ourselves.
a nasty cough, Mr. Mosley.
Yes, my chest is sore.
Oh, there's a bottle of cough mixture in the cupboard, Father. You better have some. I'll fetch it. Now, you go to bed and I'll bring it up to you.
Yes, I think I will. Good night, Mr. James.
Good night. Look, do let me help you with the dishes.
No, please,
now,
I can manage quite
I
easy.
can't just sit about. Come on. Oh, yes, I'm marvelous at wiping up. Can hold anything with this hand of mine. You worried about your father?
No, but he's careless, you know. Getting hot and then standing to get cold in a northeast wind. He had bronchitis last winter, then nearly pneumonia.
Yes, he ought to have a doctor, really.
But I don't think a doctor could get here, even if we could send for him.
Yeah, it's awkward.
No, I'll keep him in bed for a few days.
Oh. Damn, I've broken the plate. Look, I'm most awfully sorry.
Never mind. It's an old one.
Do you know?
What?
First time I've heard you laugh since I came here.
You almost smiled yourself. Well, come along and have some of Father's whiskey. Help yourself.
Oh, thanks. You having one?
No, thank you.
What's it like outside?
Like, I can't see out. There's ice on the window.
Ice? Well, this room's hot.
No, not near the glass. It's a clear night. I can see some stars. Must be freezing very hard.
Freezing? Right, I think I'll go on tomorrow.
Go.
Well, I don't want to trespass on your hospitality longer than I can help.
You're welcome to stay.
No, I really think I should move on.
You know, you'll have an awful job. I don't think you understand what it's like.
Well, now it's freezing. It'll be easy.
Well, have you ever traveled through snow?
Once in Norway.
What, far?
No, not far.
Well, it won't be the same. There won't be a frozen crust, not after only one night's frost. You'll go through all the time.
I'll manage.
Look, you're taking an awful risk.
Well, I'll start early.
Do you know the road?
Well, I know the way I want to go. Well, remember, I learned this area pretty thoroughly during the war.
Most of the landmarks will be hidden.
The hills stay.
What time do you want to leave?
Soon as it's light enough.
Shall I pack some food for you?
Oh, that's good of you. I've got iron rations in my pack. Look, you could just leave it here on the table.
No, I'll be up. I'll get you some breakfast before you go.
Well, I'll say good night then. Look, I want to thank you.
No, please, don't.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. James. Oh, dear. I don't know.
Oh, I say, I think I overslept.
Well, there wasn't any point in my calling you. Up through the window.
Hmm? Oh, it's snowing again. Damn. Well, I'll have to put up with it. I must make a start.
Go to the door and look at it.
Blizzard.
You can't go out in that.
But it may not last.
It must have been coming down for hours.
But I've a good mind to chance it.
Look, Mr. James, you must do what you like, but I can tell you this, if you do start, you won't go a mile. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, it can't be helped, can it?
You are anxious to leave, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Oh, by the way, how's your father this morning?
Oh, he hasn't had a very good night.
Oh, is he worse?
No, I don't think so. He says his temperature's down.
Have you taken it?
No, he won't have a thermometer in the house. He says if we had one, I'd always be taking his temperature.
Oh, there's something in that.
No, he's promised to stay in bed today.
Look here. Are you really anxious about your father?
No, not really, but I just wish it hadn't happened now. It's this sort of thing that makes you feel so isolated. Here's your tea.
Hmm? Oh, yes, thank you.
Look, I think I'll take Father up a cup and make a fire in his room.
But the lights have gone out. What's happened to it?
The gas cylinder's finished.
Well, have you another?
No.
Well, what do you do now?
We'll have to manage with a paraffin lamp, as long as we can get paraffin, and then candles, as long as we can get candles. So, can you manage with the firelight until I come down? We may as well save what we can. Poor old Jacob, he was quite glad to go home, and he doesn't usually give in. No, he really felt the cold today, and he's bred to it.
I should have gone this morning. I should have gone. Oh, I wish I had something to do. Look, it's snow. I feel imprisoned, shut in.
Look, why don't you go up and talk to my father for a bit?
Well, I don't
No,
want-
take some coal up for the fire, and if he doesn't seem too tired, you could stay a while.
Oh, that's a good idea. Brought some coal for your fire.
Oh, thanks. Nice to see you, Mr. James.
Well, now, how do you feel now?
Hot and aching a bit, but I think I've caught it in time.
Oh, you're in the best place.
So Molly tells me, but I'd sooner freeze outside than swelter in. We're never satisfied. I'll be out in a day or two.
Well, don't rush it.
Sit down a while.
Oh, well. I mustn't stay too long. I'll tire you.
Oh, I'm glad to have a gossip. It's funny the way things work out. I married a local girl, Molly's mother. When she died, I wanted to get away. Packed up the farming, let the land, and so on. I meant to leave, but my heart was here.
Yes, I know what you mean.
You see it as a good place to get away from, but it grows on you. The hills and all that. I'll die here.
Oh, well, not for a long time.
I hope not. Still, worries me a bit sometimes.
What does?
Die.
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous.
I mean on Molly's account. What's going to happen to her?
Well, what should happen? I mean, she's happy here, isn't she?
Of course, but it's not much of a life for her. And lying here today, it's been on my mind.
Well, when you're a bit out of sorts, anything worries you.
I had her properly educated, thought she'd get a job somewhere, but she insisted on coming home to look after me. Oh, we have holidays. I've taken her abroad and all that, but we come back and there's nothing for her here.
Well, as long as she's contented.
Nothing at all. She never meets anybody worth meeting.
Oh, one day she'll meet somebody, get married, and then you will have something to grumble about.
I wouldn't grumble. But who's she going to marry? Some farmer's son who'll turn her into a common drudge.
You don't want her to marry a farmer?
Not the ones I know.
Ah, I should imagine you've got a particular one in mind.
That could be. Oh, they're fine chaps in their own way, but she doesn't understand.
Well, leave it to her good taste.
When women fall in love, they haven't any taste.
Is she in love?
I wouldn't know. At her age, it's easy to imagine you are.
Well, I know nothing about your daughter's affairs, but I think you're upsetting yourself for nothing.
I suppose you're right. I must take her away when the spring comes for a really long holiday.
Yeah, sounds a good idea.
You're not married yourself.
No, I was.
Oh, I thought I heard you tell Jacob you're single.
Yes, I didn't want to talk about it.
I beg your pardon. I wasn't trying to be curious.
No particular secret. My wife is dead.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
No, please don't mistake me. It wasn't a very successful marriage. It's over now.
Sorry if I brought up something you want to forget.
Oh, yes. It's all over.
Have a look at the weather, will you?
No, it looks about the same to me. Can't see 50 yards, like a mist.
Probably go on all night.
You think so?
It's largely a matter of wind. As long as it stays in this quarter, we shan't get much change. Could you put a bit more coal on the fire?
Yes, certainly.
The room will get like an ice box if it gets too low.
Yeah. Now, how about a nap?
I might.
Good. Now, I'll just go down. I promise to do a few jobs for Jacob.
Come up again.
Certainly will.
Dinner over again. Life's just a field of snow these days with meals dotted in it.
10 days of it we've had.
Seems like a year.
I thought the boss was going to come down for an hour.
Yes, but he didn't want to after all. Jacob, I wish he'd start getting better.
So do I, girl. So do I.
He could only get some medicine, something like M&B.
I can remember old Michael Evans used to cure with a Bible and a key.
He really ought to have a doctor.
Wonderful chap, old Michael. Dead these 20 years, should be.
Oh, he's not much help then, is he? Oh, where's Mr. James?
In the barn. You like him better now?
Oh, I don't know. He's very good.
Could have played him when he come, could you?
Well, she never had come.
He's all right. Proper nice chap. But I don't know what's got into him these days. He's making something.
What?
Tennis bats, it looks like. Here he is coming now.
Oh, hello. Look, is there any very strong twine?
Yes, I think there's a ball of it in the straw.
Good. I'll grease it, but it must be strong.
Yes, it is.
Fine.
Jacob says you're making tennis rackets.
Well, that's what they look like.
Rackets, that's right. We'll play with snowballs.
Well, what are they?
Well, you wouldn't tell me.
No, I wouldn't tell you, because you're so inquisitive as usual. They're snowshoes.
Snowshoes? Don't look like any shoes I ever saw. What are they for?
Walking on snow.
You couldn't walk on them things.
You'd be surprised. You can get over deep stuff in them without going through.
It is natural. I'll get round on my own 2 feet as long as I'm able. Bath chairs you'll be making next.
Have you ever used them before?
A few times.
As soon as you finish, the snow will go as likely as not. Then a thaw and water everywhere. Better if you was making bathing drawers or a Noah's Ark.
Oh, one thing at a time. I'd better get back. Unless old Pharaoh here can think of some other task for me.
Old Pharaoh'd like a nap.
Well, you have one, Jacob.
Oh, I'll go and split some firewood first. Have a nap before tea, perhaps.
Do you like a cup of coffee before you go back?
No. Oh, yes, it would be nice.
The kettle's boiling.
Ah, cups of tea, cups of coffee all day long was shocking.
Breaks the monotony.
Yeah, it does.
Jacob and I were just saying the storm's been going 10 days.
Yes, I know. I come up here to walk across the hills. Here I am. Like being in prison. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You've all been so kind.
No, I know exactly how you feel.
No, I don't think you do, Molly. Not exactly.
Mr. James, what on earth are you doing here? It's the middle of the night. It's only 2 o'clock.
Why have you come down?
I thought it was Father. What are you doing?
I'm leaving.
Now.
Yes, now.
But why? In the middle of the night?
But it's early in the night. There's a moon.
Which will set in a couple of hours.
There's plenty of stars. The sky's clear.
Oh, look, you can't. You'll be lost.
I was taught to make my way by a map and a compass.
On snowshoes?
Exactly.
You've no idea how cold it is. It's below 0.
Well, I must put up with that.
Oh, please, start in the morning.
It may be snowing in the morning.
I don't think you realize what you're up against.
I think I do.
But you'll never make it.
Oh, of course I shall. After all, I'm only going to Glenithan.
All right, go if you want to. But if you think by walking out into the night you can escape...
What do you mean, escape? Would you mind answering my question?
You know what I mean. Oh, why pretend anymore?
Well, which of us is pretending?
Your name isn't Mr. James, is it?
What exactly is it, then?
Isn't your name Romford Smith?
Well, let's have the rest.
Well, don't try to frighten
Molly,
me.
I'm not trying to frighten you.
Because I'm not frightened. I was, but I'm not anymore. I don't care. You can do what you like.
I don't want to do anything. Oh, you're crying. Look. No, please, look, I'm terribly sorry. Look, there's nothing to cry about.
It's reaction, I suppose. You are James Romford Smith, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Thelma Carrington's husband?
Yes.
You killed her, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, I'm so glad.
God, it's such a relief not to have to pretend anymore.
Oh. Tell me, what was she like?
Oh, what, Thelma? Oh, I don't know. It's such a job to say. Well, you know the publicity stuff. Beautiful, successful, clever. Oh, but she had one overriding ambition, to be a great actress. A really great actress.
She was?
No. She never touched it. And she knew. In her own eyes, in spite of success, she was a failure. Well, you see, the way I see it, they come in 2 sorts. Either you remember the part they play and forget the actress, or you remember the actress even if you forget the part she played. The latter of the ones, you only get a couple of century women like Siddons, Ellen Terry, Bernard Doucet. You see what I mean?
Yes, I think so.
Well, that's who she wanted for company, and, well, she missed it somehow. Oh, well, Molly, our marriage was a great mistake. See, it was just 2 bodies. And we got to dislike each other. Then to hate each other. At least she hated me. I didn't hate her. I was about the only person who knew what was going on in her mind. I was sorry for her. Perhaps that's why she hated me. I wanted a divorce, but she wouldn't agree, so we just quarreled and quarreled. Oh, dear. Not a nice way to talk about the woman I was married to. You know, I've never spoken of it before. Not to anybody. You see, I became so edgy. Once or twice I even said I'd like to murder her. But I didn't mean it, you know. Well, people hear of these things. They remember them. And she'd repeat my threats to our friends, all in fun, yet not in fun, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I think I understand.
Well, people weren't quite sure just how cruel I really was. Oh, have you heard about that wretched decoration I won?
Yes.
It was where I escaped from a prison camp in Norway and had to kill 2 guards. But, I mean, that was war. That sort of thing, you see, one gets a certain reputation. I'm not a killer. But I couldn't do that anymore. I can't even shoot a pheasant these days.
You don't need to explain all this.
No, I'd like to. That night, before she was due to go to the theater, we said some terrible things to each other. And finally, I said I'd leave her, and she said if I did, she'd commit suicide. Oh, she didn't mean it. That was acting. Well, I said if she felt that way, get on with it. And my old commander knife was in a drawer. I took it out, flung it on the bed, and said something like, good idea, do it with that. And then I walked out. See, I was in a hell of a temper. I really did mean to leave her, but I couldn't go like that, you see, so I went to the local, knocked back a couple of pints, then sort of calmed down, decided to go back. I was going to tell her how sorry I was for what I'd said. Oh, I hadn't been out 10 minutes, or certainly not more than a quarter of an hour. And she was dead, lying on the bed with my knife in her heart. Well, then I just ran.
But why?
Oh, well, why do people run away?
But as long as you hadn't done
But
it.
everybody would believe I'd done it. I reckon the evidence against me is so strong, I believe myself I'd kill her if I didn't know better. I even wondered if I'd had a blackout and had killed her.
Now, look, was there anybody else in the house?
No. It's my bad luck. The last person to see us was Hanson.
Who?
Oh, an awful old woman who looked after us. She'd been Thelma's dresser since she started. Was about the only person who really loved her. Well, I was poison to her, of course. Yes, I'd like to know all she said to the police.
Well, look, could anybody have got into the house while you were out?
Well, they must have done.
Have you any idea who?
No, none. I mean, I can think of 100 people who hated her. Any of those might have killed her. But whoever he is, he's lucky. The spotlight's on me.
Why did you come here? I mean, where were you going?
Well, I came up here because it's the most isolated place in the country I know.
Mr. James, there isn't a place in the hills you could go without being seen somewhere by a shepherd or a farmer.
Yes, but as I've told you, I know these hills. I met a chap out on the border up there during the war. He'd take me in. I could stay there as long as I liked and then, well, go to Ireland, perhaps on a Cardigan Bay fishing boat. Then later America, I thought. Oh, I was mad to start running. But now it would be mad to stop. I know what I'm doing. And if they get me now, I don't stand an earthly. I'm the scapegoat, but I'm not going to be caught. I'd sooner fall asleep in the snow.
Oh, no.
Well, it's in the open air anyhow.
Are you determined to go?
Well, there's no real option. Go and wish me luck. Won't you? Now, look, please, don't cry again.
I'm an idiot.
Look, I don't want to remember you crying. Try to manage a smile.
I don't think I can.
Oh, yes, you can. That's better. Hold it.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
Oh, Molly.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if I ought to say this. Won't do any good. Oh, I can't see it does much harm. I'd like you to know. You see, all this time I've been here, I've been falling in love with you. I think it started the very first night I saw you. It's been going on all the time. Yeah, perhaps I wouldn't have told you. Nothing I can do about it. There it is. If ever you think of me, perhaps you'll remember. I'd like you to remember.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, well, don't say anything.
You see, being shut up here with you, I've been afraid of you.
But there was nothing to be afraid of.
No, but up to an hour ago, I thought you were a murderer.
Now you know I'm not.
Oh, I can't tell you how happy I am. It's like a terrible weight gone. But you see, in spite of what I knew, or what I thought I knew about you, I liked you.
It's as much as I ask.
I'll always remember you.
Well, now we'll make that raid on your larder. What? You hear something?
It's Father. He can't be up.
But he's coming downstairs, I think.
Oh, but that's mad. What on earth?
I'm late. Ought to have been up hours ago.
Father.
Hours ago.
Now, what have you come down for?
Jacob can't come today. It's snowing. I'll have to milk. Jacob's not well. I think he's getting old.
What shall I do?
Now, take it easy.
Oh, my boots. Where are my boots?
Father, you shouldn't have got up. You've been ill.
I got to milk.
I'll see to the milk.
Jacob can't come.
Well, I can do Jacob's jobs, Mr. Mosley.
You?
Yes, that's right. You remember James?
James?
Yes, now, you'd be better in bed, Mr. Mosley.
Animals must be fed. The horse. There's only one horse. My grandfather used to keep 5 horses.
Well, I'll see to everything. There's nothing to worry about. Now, look, put a rug or something round him and slippers on.
He's late, rather.
Well, we'll see to everything. You'll feel better in bed now. Come on, I'll give you a hand to take him upstairs. Thank you. That's... Come on.
It's very cold this morning.
You lean on me, Father. Put your arm on my shoulders. That's
Steady.
right. Come on now. Gently. No, careful. It's all right. Not much further to go now. Let me get you back into bed again.
There we are. Gently does it.
He's delirious.
Yes, I'm afraid his temperature's gone up quite a bit.
Well, you wondered when he was ill before, but not like that. God, I hope he hasn't got pneumonia.
I think he has. Now, look, you must have somebody here. He may be a handful.
No, I can manage.
No, not what he's like he is.
Normally it'd be easy to get help, but everybody's so much to do because of the storm.
Look, shall I go down and knock up Jacob?
Yes. Well, oh, no. Oh, I don't know. Why does this have to happen now? Oh, look, you should be going. Don't worry about us.
I'm not leaving while your father's like that.
But you must. Look, I don't want you to be caught.
I shan't be caught.
If you hadn't been here, I would have managed without
But
you.
I am here, and your father needs a doctor.
But we could never get a doctor.
Well, who is your doctor?
It's Dr. Breen.
A young man?
No, over 60, and he's not strong himself. And even if I could get a message through, I couldn't ask.
How
him.
far?
Carison, about 7 or 8 miles.
All right, I'll go.
You...
I can do it on my snowshoes.
Please.
No, it's easy. Try a run for my endurance test.
Anyway, we can't possibly ask him to come.
But we won't. But he knows your father. He'll have a good idea of the trouble. I'll get what drugs are needed and full instructions. He couldn't do much more if he did come.
You ought to be on your way to your friends.
No, there's plenty of time.
I want to refuse your help.
No, it can't be done, Molly.
I need it. Oh, you are good to me, Mr. James.
Mr. James?
I don't think I could call you Mr. Romford Smith now.
I should hope not. Well, my name is James.
Yes, of course it is.
It always has been James. Never Jimmy or Jim, just very formal and proper. James.
Oh, James.
That's it. Keep on trying. Doesn't sound so much as if you're talking to the butler after half a dozen goes.
Gone 12 hours, Jacob.
Oh, had a bite at the doctor's. No danger.
If he got there.
He got there, my girl. Do anything. That boy only put his mind to it.
Can't do wrong in your eyes, can he, Jacob?
What about yourself? I got the feeling we've been mates all our lives. It's been shut up in the snow together. Don't go to you standing in the window like that, my girl. That won't bring him quicker.
Sky's getting dark again.
More snow coming. I won't be sorry myself to see him back.
If he doesn't, I'll never forgive myself.
Here you come. Pray don't snow any more yet.
Jacob! Jacob, look over there, below the trees.
That's him.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That's him. Oh, them watches of his were slow but sure. Walking like a duck hunting a place.
Oh, Jacob.
Yeah, it isn't me you've got to kiss.
James! 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 Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. A bit tired, that's all. Well, I've got everything. Written instructions. Enough M&B to last the summer. Now, please don't cry. Come on, everything will be all right now. You'll see, everything will be all right.
Molly?
Yes?
Tom Morgan's here.
Tom? Well, tell him to come in. Come on, Tom.
I can't get all the snow off this heat.
Come on in here.
Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
Oh, fine.
They sent me down to ask about your father. Only last night we heard he was so bad.
Oh, my word, the snow has slowed us up. Why, he's on the mend now.
Oh, that's good. Billy the Cleanant was saying he was like to die as not.
Oh, that was days ago.
Good Lord.
He was very ill, but Mr. James went down to Dr. Bream and fetched medicine.
Went to the doctor's? My God, he must have had a rough trip.
Yes, I think he did. He went on snowshoes.
Ah. Wish I'd have known. I'd have gone for you.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Anyway, it's all right now. Have a cup of tea, warm you?
Oh, thanks. How's he getting on, this Mr. James? I could see him about here from the hill.
Oh, he's all right.
You've had a belly full of him, all right.
Oh, he couldn't leave with the weather we've had.
You still afraid of him?
Afraid of? Oh, that was silly. There was nothing to be afraid of. No, you know that idea I had about him being the man who killed his wife was all wrong.
Was it?
It was a silly mistake.
But there was all sorts of clues, wasn't there? Like the paper you lost and the wireless he left around.
Well, I found the paper and it was Father who left the set switched on.
You don't say. He's only got one hand, too, like the chap the police is looking for.
Thousands of men who fought in the war have only one hand.
You found his initials on his pajamas.
Oh, well, I made a mistake there. It was JBS.
But his name's James. That doesn't start with S.
Well, perhaps they aren't his own.
You should have asked him then.
Tom, what's the matter with you?
Matter? There's nothing the matter.
No, I got a bit worked up that day, and you were here.
He's a mighty nice chap all of a sudden, isn't he? He's a proper lamb amongst us wolves, isn't he?
Oh, what do you mean?
You had enough time to find out. You and him here by yourselves every night and your father in bed?
You haven't a very nice mind, Tom.
That's as damn silly as you
Oh,
think.
aren't you?
What's been going on between you and him, Molly?
Do I have to answer that?
Very sure all of a sudden he isn't the chap the police want.
Yes, I am.
You got a short memory. Different story you had to tell the time the storm was starting. I remember the way you were that night. You were scared to death.
Yes, and what did you do about it?
Fat lot of chance I had to do anything with hundreds of yous under the snow. If you'd been in danger...
Well, as it happens, I wasn't. It was imagination.
Been a broadcast on the wireless for this Mr. James Romford Smith.
Oh, did you hear it?
We haven't had the wireless since the storm started. I was in the Cleanant, and one of them said about it. He's the chap, all right, you know.
Well, why didn't you say he was here, then?
I got more sense than that. There's something else, too. There's a picture of him in the Sunday paper a couple of weeks back.
Well, there haven't been any Sunday papers, not up here.
Reese went down to Ravens Hill one night to try and get some fags, and they put a piece of one page on some candles he bought same time. Only by luck I saw it.
Have you got it?
Yes, I have. Yeah, look at that. You see what it says? Mr. James Romford Smith, whose whereabouts the police are anxious to trace.
It's not a bit like him.
Well, I reckon it is.
But you haven't seen him.
I saw him in your yard one day. I went to the shop.
Well, I'll fetch him if you want to have a good
No,
look.
thank you. Not so fond of his company as some people.
Oh, Tom, don't be silly. He's nothing to me, nothing at all. Once the weather clears, he'll leave and I shan't ever see him again.
You never said a truer word.
Well, if you don't believe me, that's all about it. I tell you, he isn't the man the police want.
You ought to know, you and him being such good friends.
Well, if you think he is, you'd better do something about it. Since he saved Father's life, I wouldn't want to.
No, I know you wouldn't.
You're just jealous.
I must be going. Thank you for the cup of tea.
Don't mention it.
Hope your father'll be better soon.
Oh, Tom, please don't do anything silly.
I won't do anything silly, don't you worry.
Well, what are you going to do?
Likely I tell you that, isn't it? You always think me a fool.
Perhaps I'd better not answer that. James?
Yes.
James? Did you hear all that?
Yes.
I'm dreadfully sorry.
No, don't give it another thought.
See, when I told him that, I was terribly afraid of him.
Well, naturally.
You see, I had nobody else to tell. Father was ill and Jacob's too old, and he was the only one I could turn to.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Great. Oh,
he sounds very clever to me.
he's going to make trouble.
Yes, well, he can't do much at the moment. We're still snowbound. He's still tied up with lost sheep and ponies.
He'll tell the police you were here.
Well, they'd find out sooner or later anyhow.
They're looking for you, James. I think it's important you should go as soon as possible.
No. The weather's all wrong yet.
It's no worse than when you were going to leave.
Oh, I'm getting more canny. That trip to the doctor made me think. I'm no worse off than I was before.
Yes, you are, because now they'll have a starting point. But for Tom Morgan, you could be almost anywhere.
Yes, I see that. You're worried, aren't you?
I'm dreadfully worried. The longer you stay, the more risk they'll catch up with you.
I'll be all right. Look through the window. It's snowing again. Yes, there's no end to it. They do want me to start in that.
I don't want you to start at all.
No, neither do I, really.
Oh, I wish you'd stay and see the
We've
things.
had that out. I started running, and once you start running, you have to keep on as long as you can. On the other hand, if I hadn't started running, I'd never have met you.
Oh, James.
So I'm glad I started.
Jacob says he heard they've cut the road for a few miles up the New Pool Road. They did it before, but it filled in. One day it won't fill in. Then they'll cut some more.
First suitable night, I go. But I know now I can't make it if there's a blizzard. Now, look, young Morgan won't do anything yet, will he?
I don't know.
Or will he?
I don't know what he'll do. I thought once that if you went, I'd be able to manage him, make him keep quiet, but I'm not sure anymore. Don't you feel sometimes this storm, it's become real, doing things?
Spiteful.
Spiteful and cruel. It's been so long, it's become a threat to me. It's like some horrible old pagan god.
Well, it did bring me here, you know, Molly, to find you.
Yes, I know, James. And now it's going to hold you here till they catch you.
That ham was good. Smells like the pastures of paradise.
He's right, you know. It was a wonderful meal.
Poor could a man to be without a nose.
He'd certainly look more odd.
I mean to smell with.
Yes. Snowing heaven's hard again.
You notice something? That snow's going soft like. I reckon us near the end of it.
You really think so?
A lot of water in the river, too. Some of it is melting. About one more good fall, I'd say, then stop.
Oh, we can always hope.
A lot of people about this morning.
People?
Well, the boys.
What boys?
Why, our boys round here. Who else?
Who have you seen?
Tom Morgan and his pals. His two brothers and that boy from Lancet. And Arthur the Sindhi. Got their guns, some of them. Said they were out after hares. That's a bare-faced lie. Because there's no Morgan born who'd waste a cartridge on a hare when you can catch him with your bare hands now. Police here. Not as a poor critters is worth catching. They're nothing but skin and bone by now.
James, I wonder, would you take this hot cup of tea up to Father?
Certainly.
Yes, then you can bring his tray down if he's finished with it.
Right.
I'll open the door for you. Look, I must talk to Jacob.
You mean I'm not to hurry?
Can I tell him about you?
You tell him what you like.
Because you will need him on our side.
Now, look, don't get yourselves involved in my affairs any deeper.
Please.
Oh, all right.
Jacob,
I'm listening.
what are the Morgan boys and those others hanging around for?
Oh, no good I won't. They got work at home plenty.
Now, listen, Jacob, I've got to talk to you, and there isn't much time.
Time's the one thing God give us plenty of. Now, tell Jacob what's worrying you, my girl.
It's James. They're after him.
Well, he ain't no hare, nor he won't run to be chased, I'm thinking.
No, he's wanted by the police.
Oh, a lot of us would be if all of us knowed about us.
Do you like him?
You do, seemingly. I ain't blind. Oh, call to blush. He's as tidy a man as you'd wish to meet. Him and me's got on so much very often.
You see, something awful happened. His wife was murdered.
Was she now? Well, oh.
It was that actress, you remember?
Oh, I remember. And our James was her husband. I'll fancy that.
Well,
now.
the police think he killed her.
Do they?
But he didn't do it, so he's trying to get away.
You sure he didn't do it, Molly?
Yes.
He's told you?
Yes, I'm sure of him, Jacob.
Well, then, so am I. Where's them Morgan boys coming to it?
Well, when he first came, I thought he was the murderer, so I told Tom Morgan.
If you told
Well,
me now...
I thought Tom would help me, but he wouldn't then or couldn't, and now I don't know what he's doing.
Watching cat and mouse. Jealous. That's what Tom is. Good reason come to that.
Jacob.
To see yourself. Not the same girl these days. And the way you looks at Mr. James, proper cheeky.
Now, the point is, what are we going to do?
Well, can't Mr. James slip off somewhere tonight?
No, it'll be snowing again, and if it isn't Tom or some of them will be watching.
And if we knew what they was up to. The time I was getting out, I think.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, if the boys is about, they'll be down in the buildings for shelter and a smoke sometime, should it be? They might talk.
Oh, Jacob, be careful.
Now, don't you fret. Artful as a badger I am. I'll go on a bit crouchy about Mr. James. Too much of a gentle lot for me. I know them boys. They'll be turning themselves inside out in a crack. You two stop in and keep out of sight. I'll be back sometime.
told you anything, Jacob?
You don't look very pleased.
I've been talking to young Reese in the barn. He was stiviling cold, poor boy. He was afraid to say too much. I didn't let on I knew a thing.
You know you're taking an awful lot of risks on my account.
That's my business, isn't it?
All right. Now, look, what's their game?
Now, watching you don't get away. It come out bit by bit like sardines out of a tin you opened with the scissors. Seems the Newpool Road has been clear now. There's less snow lower down. I think Tom sent young George to let the police know you were here.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, my girl.
Well, how long will it take?
Oh, depends on the weather. They think somebody will be up today, because he's let out they don't think to hang about after dark.
Today?
You put Tom back up, and he's got thinking Mr. James be gone if he didn't do something.
Damn.
They think they got you cornered.
Yes, they're doing very nicely.
And what are we going to do? We must do something.
Well, what exactly? Jacob, how many are there?
Well, I can't tell for certain. 3 Morgan boys and him from Nanserth. Arthur Lindy's gone, but Jim Powell was on the hill now, just in his place. The boys will stand together. This is better sport to them than spearing a salmon.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Exactly how far, I wonder, they prepared to go.
How far?
Well, one had a gun, you said.
Oh, there'll be more than one, no danger.
Would they use them?
Not much indeed. Guns, that's play. That's showing off, acting big-sorted. They're 6 to 1, mind. Pull you down, they could like dogs on a sheep.
Right. There's one way of finding out.
What are you going to do?
Now, put my coat on and have a little walk, just to see what happens.
Please don't.
Only a short
Stay
walk.
here. Don't go out.
Look, I want to find out what they're up to.
But Jacob's done
Look,
that.
I want to see if they'll try to stop me or merely
Please,
follow.
I wish you wouldn't. They'll start a fight.
Oh, there won't be any fight.
Please, I'm afraid.
No, you're not.
I am, James,
no,
I am.
Don't be afraid. It's halfway to being beaten when you're afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Look, I'll take that haversack to make it look as if I might be going.
You watch her. They're waspish.
Now, you two stay here. Don't come out. You'll be able to see through the windows.
I feel like coming out with a gun myself.
Ah, guns won't be needed. Here goes.
Hey, just a minute.
Oh, hello. Would you be Tom Morgan?
You going somewhere?
Well, yes, I am, actually.
Leaving?
That's right.
You made a mistake, mate.
I beg your pardon?
You're not leaving. You're staying here. You can't go.
Oh, I assure you I can.
Take a look around. There's 5 of us here to say you can't.
But why on earth not?
You can't, that's all.
You mean to say that you 5 are going to use force to stop me going? I suppose you've a reason for this peculiar behavior.
You got a reason, all right.
Oh, I'd very much like to hear it.
I bet you would. There's someone waiting to ask you some questions, Mr. James Romford Smith.
Oh, my name is James.
Ah, your name's James Romford Smith, and the police want you, don't they?
What on earth are you talking about?
Not the fancy talk. You're not going from here. Get that? Not till the police come. Unless you go back in the house and stay there. If you don't, we'll tie you up in the barn.
Oh, well. Doesn't seem to be much good arguing, does it? That's that.
What did they say?
Morgan knows who I am. I'm to stay here until the police arrive.
I'll go and talk to them.
No, it's no good.
Tom meant no pal to the police. You've got his knife in you.
Oh, pity, that's how it is.
But you can't.
But they're all round. I mean, short of taking one of your guns and shooting my way out.
Yes.
Oh, of course I wouldn't.
It's snowing again. May drive them in.
Will it delay the police?
I doubt they'll get it very hard down at Newpool, and they'll have to come back to drive them boys in. I think I'll go up and have a word with the boss.
Well, what about?
No, don't worry him. Leave him out of this.
There's something I want to ask
Look,
him.
I will not have him worried.
Something I got to ask him.
What is he up to?
I don't know, but leave him alone. He's shrewd. Perhaps he's thought of a way to get you out of here. Look, are your snowshoes in here?
Yes, in the scullery. I can only make a start.
It's all my
Oh,
fault.
don't be so silly.
Why did I tell Tom who you were? That's all this horrible storm.
I think Jacob's coming down.
I reckon I can fix things for you.
How?
That's my business. You tend to your own side of it. I'm going out now. You stop where you are and look after yourself. You're not to come out whatever happens. No matter what you hear, don't you come. 'Tis all arranged. Me and the boss has fixed it.
Well, what's all the mystery?
No mystery. Simple as ABC. You'll see.
Now, look, I don't want you in trouble on my account, Jacob.
No trouble. 'Tis a pleasure. When the time comes, you go. Slip out by the back. Then nick round the hill there, back of the house. You'll be out of sight in no time. Molly, you see he gets away.
I don't like this.
You don't like waiting here for Newport police either?
Go on, Jacob. Whatever it is, do it.
Do it in a crack.
Time's getting on. There's more snow. It's getting dark again.
Well, so long, boy.
So long, Jacob.
And good luck, my boy.
What is he up to?
Look, I don't know, but he does understand that lot outside. He can handle them. Whatever he's doing, he's got Father's blessing. Look, I think if you want to escape, you ought to get your things on. They're all here.
Right.
This doesn't seem quite real to me. Now, you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes.
It's going to be a bad night.
Oh, very likely.
Oh, I wish you'd stay, tell them the truth and fight it out. Take a chance.
No, it's no good. It's too late. Look, you do understand.
Yes.
Oh, I wish I could give you something to remember by.
I don't need anything to remember by, James.
No. Nor I. What the devil?
Oh, this is it. Wait, I'm going to look. Yes, the buildings are on fire.
On fire?
No, stop, James. Don't go to help them. Can't you see? He and Father agreed about this. They're worth little, but there are animals, and all those are farmers' sons. They've got to help him.
Mad.
No, don't be silly. They'll put it out. It's a farm, and a farm is the most important thing in their
But
lives.
are you sure he did this on purpose?
Yes, I'm sure. Now, go now, quickly. Up the hill. Keep the house between you and the yard till you're around the breast of it, and then you can head west. The poor light in the snow will hide you in 5 minutes.
Well, this is goodbye.
No, please, don't say it. Don't say it. Just go. Don't look back, James. Just go now while I've got my hands over my face. Please. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry we didn't get up there in time to be some use, Miss Mosley.
Oh, that's all right, Sergeant Lewis. Boys happened to be around, and they soon put it out.
It was awful old mess indeed.
Oh, it's only a few barns. They should have been rebuilt years ago. Father's always talking about doing it. And all the animals are safe.
How did it happen?
Well, I think Jacob said he dropped a match on some straw when he was lighting a hurricane lamp.
He's going to have a red face.
Oh, he doesn't need to. Oh, but you didn't come about the fire.
We did not. We've been all day getting here. We and Thomas and that young Davis, one of the new constables. They'd got their fire out just as we arrived. That gang look as black as sweeps. Which is Romford Smith.
Who?
Romford Smith, James Romford Smith. He's the chap whose actress wife was murdered, or haven't you heard?
Yes, I heard.
I know most of the local boys, but I can't see the man I want.
Look, you'd better come in the house.
No, very good. Is he coming in?
Who?
Mr. Romford Smith.
He isn't here.
Not here?
No?
But we were told with information he's been staying here.
He was here. He's gone.
Gone? This weather? Gone? Oh, no. After me coming up here, nearly killed me. Too old for this, what a lark I am. When did he go?
Today.
What time?
I can't remember.
Perhaps we could catch up with him.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Well, where's he gone?
I don't know.
You don't know. Miss Mosley, they've been looking for that man all over the country. Then I find him and he's gone and you don't know where.
I'm sorry, Sergeant.
Well, know about his wife, Thelma Carrington, the actress?
Yes, it happened just before the storm started.
They've been trying to find him ever since. Between you and me, it was thought at first he'd had something to do with it. But, of course, once the woman confesses, you're obviously in the clear. They thought...
Stop! What did you say? The woman? What woman?
The woman that killed Thelma Carrington.
A woman killed her?
Well, didn't you know?
We've had no news here at all for weeks.
Oh, this Miss Hanson, she was sort of dresser and maid to the Carrington, middle-aged woman. She was devoted to her mistress, but jealous as blazes and crazy. I mean, she was then, only nobody knew it. Miss Carrington was always nasty to her, it seems. She's right round the bend now in a lunatic asylum. Look here, Molly, what did Romford Smith say about his wife?
Didn't say anything.
Oh, he didn't. Well, look, Miss Carrington quarreled with this Hanson woman, got fed up with her and was going to kick her out. It's a long yarn, I can't tell the whole of it now, but the poor old coot just went crackers and stuck a knife into her mistress. When she knew she'd killed her, she just blew her top. She went and owned up straight away. Hey, you all right?
Oh, yes.
You've gone white.
No, I'm all right. No, you didn't make that story up, did you?
Make it up. Why should I? Anyway, you've seen the pip. Oh, no, of course you haven't.
So what you really want to do is to let Mr. Romford Smith know about his wife's death?
Well, naturally. Only there hasn't been sight nor sign of him. There was an idea once the Hanson woman had done something to him. She didn't like him. If I could only get hold of him...
Nobody will ever get hold of him.
What you told
until
me?
They find his body in the snow.
Now, let's have a bit of sense. Listen here.
You listen to me. James... Well, that's Mr. Romford Smith. He thought he was being blamed for his wife's murder.
Well, I told you right
no,
at the first...
listen. He's been trying to get away. He's been trying to get away from here, only the storm stopped him. And then Father was ill, and that stopped him, and then the storm stopped him again. Tom Morgan and his friends stopped him. Well, an hour ago he left, and he's heading for the Cardiganshire side.
Tonight? He'll never do it. Why, there's more snow on the way, and it'll be worse there than
You
anywhere.
Do something. Stop him. Catch him.
Molly, how can
Well,
I?
follow him.
Follow him? Look, gal, if I had half a dozen picked men, and if they were equipped for the trip, and if they were sure of the way he went, and if there wasn't the risk of a hell of a blizzard tonight, my gal, you know damn well I can't do anything. He's got to start. It's near dark. If I send those two chaps, they'd lose their lives.
No, you're quite right. You can't catch him.
He might get through to where he's going.
Do you believe that?
Oh, no. I can't warn anybody. Even most of the lines in the hills are down. Hey, what are you putting the coat on for?
I'm going out.
You can't.
I'm going to the top of the hill.
Tidy now. Take the old coat off and make the boys a cup of tea.
You can make one.
We'll all feel better after a strong cup of tea.
Look, I want to go to the top of the hill the way he went. I might be able to see him before darkness falls.
Now, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. My boys can go up the bed of the stream a couple of miles. Tom Morgan will go with them, help show the way. The snow will have blown down the dingle, and it won't be so deep. They can go to the top. And if they see this man, they can holler to him.
And do you think they can head him off like that?
I'm doing the only thing I can. I'm whacked. Me and you'll stop here and have a strong cup of tea and wait to see what happens. Perhaps I think of something else. Take your coat off now.
You send your men, Sergeant Lewis, and then you can make tea or you can follow me up
Now,
the hill.
listen,
because
don't-
that's where I'm going.
You was an obstinate little girl, and now you're an obstinate pig. It's coming down thick. Nice trip back to town for us. We might have to sleep in your kitchen even. Molly, you might as well talk to the wind. You won't see a thing in this, my girl. Not even a black spot away over the other hill. A waste of time and energy. No good talking to us, sweetheart. Are you now to this tonight? What devil? There, Molly. Now we're over the brow. There's nothing to see. Leave to them, boys. Come on, my maid. You've got to be brave now. Can't see 100 yards in this. Killing ourselves standing out in this wind. You come back now. There's your dad.
All right.
Come on, then. You take my hand now.
Wait!
What?
Look there! There's somebody coming!
Well, I'll go to Cardiff, but there is a tap time.
Yes, it's James! 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 Quick, Sergeant, he's fallen! Hurry! Hurry!
You leave him to me,
All right,
Molly.
we're coming, James, we're
Leave him
coming!
to me, it's all right.
Hold on!
I'll get him. I'll get him.
James. It's all right, James. It's me. You're safe. We got to you just as you fell. You're back, James.
Molly? Huh? Molly? Molly, I've come back. I changed my mind. Decided I've got to fight. See, I didn't realize until I left you, but Molly, I've just got to fight. Up one chance in 1,000, I suppose. But if I win, I get you.
James, it's all right. The police came. You won't have to fight. They know who killed her.
They know?
They know it wasn't you. It was that awful woman.
Woman?
Hanson. They've known all the time.
I'm dreaming.
No, it's not a dream, James.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Perfectly sure.
Well, that makes this quite the nicest storm I've ever been out in.
James. Oh, darling James.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. James Rumford Smith? Look, are you Mr. James... Yes, sir. Are you Mr. James Rumford? Ah, well.
I say I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, let me introduce myself, officer. My name is Rumford Smith.
Do you know, sir, I thought it was.
The Storm was an adaptation for radio of the novel by H.L.V. Fletcher. This was the cast. Mr. James, Oscar Quittek. Molly Mosley, Mary Wimbush. John Mosley, Ivor Maddox. Tom Morgan, Wynne Thomas. Sergeant Lewis, Yayan Rhys-Williams. Jacob Hughes, Prosser Williams. The play, which was recorded in our Cardiff studios, was produced by Herbert Davis. Our next program begins in 3 minutes' time at 4:45. Meanwhile, here's Mantovani and his orchestra to play the Moulin Rouge theme.
William Lucas as Alan Scott in Let It Come Down, a play for radio by Michael Robson with Ross Drinkwater as Sue Crichton. Let It Come Down.
Your name is Alan Considine Scott. You are 37 years old and you live at River House, Tree.
Yes.
Would you tell the court your occupation?
I am a senior English master at Treem Grammar School.
And how is your health?
Good.
And your eyesight?
Excellent.
Do you ever wear corrective lenses?
No, I have no need to. My sight is excellent.
Your sight is excellent. Mr. Scott, would you cast your mind back to the evening of January the 20th of this year?
Yes.
Will you describe to the court what you saw of the events that have led to this trial?
I was anxious to catch the 7 o'clock post. I drove from my home to the sub-post office in Church Road. I parked opposite, and I was about to get out of my car when the door of the post office was flung open and a man raced out and across the road.
A man raced across the road. How far from your car would you have been when he reached your side of the road, Mr. Scott?
I suppose about 10 yards.
Did you see him clearly? Mr. Scott, did you see this man clearly?
Yes.
Despite the fact that there was a light drizzle and it was a dark evening, being January?
There was a lamp post midway between my car and where the man reached my side of the road.
Yes, right.
As he raced to the pavement, I got out of my car. The man paused and turned. The light from the lamp shone fully on his face. I saw it clearly.
The light was full on his face, and you saw it clearly?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Now, 3 days after this incident, you were asked to visit the police station in Treem, were you not?
I was.
For what purpose?
To see if I could identify a man the police were holding in connection with the robbery and murder at the sub-post office.
They were holding, in fact, an identity parade?
Yes.
Were you the only witness called for?
Yes.
And did you identify a man in the police lineup?
I did.
Is that man in court today?
He is.
Would you please indicate to the court where that man is to be found?
The man I identified on January the 23rd is the defendant, Daniel Hope.
And are you still satisfied that the accused is the man you saw on the night of January the 20th racing across the road from the post office? Mr. Scott?
I can no longer be sure.
Right.
Silence! What a farce! Chief witness for the prosecution reneges on his own evidence. What a fool you looked!
And what fools the prosecution looked. Are you out of your mind?
I was not satisfied that Hope was the man. For God's sake, the robbery took place 4 months ago.
But you were certainly not at the identity parade. Oh, yes, very quick to nail him then.
Because I was angry and sickened that poor Hollis had died after the beating he'd taken. That inoffensive and charming old man. Of course I was anxious to identify the killer.
Are you trying to tell me you were lying at the identity
No,
parade?
I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm saying that at that time, I was certain Hope was the man I'd seen.
Who else could it have been but Hope? All that cash, all those banknotes in his pockets, and no satisfactory explanation.
Well, I was not the prosecutor. It wasn't my job to prove him guilty. I was there simply as a witness. Now, for heaven's sake, will you leave it alone?
No, I will not leave it alone. You haven't been here all afternoon, fobbing off reporters at the door and on the telephone, all wanting to know what you think you're up to. It's been a nightmare. And how you could go back to your pupils after behaving like that.
Could I have taught them with an easier conscience if I'd identified the wrong man to save my face in court?
Save your face? You wanted to strike a liberal attitude, and my God, what an opportunity you had. Fall in the spotlight and the whole town hanging on your words. But it's all backfired, hasn't it? I suppose you realize that Mike and Sally Dance have cried off the dinner party on Saturday.
What the hell for?
What do you think? They're as disgusted and ashamed of your behavior as I am. Letting a murderer go free to kill another inoffensive old man somewhere else. I'm going to see my parents, and I don't know when I shall be back. Your turn now to face the telephone and the callers.
Oh, no.
I had to call, sir.
What?
I had to see you.
Hope.
Well, just to say thank you.
You must be insane coming round here.
Oh, that's all right, Gov. Here, can I come in? It's cold outside.
Yes, all right.
Tom.
You realise that if anyone finds you've been here, we'll both be under suspicion.
Oh, but I was discharged, wasn't I? Not guilty. Free to go.
Have you never heard of collusion?
Pardon?
Oh, God. Collusion. If the police ever discover you've been here, they'll think we rigged the whole thing in court.
Yeah, but how could we? You never spoken to me. Or been in a nick since January.
Yes, you've probably had a rough time of it, but... Look, why are you here?
Well, I just wanted to thank you, that's all.
But there's no need. I simply spoke the truth today.
Yeah, not many people would have done what you done, though. Not for someone like me.
The kind of person you are has no bearing on the matter. I wasn't sure anymore, and I had to say so.
Well, there you are, then. You're a fair man and an honest man. Yeah, I tell you, I thought it was all up this morning. I'm 55, and if you'd have nailed me, I'd have gone down for the rest of my life.
Yes, that thought had crossed my mind when I went into the witness box, but it didn't affect my evidence. If I'd still been certain you were the man I saw that night, I should have said so. But there was reasonable doubt, and I had to express it.
Yeah. Coppers didn't like it, you know.
No, I don't suppose they did, but the police don't try the cases they bring.
Ah, thank God.
Yes, well, Oh, look, Hope, I don't want to seem uncivil, but I think you'd better go.
Huh?
I've had a few problems today, and if you should be found here, I'll have a great many more. Do you follow me?
You want me to go?
Well, I appreciate the trouble you've taken to find out where I live and to call round and thank me, but I don't think Treem's the healthiest place for you to stay, do you? What are your plans?
Well, I thought I'd probably go up to Liverpool, see me son. Bit of a surprise for him, it'll be.
Yes, a pleasant one, I hope.
Yeah, he hasn't got much time for me, never had. Well, I suppose it's understandable, really. He's 32 now, and I've been in and out of stir all his life.
Mr. Hope, have you got the rail fare to Liverpool?
Eh?
Because if you have, I'd advise you to get off there now. You've said yourself the police aren't too amused at the outcome of the trial, and they'll be watching you all the way out of the county.
Oh, I was careful, sir. No one knows I'm here.
But have you got the rail fare? Look, let me give you some cash. Tide you over for a bit.
By God, you are a fair man.
I'm being practical. It'll be bad for us both if you stay on here. And I've only got £8 in cash, but...
Oh, Look, are you joking? I got a pocket full, ain't I? No problem.
I see. Yes, well then...
Well, I'll be off. I don't want to wear me welcome out.
Well, it's not a question of wearing...
Pardon me saying so, but you're an educated man. A teacher, ain't you?
What do you mean?
Well, I reckon you know the law pretty well, don't you?
I know it neither better nor worse than any other layman.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you know, I shouldn't worry too much about me calling on you, Mr. Scott. Not even if the coppers do find out. A man can't be tried twice for the same offence, now can he? 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 Can he?
What a hideous moment for you.
Hideous? Susanna, that happened 7 years ago, and I still live right through the shock every time I think of it. You know, if he'd stayed any longer, if I'd just had enough time for the implication to sink in properly, I believe I should have killed him.
I'm not surprised.
As it was, when he'd gone, I raved round the house like a madman. I never want to feel such humiliation, anger, frustration ever again. There was poor old Hollis, beaten to death, and I'd let his murderer escape.
Awful. But did you tell anyone? The police? Your wife?
Oh, fortunately, perhaps, Moira stayed the whole of that night with her parents. If she'd come back, I shouldn't have been able to conceal what I was going through. I didn't sleep at all. Simply paced up and down, ranting and worrying and hating myself. By morning, I'd decided on the practical course, the coward's course. I said nothing to anyone.
The dreadful thing is that this Hope was right. There was nothing the police could do, even if you had told them. And he would certainly have denied it if they talked to him again.
Well, that's how I tried to comfort myself, but it wasn't easy. All the time I kept wondering what had possessed the man to come and see me at all. After 7 years, I still wonder.
Perhaps he wanted to prove to one person in the world what a cunning chap he was. To rob a post office and kill a man and get away with it.
I just don't know. He was a pathetic creature, in all conscience, your complete recidivist. Perhaps that's why, when the crunch came, I fell over backwards trying to be fair to him. Fair?
Have some more wine. You did what you thought was right at the time. And you can't go on punishing yourself forever.
Yeah. The one good thing to come out of all that mess was that it brought matters to a head between Moira and me. For all the wrong reasons, she'd been right about my behaviour in court, and that didn't make life any easier for me. We split up shortly afterwards. I left Treem and came here. Moira remarried a couple of years later, and if Hope was the catalyst, I suppose I owe him some sort of crooked gratitude.
And you've told nobody till now?
Well, there's been nobody I wanted to tell.
Do you mean that? Yes, I think you do.
Look, I may be wide of the mark, but I think there's a chance of something for the two of us. I wouldn't want it to be ruined by skeletons in the cupboard.
Skeletons? I think you already know mine, such as they are.
Of the divorce?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bear Tom no ill will. But we're better apart than we were together. At close quarters, we became pretty hard to take, for our friends as well as ourselves.
Do you see him at all, Tom?
Not anymore. He has a 3-year contract in Zaire, and it's still got 2.5 years to run. Tom never could take loneliness. He's probably found someone now. I hope so.
And you? What about you?
Oh, I'm in partnership with Alice Kingsley. You know, the craft shop in the high street. Hand-woven fabrics and handmade pottery.
I meant the future.
You're fishing?
Sorry.
What's quite obvious is that you're the first interesting thing to have happened to Ferriers in years. I'm glad you were slow to appreciate the feminine interest in you.
Well, I wasn't anxious to burn my fingers twice.
Any more than I am.
Yes, I recognize that. Nevertheless, well, if you don't warm your hands by the fire, sometimes they're always going to be cold.
Well, let's take it gently.
and see how it works out.
Let's have another drink. Monday's a long way off.
And we've had consistently good results year after year.
That's not the point, Lawler, and you know it. If we get stale, how can we expect to
Not a
make the
question of
kids
staleness,
enthusiastic?
Not a question of staleness. It's a matter of having carefully prepared an entire syllabus. So why keep chopping and changing?
Because it's only by using new texts and having to get to know them ourselves that we can maintain any sort of freshness of approach.
Yes. Well, it means a devil of a lot of extra work.
Well, you have the summer holidays ahead of you.
I keep holidays and term time strictly segregated. That's how I remain sane in this bear
Then do the preparation at nights or weekends. Look, I don't care when you do it, so long as it's done.
These tactics of yours may have worked well enough at Cream, but I can assure you they aren't wanted here.
By you?
And that was the last bell. If you hadn't realized it, I'm going home.
Lawler, the syllabus is going to be changed.
There you are, Mr. Scott. Good heavens, you're drenched. Car isn't ready, then?
No, not yet. Some fool of a driver shot round Lakers Corner as I was crossing the road, going far too fast and without his headlights on. Idiot almost knocked me over.
Oh, it's wicked. It really is, the way some people drive. Seem to think no one else has the right to use the road. You aren't hurt, are you, sir?
Oh, just angry, Mrs. Clayton, that's all.
Oh, you've time for a nice cup of tea, haven't you? Christine's here, but she's a bit early.
Thanks. Oh, did you manage to get some spare ribs at Oliver's?
£1.50, like you said. But there's no nourishment in them things.
Don't you believe it? A man can feed well on spare ribs.
Well, can I cook them for you before I go home?
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mrs. Clayton, but I'll see to it when the tutorial's over.
There may have been greater novelists than Dickens, but no other English writer possessed in greater measure the articulate indignation that informs the finest of his work.
Great strides, Christine, great strides. Nicely judged between quote and commentary.
Oh, do I get an alpha?
Don't let it go to your head.
Seriously, though, do you think I've got any sort of a chance for Oxford?
Well, if you didn't have a chance, I shouldn't have encouraged your father to spend good money on tuition fees.
I don't think that's an answer, sir.
I can't prophesy. All I know is that you'll do yourself and the school and me great credit when you write the exhibition next year.
I want to get there, more than anything.
Yes, I know. And that's why you're halfway there already. Your other subjects still all right?
Not too many problems.
Good. But, look, I know you're keen, but don't overdo it. Learn to pace yourself. That's the secret, really.
I'll try. Has it stopped raining, do you think?
It seems to have done. Sorry I can't run you home, but my car's still in dock.
Oh, it's all right. I can get the bus from Lakers Corner. You wouldn't like to have supper with us, would you?
It's very sweet of you, but I've a private feast planned.
I bet you're a really good cook. My mother can never understand that a man can cope on his own. She gets really worried about you, honestly.
Well, then, thank her, but assure her that I'm gross and overfed, will you? All right, Chris. Well, then, same time, same place next Tuesday, hmm?
Fine, sir. And thanks very much.
$98474.
Bradley, how was the journey home?
You must have the wrong number. My name is...
Can't be too careful. Crossing a road in the dark.
Who is this?
Watch it. That's all I'm saying. Next time, I might take you all the way. Bradley.
You have the wrong number.
Just keep on thinking that.
I'll be off now, Mr. Scott.
Yes, all right, Mrs. Clayton, thank you. Your husband not picking you up this evening?
No, tonight's his late night.
Oh, yes, of course. Look, why don't I run you home? The car's back now.
Oh, there's no need to bother, sir. The buses are pretty regular.
Oh, nonsense. I can have you home in 10 minutes. You just hang on here and I'll bring the car up from the garage.
Oh, it's very kind of you, sir. I'll wait outside.
Believe it. I don't believe it.
Whatever's the matter?
The tyres. They're flat. Every single damn tyre.
It was sabotage, Mr. Scott, and that's the only word I can use. Someone slashed all 4 tyres, very deeply, very successfully.
It's preposterous. Who the devil would want to do that?
Some daft kid at your school showing off to his mates?
But I didn't take the car to school that day. It was in my garage.
Keep your garage locked, do you?
I've never seen any need to. Nothing like this has ever happened before.
Well, perhaps someone fancied nicking the car. Found he couldn't get inside it because it was locked and, took it out on your tyres.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
Oh, you'd be surprised the amount of vandalism we have to repair down here. Windows broken, aerials snapped, bonnets scored. Yet you'd think Ferrier's was a quiet town.
Well, this is a bloody nuisance. It really is. Have you got replacement tyres?
No, not this type, I'm afraid. Don't carry a large stock of tyres at all. Well, I can get you a set in 48 hours,
Oh,
then.
so they could be ready for the weekend. I need the car then.
No trouble at all. Cost you, though?
Yes, Mr. Bennett, that's what I was afraid of. It's senseless, the whole thing. First, the lunatic nearly knocks me over. Then he rings up with vague threats and calls me Bradley. And then he slashes all my tyres. Why?
Have you told the police?
Well, is there any point? I'd waste a lot of their time and they'd waste a lot of mine, but I'm damn certain we'd be no nearer to a solution.
Yes, but if the same person's been responsible for all of this...
Why does the fool keep calling me Bradley?
But do you know anyone of that name?
No, I don't.
Could the caller be trying someone else and getting a cross line? Oh, no, of course he couldn't. If it was someone else he wanted, he couldn't have known about Laker's Corner.
Sue, I've checked the local directory and the local exchange. There's no subscriber called Bradley in the entire district.
Shall I answer it?
No, it's all right. I still get normal calls from normal people most of the time. 98474, Alan Scott. Look, will you stop this nonsense? I am not called Bradley.
Scott, I want a word with you.
Yes, what is it?
I've just had the list of university candidates from the headmaster. Christine Lang's down to take an exhibition to Somerville. Oh, clearly there's been a mistake.
There's been no mistake whatsoever.
I beg your pardon?
There's no mistake. Christine's been doing very well since she entered the 6th, and she's also taking private tutorials from me.
Private tutorials? Christine Lang?
She's the best hope we've got on the art side for an Oxford entrance.
Good God. How did you soft soap her father into throwing good money after bad, Well, that child has as much chance of getting Oxford as I have of dancing on the point of a pin.
But Christine is my pupil, not yours. I'm head of the department, not you. Now, for God's sake, will you look after your affairs and let me manage mine?
You evidently don't understand what I'm getting at. I taught that girl for 5 years. She hasn't an original idea in her head apart from flirting with anything in trousers. Well, no doubt she's fluttered her eyelids at you.
Lola, one of the many reasons you failed to get the job I hold is because of your total misjudgment of your pupil's potential. Christine Lang has all the makings of a considerable scholar, though God knows how she's managed it after 5 years under your regime. Ah, Mr. Bennett, thanks for getting the tyres on time.
All grist to the mill, sir. But if I were you, I'd lock my garage doors in future.
Yes, I suppose I shall have to.
It's either that or take a chance on its happening again.
Yes, I know. But you say this kind of thing's been going on a lot recently.
What, vandalism? Yes. Almost a third of our business these days, unfortunately.
Well, you'll send the bill to me, will you?
Righto, sir. Have a good spin.
I'll try.
Going far?
Bishop Stortford.
Oh, no distance at all. With those tyres, you could travel 40,000 miles. Still have tread to spare.
Well, I'm glad something's reliable around here.
You're leaving, Mr. Scott. I hope you both enjoyed the dinner.
It was splendid.
Lovely. Thank you, Monsieur Jacques.
Thank you. And I hope we shall have the pleasure of seeing you again before too long.
I think you can count on that. Well, good night.
Thank you, sir, madame.
Good night. A Bentley? 2 rows. Who said there isn't money about these days?
Not I, ma'am, not I. A Bristol, 2 Jags.
Jensen? Rovers galore. Oh, and a sweet little pre-war MG.
Is this what's known as putting the old man in his place, eh?
We can't all be 10,000 a year men.
Can't all be men, thank God. Oh, a Riley.
And an extremely imposing... Alan.
What's the matter?
Your car.
Oh, no, it can't be possible. Why did it have to be mine? Why mine out of all those cars in the forecourt? Right in the centre of the rear row, yet only mine gets it. The windscreen has been destroyed.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I can't imagine...
Look, did no one hear anything or see anything? Is there no supervision at all?
Alan, please.
The notice is quite clear. Cars and their contents left at owner's risk.
Look, I don't give a damn what the notice says. Why did nobody hear what was going on?
I can assure you, sir, this is the first incident of its kind we've had here. Isn't it possible the windscreen shattered spontaneously? They do sometimes.
Come on. You saw what it looked like. It was smashed deliberately. There's glass all over the back seat.
Well, I'm certain it couldn't have been any of our guests, monsieur.
Then who was it?
I can't tell you how sorry I am.
I don't need apologies. I want some action.
Alan, Monsieur Jacques wasn't responsible. Will you please calm down? Shouting's not going to improve matters.
The management would be very pleased to pay the cost of a new windscreen, monsieur.
At the moment, it's not the cost I'm concerned with. It's a principle. Why should someone pass up a £10,000 rolls in favour of my car?
I think you know the answer to that. This wasn't a random act of vandalism. It was meant to hurt you. Specifically, you.
Oh, what the hell kind of time is this to ring a man? Yes, what is it?
How many women do you need in your life, Bradley?
This staff room's peopled with gannets. I came in here half a minute after break began, and every damn biscuit's gone.
Oh, Lola, I wonder if you could help me.
What is it?
I'm curious to know if anybody called Bradley has ever taught here.
Bradley?
Bradley. You're the longest-serving member of the staff. Does the name mean anything to you?
Bradley? I've been here since '52, and I don't recall. Let's see, now, there was a Barrett, soccer blue, taught history for a while. And a Barclay.
Barclay? When was he here?
Dick Barclay. Oh, well, he left about 7 years ago, emigrated to New Zealand. Charming young chap, doing very well, I believe. Yes, he was junior physics master, popular with the boys.
But no Bradley?
No Bradley. Why? What's the interest?
Oh, it's unimportant. I'm obviously barking up the wrong tree.
Honestly, I wish I could share your enthusiasm for Conrad, but I can't. Find him really heavy going.
Then I'd rather you didn't persist against your inclinations. Wow, do you see the time?
Bonus night tonight, sir.
Want some coffee before you go?
Love to, if you're making some anyway.
If you don't mind coffee bags, I could have it ready in a couple of minutes.
Great. Can I put a record on?
Yes, help yourself. What the hell?
It just...
Go into the kitchen. Stay there till I come back.
Where are you going?
After that bloody maniac. It was hopeless, too dark, too many trees. Oh, my God, if I'd caught him...
What's it all about?
Well, if I knew, I'd be able to stop it.
This sort of thing's happened before. You mean you've had someone smashing your windows before?
No, not exactly. Look, Chris, I don't want this to get around the school. You understand? Not a word to anyone.
Yes, if
you
think
just might be able to help.
I can, of course I will, but...
Over the past fortnight or so, I've been systematically victimized. I've been almost killed by a tearaway car. Every tyre on my car has been slashed. And last Saturday night, someone destroyed the windscreen. And now this.
That's dreadful. Have you told the police?
I intend to call them in a few minutes. But I want to talk to you first. Because I've also been getting anonymous telephone calls.
Oh, my God.
Which convinced me that this madman knows a great deal about my life and movements. I'm almost certain he knows you're here tonight, in this room. Hence the broken window.
I'm sorry, but I don't...
Look, I suggest this only as a possibility. But do you have a boyfriend, at the school or elsewhere, who knows you have private tutorials with me? Someone sufficiently involved with you to be, well, frankly, jealous of your coming here? Well, there has to be some reason for it all. I'm right.
I have got a boyfriend, and he is very jealous. But he'd never do anything like this, I promise you.
He's at Ferrier's at the school?
No, he's... It's all a bit complicated, really.
Well, I don't want to pry into your life, but if I don't do something, the police will.
Can't be, Tony. He wouldn't.
Tony, tell me about him.
This is confidential, too.
Yes, of course.
My parents don't know I'm still seeing him. They'd be furious if they found out. He had a pretty awful life when he was younger. And
How old is he now?
he's 19. He's great. Some people mightn't think so, but they don't know him like I do.
Oh, I respect your judgment. No, I mean it. If you think he's incapable of this kind of thing, then...
I want to tell you about him. He was brought up by foster parents. When he was about 14, he just stopped getting along with them. He ran with a wild bunch of kids and got into a lot of trouble. Up before the juvenile court, that sort of thing. He's been, using his common sense for years now.
What does he do?
He's a motor mechanic.
A motor mechanic?
Yes. Over at Langbury. He's good at his job, he really is. He loves working with cars and motorbikes.
But he's jealous. Very jealous. Look, it's perfectly natural, Chris. If I were your boyfriend, I'd be jealous too.
Thanks. No, it's just a couple of times there've been bad scenes at gigs. Doesn't like people chatting me up.
Was he violent?
He scared them off, you know.
He knows you come here to see me on my own and why you come.
Yes.
He doesn't want you going to university at all, does he?
I never said that.
No, but he doesn't. He can't.
Why'd you say that?
There's a gap between you now, social, emotional. You practically admitted it yourself, and if Tony's as bright as he sounds, he knows perfectly well that if you spend 3 of the most formative years of your life away from him, he'll lose you for good.
That's just not true.
I think it is. I've seen it happen 100 times.
We're not 100 other people. We're Tony and Chris.
You've never known much outside the world of Ferrier's, have you? You haven't been exposed to 3 years of a university discipline, 3 years of interrelating with people who think as you think, follow scholarship because they love it, see a beauty in academic life that Tony can never enjoy. How will you feel? How will he feel when you're a Master of Arts and he's still a motor mechanic at Langbury?
You talk just like my father.
Well, I'm old enough to be your father. Fathers aren't inevitably wrong, you know. They mightn't always have right on their side, but they do tend to have experience. Oh, no, Chris, come on now, don't cry. Look, I'm not against you and Tony. It's nothing to do with me. All I'm concerned with is to stop this grotesque persecution. If Tony should be behind it, let's sort it out amongst the 3 of us. And if he isn't, well, then it's up to the police.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Look, just find out, without rocking the boat, where Tony was last Saturday night and where he's been tonight. Now, can you do that without collecting a black eye?
I'll try. I promise.
And you have no idea at all who could be behind all this, sir?
None whatsoever, Sergeant Franklin.
Yes.
No, I only wish I had.
Or any idea what these references to Bradley might mean?
Sergeant, none at all. As I told you, I've checked at the school, I've checked with the local telephone exchange. No help at all. No Bradley.
Yes. Very unpleasant for you.
And drafty, and expensive, and time-consuming.
Yeah. I'm fairly sure Saunders will fit new windows for you tomorrow. I'll have a word with him myself.
And that's very good of you.
As to the future, well, I'll see our patrol cars keep a sharp lookout on your house. Fact is, you're overlooked here by almost every building in the village. And I'd advise you to make sure all doors are locked and all windows secured if you have to leave the house empty. And if anything further happens, any more telephone calls, any trouble, call us straight away.
I shall. And thank you for coming so promptly.
That's all right, sir. Good night to you.
Good night, Sergeant. Oh, no. I don't believe it. Yes?
The police can't help you, Bradley. You're on your own.
I'm beginning to feel better already.
Me too. A weekend's break will do you the world of good.
Have you been to this place before?
A couple of times. Oh, it's charming. Your actual pull-out picture postcard Wiltshire cottage. Early 17th century and drowned with thatch.
It's very decent of them to let us use it.
I think Gordon likes to know there's someone responsible around when he and Fiona are away. Oh, you'll love it. I know you will.
You were right. It's almost too twee to be true. And try saying that twice. But the whole village is so absurdly picturesque. Yeah, I can imagine hordes of garden gnomes crawling across the lawn, snipping the grass to regulation length with minute nail scissors.
Sacrilege. Better not let Gordon hear you talking like that.
Oh, but he's certainly done the place up quite beautifully.
Not without a little help from his wife.
Including the kitchen?
Oh, good Lord, no. Fiona's beyond pine. What on earth's the matter?
I never heard anything so beyond pine, forsooth, you camp old thing.
I shall turn the garden hose on you, I warn you.
What could be more refreshing?
Shan't cook you lunch if you carry on like this.
I've no intention of watching you slave over a pine stove, not just now at any rate. Look, we're in the country. Let's tackle the local pub for lunch.
What? The Goat and Compasses?
It can't be true.
True as I stand here. Goat and Compasses is the name of the pub down the lane.
Oh, this is preposterous. The whole damn village has got to be a mock-up, carefully stage-managed by the British Tourist Association.
I'm beginning to wish I'd never brought you.
I'll make it up to you, I swear. You shall have 2 helpings of shepherd's pie and all me onions.
You really are beginning to relax, aren't you?
Yes, I was, but I've just remembered something.
What?
No, it's all right, but I should have told Sergeant Franklin I'd be away for the weekend.
Well, telephone him from here.
Yes, I shall. Look, why don't you potter down to the goat and slide rule and suss out the lunch situation while I call Franklin? I shan't be long.
Well, this is typical, of course. You want to be sure I stand the first round.
Yes, of course. Mine's a large draft bitter.
You should be so lucky.
I'm still not entirely convinced we aren't dreaming the whole thing. First the cottage, then the village, and finally the pub. Cheerful landlord, buxom barmaid, grinning dogs, good beer. And a fantastic Cornish pasty. Sort of thing you'd only expect to find in G.K. Chesterton.
Including the buxom barmaid.
Especially the buxom barmaid. You know, from the way she was giving me the eye over those grilled sausages, I have the feeling that if I'd been here on my own...
Alan! The garden! Oh, my God!
Why didn't you phone the local police?
Now, what's the point of calling the local police, Sergeant Franklin? Whoever did this followed us here from Ferriers.
What's the extent of the damage, sir?
Oh, the flowers have been uprooted, the rose bush is savaged, paint has been hurled across the outside walls, and, oh, it's an incredible mess. And it is not my place.
Did anyone know you were going down there?
No one. We deliberately kept it quiet. You were the first person to know we're here, and I didn't tell you until a couple of hours ago. The whole thing is monstrous. Whoever is behind this is a dangerous criminal lunatic.
When are you coming back, sir?
Tonight. I'm going to drive back tonight. I'm trying not to become manic, but I'm almost certain the car behind us has been sticking to our tail for the past half hour.
How can you possibly tell? It's so dark.
It's kept a constant distance behind us. It hasn't attempted to overtake, even when I've slowed down, and it's let no other car come between us.
Alan, I know you're having a rough time, but it won't do any good to assume that every bush you see is a bear. Well, there must be dozens of people driving east at this time of night, all with the most innocent of intentions. So why not the car behind?
Nevertheless, I shall pull into the next lay-by we see and let this joker overtake us.
You're the driver. He must be miles ahead by now.
Look, I'm sorry you think I'm wasting our time, but I'd rather feel stupid than frightened. We've had enough shocks for one weekend. Okay, we'll hit the road again.
Do you mind if I doze for a while? When I'm not actually doing the driving at night, I always feel terribly sleepy.
No, go ahead. We should be home in about an hour.
Sure you don't mind?
No, of course not. The radio can keep me awake. You know, I'm still worrying about Gordon's cottage. What I'd better do is get in touch with him towards the end of next week and arrange a time we can meet. Once he's assessed replacements for what that lunatic damaged... Where the hell did you come from, matey? Can't be the same car, surely. Sue.
Huh?
Behind us.
What?
He's switched his lights off.
He's what?
He's starting to overtake us. Sue, brace yourself! Oh, my God!
Alan!
I realise you have to talk to Mrs. Crichton, Sergeant, but I can't let you stay long. She's still in shock, you know, and we can't have her distressed.
What were the injuries, sister?
Right leg broken, rib severely bruised, wrist fractured.
No head or internal injuries?
They were both wearing seatbelts. They suffered whiplash whenever the car crashed, but their heads were unharmed. Well, this is the room. I can give you 5 minutes and no more.
I'm obliged.
This is Sergeant Franklin, Mrs. Crichton. He'd like to ask you a few questions, but he'll not be here long.
Morning, ma'am.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Pretty grim.
I can imagine. Nasty experience.
Have you seen Mr. Scott?
I spoke to him Monday. He was very worried about you.
We could both have been killed. We were meant to be killed. When are you going to catch this maniac?
We're no better placed now than we were before the weekend to discover who's behind this unpleasantness.
Unpleasantness? That was attempted murder.
Mrs. Crichton, don't think I'm unsympathetic. You've had a terrible time. But I need your version now of what happened on Sunday night.
My version? My version? Are you suggesting there's more than one possible version of what happened?
Mr. Scott tells me he thought a car was following him. He drove into a lay-by and watched it go past. You remained in the lay-by for about 5 minutes and then took to the road again. That you fell asleep and he was listening to the radio when he became aware of what he was certain was the same car following again. That he woke you up when the car's lights were switched off. That the car accelerated, overtook you, and swerved across your path. That Mr. Scott had to drive off the road, you bounced over the verge and hit a tree.
Yes, that's precisely what happened. But what Mr. Scott probably didn't tell you was that at first I thought he was imagining things. Oh, I was tired and fed up, and I thought he was being neurotic about the whole thing. And I was proved totally wrong. Did he tell you that?
Mr. Scott's been under considerable strain for the past few weeks. He sounded at breaking point when he telephoned me from that cottage.
Oh, of course he was upset. We both were.
What I'm getting at is this. Did Mr. Scott drink at all? No. Please let me finish. Had he been drinking just before you began the drive back to Ferriers? Could he have overreacted to a piece of careless driving? Overreacted to such an extent that he drove off the road needlessly?
Morning, Headmaster.
Come in, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Well now, how are you?
Oh, we soldier on, sir.
You're looking well, looking very well indeed. Must have a robust constitution. But I was sorry to hear about Mrs. Crichton. How's she coming along?
Very well, fortunately. Her leg and wrist are both in plaster, of course, but she'll be able to go home tomorrow.
That's good, that's good. Charming lady. It must have been a dreadful experience for you both.
Well, if we were any closer to discovering who's at the back of it, we'd feel a good deal easier in our minds.
It's a baffling and disturbing affair. If I can be of any help...
It's very kind of you, but the notion of motiveless evil isn't one I'd have entertained until this business started. I see no point, no reason behind it, and that's what's so disquieting.
Have you, to your satisfaction, ruled out the possibility that anyone connected with this school could be responsible?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so.
Because if you have any suspicions whatsoever, I should want you to consult me immediately.
I'll do that, of course, Dr. Everett.
Yes, I'm sure you will. You're a valuable and valued member of my staff, Mr. Scott. And what affects you affects us all.
Mrs. Clayton! Mrs. Clayton! What the devil's been going on out there?
You didn't order it, sir?
Well, of course I didn't order it. What possible use could I have for 50 hundredweight of cement?
Oh, that's what I told the delivery man when I got back from shopping. He dumped all them sacks and he was waiting for someone to pay the bill.
So what did you tell him?
I said I didn't know nothing about no cement and that you hadn't mentioned it, sir. Well, this man, he got very angry and said he wasn't going to load it all up again and he'd take it up with his boss at the end of the day. He was very nasty, Mr. Scott.
Oh, was he, by God? Where did he come from?
Clennet's by the foundry. He was shouting and that. Oh, he was horrible.
Clennet. Right, whoever he is, I'll talk to this Clennet shortly. Look, I'm sorry you've had all this nonsense to put up with, Mrs. Clayton. Would you get us a pot of tea while I make a telephone call?
Yes, sir, of course. I'm really sorry.
No. You have nothing to be sorry about, and I'll see you get an apology from this firm personally.
Oh, no need for you to bother, sir. I'll just make that pot of tea.
7, 3, 2, 3. Come on.
57323.
Christine, Alan Scott here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Scott.
Chris, I've got to see you and Tony tonight.
Oh, I don't know if I can manage
If I don't talk to him, the police will. Understood?
Well, yes, but...
Here, tonight, any time after 7.
I didn't want to come here in the first place. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Chris.
Now, let's get this straight. Apart from malicious damage, my car's a write-off. There have been 2 attempts on my life. And a friend of mine has been severely injured. And like it or not, you are the only person I can think of who has the remotest reason for wanting to harm me.
Oh, what are you on about? What kind of reason?
Jealousy. Simple as that. You know that Christine spends time alone with me, and you know I'm trying to ensure she wins a place at Oxford. If that happens, it's very short odds you'll lose her.
Well, so what? Look, I don't like being accused of this kind of thing, mate.
Tony, please. You promised.
Well, you get into trouble once when you're a kid and people are on your back for the rest of your bloody life.
Look, I haven't got time or the inclination to start pussyfooting around your sensibilities, Parrish. I'm going to ask you one question, and if you don't answer me, I'll see that you answer to the CID.
Just who the hell do you think you are?
Tony!
I am a very angry man. And if you want to throw your weight around, you've come to the right place.
Tony, please answer him.
He's got no reason to accuse me of bloody murder.
Then just tell me what you were doing last Saturday and Sunday.
You can take a running jump, mate.
Mr. Scott, he was with me. All weekend.
I don't understand it, sir. I simply don't understand.
Mr. Clennet, how exactly was the order placed?
By telephone.
When?
Monday morning, early.
And I was in hospital on Monday morning. Now, who took the order?
Jilly, one of the girls. Look, here's the order form. 50 hundredweight sack cement, 35 Oakland Walk, name of customer, Bradley.
Bradley?
Yeah, and a telephone number, 98474.
And you accepted the order at face value, didn't check back on that number?
Well, that quantity of cement on its own is unusual, but if we cross-questioned every customer phoning an order in, well, this is the first bogus one we've ever had. I mean, it's crazy.
Christine.
Could I have a word with you, sir?
Yes, of course. Come in. Go through into the study.
Right.
Well?
I'm sorry about Tony. The way he behaved this evening. He was very upset.
He behaved disgracefully.
I'm afraid I panicked when the two of you lost your tempers. I was scared Tony was going to go for you, so I lied. I wanted to get him away from here quickly. I'm sorry.
Look, sit down, Chris. You're telling me now that you weren't with him any part of the weekend?
No. Oh, I'm certain he had nothing to do with all these attacks on you. But I'm scared he's back with the old gang again.
Now, what does that mean?
Well, the boys he used to go round with over at Langbury a few years ago. After he got into trouble, he stopped seeing them. But well, a couple of months ago, one of my friends told me they'd seen Tony and 2 or 3 of his old mates coming out of a pub together. When I asked Tony about it, he flared up. He said it was none of my business. And last weekend, he'd promised to take me to a party at Stansted on Saturday. At the last minute, he cried off. Said he was going to Chesterton to see some formula racing.
And did he go to Chesterton?
Well, I don't know. When we left home after seeing you just now, he stormed off. He said he was fed up of being pushed around. When he gets into a mood like that, he won't speak to me for days.
Look, are you in love with him?
I don't know what I feel. I just know that I'm happier with him than with anyone I've ever known. And when he won't speak to me, it's like there's something dying inside me.
What I'm going to say will be unpalatable, but I shall say it all the same because I'm concerned for you and your future. Look, you have the ability, the initiative, the personality to find for yourself an interesting and honourable career and to do something eminently worthwhile with your life. But these next 12 months are vital to you if you're going to get the right start, and in that situation, Tony is bad news. Look, I'm sorry, but he's bad news. If the time you should be spending on scholarship is spent worrying about him and what he's up to, then it's a gross indulgence, and you're wasting my time and yours even thinking about university entrance.
It isn't as easy as that.
Well, of course it isn't. Nothing worthwhile is ever easy. But the choice is straightforward, and only you can make it. Until you write that exhibition, you can give priority to your work or to that young lout. And I warn you, the police are going to be interviewing him very shortly. Yes?
And Inspector Durrant's here, Mr. Scott.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Clayton. I was expecting him. Come through, Inspector.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm very glad to see you.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayton.
Good night, sir.
Sergeant Franklin's brought me up to date, of course.
Yes, he's very thorough.
Yes.
Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, how did you arrive?
I beg your pardon?
Did you come in a police car with all the trimmings?
I did. Why do you ask?
Because if this madman is keeping watch on this house, he'll realize the heavy brigade is moving in. It might just scare him off.
Will you open the wine, Alan? See if it's fit to be drunk.
Yes, of course.
Corkscrew?
Thanks. Yeah, you're becoming very nimble in spite of the plaster. Are you still having any pain?
No, not really. It's just awkward and very uncomfortable. Anyway, tell me about this Durrant. Is he getting anywhere?
I liked him. There we are. Good mind, cogent thinker. He's certain this Bradley nonsense is a blind.
As we are.
As we are.
Well, has he talked to that young man of Christine Lang's? Tony, what's his name?
Tony Parrish, yes. I don't think he's entirely happy about the boy's attitude, but there seems to be nothing to go on there, apart from a general hostility to me, the police, and any form of authority. In fact, I'm sorry for him.
Naturally.
No, I mean it. He's had a raw deal from the word go, and now he's had the misfortune to fall for a girl who'll leave him standing in a few months' time. You can understand bitterness, resentment, and... Where are the glasses?
Oh, behind you.
Oh, right. Shall I,
Absolutely. But if you've ruled out Tony Parrish, who does that leave us with? Who could possibly hate you so much?
Well, Durrant's as puzzled as we are. Here, cheers.
Cheers.
There's one consolation. Our man's been lying very low since Durrant's been around. Not a whisper, not a move for over a fortnight.
Mola. Oh, yes, Dr. Everett. Now? Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, Scott.
Yes?
That was the headmaster. He wants to see you right away.
But I have the upper six almost immediately.
Right away was what he said. I imagine he meant it.
You've had a good many problems recently, Mr. Scott, and I hesitate to add to them.
I'm sorry.
Do sit down, please. Now, how long have you been giving private lessons to Christine Lang?
About a year now, I suppose.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember your mentioning it when they began.
What's the problem?
The lessons. Do they take place at her parents' home?
No, at mine.
Yes. Is there anyone else in the house when the tutorials are taking place?
My housekeeper, Mrs. Clayton. She's often around. Why?
I have a letter. An offensive and anonymous letter. It refers to a member of my staff called Bradley, but it's clearly about you.
Bradley?
Now, normally I should have destroyed it immediately and tried to forget it, but it's become one more aspect of this vindictive campaign against you, and you'll probably want to show it to the police. This is it.
And it deals with Christine and myself, yes. Yes, just about as revolting as you can get.
It's foul, and I'm sorry.
This man is mad.
I want you to appreciate very clearly where I stand in this matter. And if I can be of any help so far as police investigations are concerned, please don't hesitate to tell them to contact me.
Well, thank you.
Apart from my secretary, who had the misfortune to open the letter, you and I are the only ones to have read it. But my one concern is that this deranged person may cast his net wider and write to other people about you in similar vein.
Oh, hell. Who is it now? Coming! Oh, Mr. Lang.
Yes. Do you think I could...
Yes, come in, please.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to be calling around so late. I've been in a quandary all evening.
Come through, Mr. Lang. I think I can guess what it's about.
Thank you.
You've had an anonymous letter, Oh, please do sit down.
Thank you. A letter? No, not a letter.
Oh, then what?
Telephone calls. Always during the day. My wife's answered all of them.
Oh, my God, all of them. How many have there been?
4. 4, Mr. Scott, in the past 4 days.
But why didn't you tell me earlier?
Well, my wife and I were puzzled at first. Oh, the calls were obscene, all right, but this man was talking about how someone called Bradley was carrying on with Christine. It wasn't until this afternoon that he said it was all happening during her private lessons.
You mean you hadn't talked to Christine till then?
No, we didn't like to. I mean, we thought it was just some very unpleasant person talking unpleasant rubbish. We didn't want to upset Chrissy.
Has Christine told you about the things that have been happening to me over the past few weeks?
Oh, dreadful. Dreadful. Please, no idea who's responsible.
As much in the dark as I am.
Appalling business.
Have you reported these telephone calls to the police?
No, I wanted to talk to you first.
I see. Then let me give you the number of an Inspector Durrant who's investigating the whole business.
Will that mean he'll be calling round at my home?
Yes, I imagine so.
I see.
Mr. Lang, on this count alone, the caller is guilty of 2 crimes. He's made obscene calls to your wife, and he's grossly slandered me. He has to be found and stopped.
Yes, of course, I see that. It's just that...
What's the matter?
Well, it's all been so very distressing, Mr. Scott, for all of us. Mrs. Lang's a highly strung woman, and she's been terribly upset by these calls. And there's Chrissy to think of, too, with her exams coming up.
Yes, but unless the police have all the facts, there's no way they can begin to identify the caller, and the man will keep on and on.
But will he?
Will he what?
Will he keep on and on if Chrissy's private lessons stop?
You want to give in to him?
I have my wife and daughter to think of, Mr. Scott.
Yes, of course you have. So what are you suggesting?
It's very difficult. Chrissy needs this extra tuition, but would you understand if I were to ask Mr. Lawler to continue with it?
It's cowardly. It's stupid and cowardly.
Oh, it's understandable. Lang doesn't want his wife to go on getting obscene telephone calls. He's trying to protect his own, that's all.
Yes, but Lawler... Oh, how he's going to crow. And if Christine does get that exhibition, Frank Lawler will have all the kudos you deserve.
Yes, well, there's nothing we can do about it now.
Another glass of whiskey, perhaps? Deaden the pain. I don't suppose... Oh, no, it's too ridiculous.
Oh, come on. What is?
Frank Lawler's always resented you, hasn't he? I mean, he's been at Ferrier's almost 25 years. He was obviously expecting to become head of the department, and they appointed you instead.
Yes, but...
You're younger, you're more efficient, and you're more popular.
Oh, come on.
But it's true, isn't it? Oh, you've told me yourself. You're always having Barneys with him.
You're putting Frank Lawler up as number one suspect. It's out of the question.
Why? Why is it?
Well, I'd recognize his voice, wouldn't I, on the telephone?
I thought you said the voice was always heavily disguised.
I'd still recognize it. He has a very distinctive voice. Oh, yes, he hates my guts, but when it comes to rough riding on the motorway, oh, no. No, I'm sorry. He'd have been very convenient, but he's not our man.
But, Alan, someone is persecuting you. And there's got to be a motive for it. Lawler has a motive. So has that layabout boyfriend of Christine's. I mean, who else could it be? What about your ex-wife?
Moira? Wouldn't think me worth the trouble.
So what does that leave us with?
Oh, look, I'm pig sick of the whole bloody thing. Can't we give it a rest for tonight?
No, we cannot. Alan, he's ruining your life. He's tried to kill us. And the police can't do anything unless you help them. If you've ruled out Frank Lawler and Tony Thingy and your ex, who else is there?
Why Bradley? Why Bradley?
All right, let's work on that. We've got to do something. We can't just lie back and wait for the next thing to happen.
Scott?
Alan, it's Sue. I believe I'm onto something.
What?
I've just been to the county library. I went through Kelly's street directory for the past 30 years, and Alan, from 1947 to 1950, your house was occupied by Colonel and Mrs. J.H.T. Bradley.
Most extraordinary story I ever heard. And I can't imagine how you came to find me.
Well, the Ministry of Defence people were helpful, Colonel. They put us onto your regimental depot, and the adjutant gave us your address here.
Well, it's a clever piece of sleuthing on your part. I only wish I could throw some light on the affair, but I can't for the life of me see any connection. I mean, none whatsoever.
How did you come to be living in Ferrier's, Colonel?
At that time, you see, my regiment was stationed in Colchester, my dear. And I took that place in Oakland Walk. It was comfortable, convenient, and at that time still an army hiring.
Did you come into contact with the locals at all?
Oh, not really, my dear, no. Our friends were mainly within the regiment, as you can appreciate. Of course, on occasion I met local people. I gave a couple of talks to the school.
Oh, did you? Did you, though?
Yes, encouraging the older lads to think of the army as a career. I mean, you know the drill. And there were the odd talks to the round table, that kind of thing.
But evidently you had no quarrel with anyone there.
Oh, no. No, sorry, my dear chap, no. If there'd been any unpleasantness whatsoever, I should have remembered. Getting on now, you know, but happily my memory is unimpaired.
Then how about your regiment? Anybody there who could have borne you a grudge for a quarter of a century? I'm sorry, it sounds absurd, but we have to think of everything.
Oh, of course, I understand perfectly. Saw my share of courts-martial, as you would expect, but in any case, I mean, this fellow must know what you look like, I mean, what sort of age you are. How could he, or why would he, want to mistake you for a man 20 years your senior? No, I'm sorry, my dear Scott, but I'm very much afraid that bird won't fly.
I must have dropped off again.
Not for more than an hour. We're almost home.
You're joking.
You were snoring.
Oh, how foul. Was I really?
Did I never tell you how appealing you are with your eyes shut and your mouth open?
Thank you, Mr. Wonderful.
So, about Colonel Bradley.
Wasn't he charming?
Look, there's got to be some kind of connection between those telephone calls and the Colonel. Now, this man knows exactly what he's been doing since the word go. And if you could find out that the Colonel once lived at my place, then so could he. You know? A lot of excitement in Ferriers tonight.
It looks like a lot of excitement in Oakland Walk tonight. Alan.
Oh, I don't want to think about it.
But it is.
Oh, it can't be possible. Everything I possess, burnt to ashes.
You were insured, of course.
Yes, I was insured, Inspector, but that isn't the point. How can insurance money compensate for all my personal effects? My books, my pictures, my records, all the comfortable and familiar furniture of my life. This bastard is obliterating me.
It's distressing, sir, of course it is.
Distressing? Where were the panda cars, Durrant? Where was the police surveillance?
With the best will in the world, we can't keep a 24-hour watch on any one house, Mr. Scott.
Who is it? Who in God's name is it? I've been given a sabbatical. Told to take 3 weeks sick leave, in fact.
Then you must go away.
No, we must go away. I need you with me, if you can stand it.
Of course I can stand it. But in any case, there's nothing more he can do to you.
I don't know. He'll be watching, observing, and biding his time.
For what?
This has all been a prologue, I feel sure of it. Some day or some night, he's going to present me with a confrontation, and only then will I know why or how. By then, it'll be too late, unless I'm as prepared as he is.
Oh, you're wrong. I'm sure you're wrong.
Sue, we do need to get away from here, but no one must know where we're going, or that we're going together. You've been through more than enough already, and I want this to be a complete break. A complete break.
I can't possibly reveal personal information about a patient of mine, Inspector, unless you're prepared to present me with a subpoena for it.
Just one hypothetical question, Dr. Adlard. How much guilt, real or imagined, can a man endure before he cracks? If he's a man of more than average sensibility.
I deal with patients, not hypotheses. You're referring to Alan Scott.
Look, Doctor, Mr. Scott once made, by his own admission, a grave error of judgment. It wasn't until his house was burned down that he decided to tell me about it. In an assize court 7 years ago, he went back on his own evidence. As a result, a man was acquitted of robbery and murder.
What?
Now, wait a moment. The defendant later implied to Mr. Scott that he was, in fact, guilty of the alleged crime.
Now, look here, Inspector.
Scott was, he says, too humiliated to inform the police of this admission. And he's been tormented with worry ever since.
I presume you have a reason for divulging this highly privileged information?
I know perfectly well that you're only a country GP, Dr. Adlard. Yet at least half the problems you deal with must be of psychosomatic rather than physiological origin.
You have a remarkable vocabulary, Inspector.
Thank you, Dr. Adlard. But what I want to know is Scott's state of mind at present.
All I can tell you, Inspector, is what you've already observed for yourself, that Mr. Scott is emotionally exhausted. But he is not neurasthenic or paranoid or manic-depressive. His nerves have taken a beating, but he'll recover. At the moment, he's on 4 sedative tablets a day, and if I know him, he'll be recovered within a month.
Has he told you everything that's happened to him?
I believe so.
I see. Yet nothing about that sensational misprision of justice 7 years ago?
Not a word.
Then I'm putting it to you that he's carried his feelings of guilt so long that he's started to punish himself for it. Dr. Adlard, to the best of my knowledge, every one of these acts of persecution, including the destruction of his own home, could have been engineered by Scott himself.
I was very sorry to hear about the fire. Dreadful business. Any idea what caused it?
At the moment, the police are more anxious to find out who caused it, Mr. Bennett.
So, it was deliberate?
A carefully planned act of arson.
Appalling.
Look, do you mind if we change the subject? I've had it up to here over the past few days.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Very sorry. Well, then, what can I do for you?
Could you supply me with a car and a driver this Friday?
Car? Yes. Driver tricky. Where would you be going?
Heathrow. I've to meet a friend there. I shall probably go on to London with him, so I shall only need the car for the outward journey.
Yes, I see. Well, I could probably manage it myself with a bit of shuffling of the staff here.
Well, I'd be very grateful.
What time do you have to be at Heathrow?
10 o'clock.
Well, we'd better leave Ferrier's not later than 7:30, eh? Be on the safe side.
Then I'll be here at 7:30, Mr. Bennett. And thank you.
Come.
We could be on to something, sir.
Relative to what, Franklin?
Hope, sir. Daniel Hope.
Hope? The fellow who killed the postmaster and bragged about it to Scott after he was discharged.
That's the one. I had a telex from Central Records this morning. The trial took place in '68, and nothing more was heard of Hope until 5 years later. Must have kept his nose clean for a change.
Yes, get on with it.
In August '73, Daniel Hope was found drowned in a weir in Gloucestershire, and the coroner returned an open verdict.
I want a complete transcript of that inquest as quick as you like.
On its way, sir. I thought you'd need it.
Good. August '73. You know, it'd do absolutely no harm at all to discover exactly where Alan Scott was during that period and what he was doing there. If he's evasive, if he can't come up with substantial proof that he was elsewhere, then he's going to find himself across a whole new barrel of fun.
British Airways flight BA506 for Corfu is now boarding at gate 13. All passengers who will board by this flight will go to gate 13 immediately.
He's not in Ferrier, sir. Neither he nor Mrs. Crichton. No one knows where they are.
Does his headmaster know he's done the flit?
Dr. Everett advised him to take 3 weeks' sick leave. He says that Scott didn't tell him how he intended to use it.
Then what about Mrs. Crichton's partner, Alice? How's your father? She must know what's going on.
Alice Kingsley, sir. She told me that Mrs. Crichton was taking a fortnight's holiday somewhere. Miss Kingsley fancied it might be in Scotland.
Mrs. Crichton? Isn't her leg still in plaster?
Dr. Adlard removed the plaster on Tuesday.
Oh, damnation. They're obviously off somewhere together. And Scott's either a damn fool for not telling us of his movements, or... Franklin, let's look at the worst that could happen. Suppose Scott did find Daniel Hope in '73. By chance or purpose. Suppose he did decide to take the law into his own hands and pitched Hope into that weir. Suppose since then he's gone round the bend. Tried to cover his tracks by victimizing himself, to throw any possible inquiry out of kilter.
And suppose Mrs. Crichton knows more about the Hope affair than she should.
If that's the case, and remember, she was the one who took the battering in that motorway affair, then the admirable Mrs. Crichton may be starting the last holidays she'll ever take.
Oh, what do you fancy doing this afternoon?
What I did this morning. Lie on the beach and collect a tan.
Ah.
Does indicate disapproval?
No, far from it. The easier you take it with that leg, the better.
But you're pining for something more energetic?
Yes, well, I wouldn't mind exploring a little. I'm told there's a castle worth visiting, up that-a-way.
Up the mountainside? In this heat?
Apparently the tourists call the direct route from Paleokostritsa up to that olive village the assault course. But they say it's worth it, if only for the view of the bay.
Assault course, indeed. I thought your soldiering days were over.
Franklin!
Sir?
Don't hover there, man. Come in, sit down and give ear. There are times when the efficiency of the police force startles even me. Today I've been startled and intrigued. Because this whole bloody jigsaw's beginning to fall into place at last. You recall the name of the sub-postmaster, the one Hope killed?
Hollins, wasn't it?
Hollis. George Hollis. Widower with one son, David, a regular in the army. At the time of the killing, David Hollis was a sergeant in the battalion commanded by a Colonel J.H.T. Bradley.
The one Scott visited in Lincolnshire?
Right. Shortly after his father died, young Hollis bought himself out of the army. Spent a bit of time clearing up the old man's estate. He was left 20,000, would you believe it? Then he vanished. The Metropolitan Police have been busy these past few days. And eventually some bright spark among them decided to check with Somerset House. Franklin, in 1971, David Hollis changed his name by deed poll.
Well done. 20 more steps and you've made it.
Hello, who's that? Do you know if there's a tap up there?
There is, but it's dry. Good God. Mr. Scott.
Bennett, what the devil are you doing in Corfu?
All right, then. What have we got?
Bennett's bookkeeper tells me that last Friday, Bennett himself drove Mr. Scott to Heathrow, dropped him there, and came back to Ferriers. The airport police have established that Scott left Heathrow for Corfu later that morning. At about the same time, Mrs. Crichton flew on a charter from Gatwick to Corfu. It's reckoned they'd both have got there by late afternoon.
And Bennett, we know, managed to get a flight to Athens on the Monday morning. And it's the easiest thing in the world to grab an internal flight from Athens to Corfu.
They may all be on Corfu, but where on Corfu?
You know something, Franklin? For the first time in my career, I shall have the pleasure of enlisting the help of Interpol.
It's very clever of you to find a place like this.
I think so. Cost the earth, of course, but it's worth it.
Well, for this courtyard and the view below, I'd guess it is. You here on your own?
At the moment. Well, now, a drink. What's it to be?
Have you got any Retsina? Nice and cold.
Sure. Right there in the kitchen.
Good.
Retsina it is. Oh, sit down, relax. Plenty of shade under the vine veranda. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Well, so here we are. Take the bottle. Go on.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, this is good. Yeah, I must have lost about half a stone coming up that track.
Yes, a real killer-diller, that one.
Have you been to Corfu before?
No, this is the first time.
What made you choose it?
Oh, impulse. All started when I took you to Heathrow last week. People going all over the world and Joe Soap heading back to Ferriers. No, I haven't had a real holiday for years. So as soon as I got home, I booked a flight to Athens.
Athens? It's a long way round to double back to Corfu.
Oh, impulse again. I got talking to some people in a cafe in Piraeus. They said Corfu was the place where you could be sure of sunshine and shade. So I fell for it.
And you're not regretting it?
Well, I must say, I was finding it a bit quiet till you came up the assault course. You need someone to talk to once in a while. Where are you staying?
Oh, chap I know. He owns several villas. We got one of them. You can probably see it from here, more or less, anyway. Just west of Paleocastrita.
Don't lean out too far over that balcony. Hell of a drop there.
Oh, I'll watch it. Look down across the bay.
Yeah?
There's a smaller bay to the left.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, we're just by that bay, in an olive grove.
With friends, are you?
What?
You're here with the friends you were meeting at Heathrow?
No. Mrs. Crichton, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yes, of course, Mrs. Crichton. A lady who was injured in that accident. Leg all right now, is it?
Yes, she's coming along fine.
You've certainly been through it. The whole of Ferriers must know every last detail, I shouldn't wonder.
Yes. All but one.
Oh, yes? What's that?
Who's behind it all?
Oh, police no further forward.
They aren't being too successful.
Someone did that to me. I shouldn't rest till I'd found him. And when I'd found him...
What? When you'd found him, what?
I should kill him.
Yes, that's occurred to me more than once, I can assure you, if I'd caught him at the time. But once you've cooled off, you realize that vengeance carries its own backlash.
The law?
The law. Doesn't take kindly to killers, whatever the provocation. I've no wish to see my life messed up any further with a long prison sentence.
Funny you should say that.
Why?
Well, a fellow I knew, this'll interest you. Fellow I knew had a grudge against this other chap. A very good reason. The chap had killed his father.
Good God.
Anyway, this mate of mine was out to get the killer. What happened was that the killer had been discharged.
But by the jury?
Oh, no, never got as far as the jury. No, it seems the chief witness for the prosecution suddenly changed his mind. Got liberal ideas, perhaps. Or a backhander. I wouldn't identify your actual villain. So he was off, scot-free. Anyway, you see, this mate of mine, he made it his business to follow Chummy's activities, eventually ran him to earth. 4 years after the trial, in a village in Gloucestershire. Chummy was on the booze, of course, aren't they all? My friend took Chummy for a walk after closing time one night, down to a weir, it was. Then he told him what he was going to do. And why. And then he slung Chummy in the weir. Simple as that.
No trouble with the police?
Oh, the law was delighted. They'd been after Chummy for years, list of convictions as long as your arm. When they had him up for trial, they'd got him dead to rights, but this witness, you see, let them down. Can you imagine?
But, if the defendant was discharged, how could your friend be sure the man was guilty?
Who else could it have been?
So that's why you've tried to destroy me.
Tried? More than that. Much more than that. I wanted you to suffer first, as much as I suffered when I knew my old man's killer was on the loose, and there was nothing anyone could do to bring him in. Because you had reneged.
All right. Bennett, Hollis, whatever you call yourself, you've succeeded. You've made me suffer almost as much as I'd suffered already, before you caught up with me.
Suffer? A liberal hero suffer?
When I renounced my own evidence in court, I did so because there was reasonable doubt in my mind that Hope was the man I'd seen so long before. Later, I realized my mistake. But it was too late. Hope was free, could never be charged again with those offences, and the guilt has never left me since.
So you've said you're sorry and that's it, eh?
Oh, no. I'll say more than that. I can understand your grief and your anger, but I cannot condone the murder of a drunken man in cold blood. I cannot condone the systematic persecution of a man who was mistaken but not evil, nor the attempted murder of a totally innocent woman.
So, what's your next move?
A deposition to the British consul in Kirkira.
And you think I'd let you go after setting up all this?
You have no option. I'm bigger than you, and I'm very, very angry. If you try to stop me from leaving, I shall break your neck quite happily. Now, get out of my way.
This may change your mind.
You're naive as well as insane. A pistol shot here would be heard for miles, and a great many people know where I am.
Scott, I'm going to kill you anyway. But unless you take a high dive from this balcony, I shall also kill your charming friend, Susanna Crichton. Do you imagine I haven't thought this out 100 times a day, 1,000 times?
You want me to take a 500-foot drop to serve your notions of justice?
You know the alternative. And you know I mean it.
I'll tell you what, Bennett.
If I'm going, you're going with me!
I'm glad you came over to Greece, Inspector. I've been totally out of my depth with the authorities here, though they've gone out of their way to be kind to me.
It's been an appalling affair, Mrs. Crichton.
It's going to be difficult to adjust to life at Ferrier's again.
I can see that. You know, it's the irony of the situation that gets me. All these horrors, all this disaster, because 7 years ago, Mr. Scott did his level best to serve the course of justice.
I've had enough irony to last me a lifetime, Inspector.
Yes. Shall we go inside?
Well,
Mr. Scott, how are you? You were lucky, sir. Very lucky.
Yes. I feel lucky, Inspector. Strapped up in an Athenian hospital with every bone in my body cracked or broken.
Count your blessings, bruise by bruise. Bennett wasn't so fortunate. He died before the ambulance reached him.
Blessings. I've been responsible for 2 deaths, Hope's and Bennett's.
I'd have thought you'd taken enough punishment by now. Give it a break, will you? You can't spend the rest of your life wringing your hands.
If I have any hands to wring when they take the plaster off.
That's the ticket, sir. Keep smiling.
Is that the end of the lesson for today?
I can see you're well on the road to recovery. The right word for every occasion.
Inspector, will you take your platitudes where they belong, up to the Acropolis, and give me 5 minutes alone with Susanna? I think I forgot to warn her that she's in grave danger of becoming Mrs. Scott.
Oh.
And I want no prosecution witnesses around in the event that one of us changes our mind.
In Let It Come Down, by Michael Robson, Alan Scott was played by William Lucas, Sue Crichton by Ross Drinkwater, David Bennett by Christopher Bidmead, Chief Inspector Durrant by Kevin Brennan, and Sergeant Franklin by William Slay. Michael Shannon was Dr. Adlard, Garrard Green, Colonel Bradley, Godfrey Kenton, the headmaster, Hayden Jones, Frank Lawler, Deborah Page, Christine Lang, and Douglas Blackwell, her father. Clennet was played by David Graham, Tony Parrish by Anthony Smee, the restaurant manager by Leslie Heritage, Mrs. Clayton by Jean Mockford, Daniel Hope by Roger Snowden, Moira Scott by Margaret Robertson, and the prosecuting counsel by Peter Woodthorpe. The ward sister was Eva Haddon, and the Heathrow flight announcer, Peter Craze. The play was produced and directed by John Cardy.
We present Cecil Parker and Naunton Wayne in Daughters-in-Law by Henry Cecil, adapted by the author from his new book of the same name, with Gudrun Ure and Diana Olsen. Daughters-in-Law.
But, my dear Major, why not?
Why not? Why not? I'll tell you why not, Archie. But first, draw me another pint, will you?
Certainly, Major. But you know you're just the sort of man they want on the local bench. Why won't you let your name go forward?
Because I won't have anything to do with the law. That's why. The Buttonstep family has been ruined by lawyers, and in my view, they're all alike. Barristers, solicitors, judges, the whole boiling lot. Parasites.
But JPs aren't lawyers, Major. They have a clerk to help them make their legal mistakes. Judges have to make them all on their own.
Well, what's that got to do with it? JPs administer the law, don't they?
Someone has to.
Well, it isn't going to be me. Upon my word, I believe it was one of those blooming police courts that helped to ruin one of my family. A case of poaching, it was. A fellow bagged a pheasant and it dropped in the road. Now, any sensible, honest person would have said that that was poaching. Well, the fellow even admitted it when he was caught.
Then what was the case about?
Well, I'm telling you, the chap admitted it. But would that do for the lawyers? Oh, dear me, no. Where was it when it was actually shot? It might have been over the road. If it was over the road, was it over public property?
What happened?
Well, you may well ask. I tell you, they argued for 2 years whether the road was public property or not, and for another 2, whether it made any difference. Now, you won't believe this, but it's true. After 2 years, they found the road was public property, and after another 2, that it didn't make any difference. Well, the fellow had gone to Australia by then. How often have you done that sort of thing?
I've certainly never heard of a case in our police court that lasted more than a week. You can't mean it really took 4 years.
Oh, no, not just in the police court. You don't think the lawyers would be satisfied with that? No wigs or gowns there. Oh, no. Somehow or other, they got it into the High Court, with 3 flipping judges looking at 50 flipping books and asking 50 million flipping questions about them. It was a blooming scandal. Here was a fellow caught red-handed, and to hear the Lord Chief Justice talking, you'd have thought it was the Titchborne case all over again. I know. I heard him.
You must have been very young.
Well, I was, but old enough to understand why our family lost nearly everything that used to belong to it. Tell me, Sir George, I remember the old judge saying, how do you reconcile Naylor and Nubkin with Settle and Holiday? And you know, Sir George, whatever his name was, spent 2 days explaining why he couldn't reconcile them. 2 days at 100 guineas a day, mark you. My poor old cousin's money. And at the end of it, the judge said with a smile, "Well, Sir George, we seem to be back where we started." Well, he could afford to smile. So could the lawyers. They could afford to blooming well laugh. No, Archie, no. No, there are going to be no judges, qualified or unqualified, in the Buttonstep family.
But, Major, suppose Digby and John had become lawyers.
Ah, not with Buttonstep blood in them. And mind you, Digby had to learn a bit of law before he became a chartered accountant, but no doubt he soon forgot it when he got into practice.
By the way, how are they both doing?
Well, wonderfully. John's just bought another 50 acres, and Digby's a partner in one of the best-known firms in the city.
Any sign of them marrying?
Well, not as far as I know.
Suppose they married into a legal family.
No, it's no use, Archie. I'm not going on the bench. And trying to annoy me by talking about Digby and John marrying into a legal family won't make me change. Well, they wouldn't dream of doing such a thing. They know my views. No, they've got 2 nice girls with them at the moment. Couldn't possibly be lawyers.
Prunella, darling, I don't know how I'm going to break it to Father.
My dear, sweet Digby, don't you think he'll like me?
He'll like you, all right, but not your profession. The idea of a barrister in the family, even a girl, will shake the old boy, I'm afraid.
Even a girl.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're a marvel. Marshall Hall isn't in it. You'll be a QC and the first woman judge. You'll go to the Court of Appeal and the House of Lords. And I love you.
Ah, that's better than all the rest. But seriously, will it really upset your father so much?
I'm afraid it will. And what makes it worse is John getting engaged to your sister. You a barrister and Jane a solicitor. Well, I really am worried.
Oh, dear. I can't believe he feels as badly about them as all that.
Parasites, I tell you, Archie. Barristers, solicitors. There's only one thing worse, and that's a judge. Sarcastic devils. I've heard them at it. Do yourself justice, Mr. Wotherspoon. Don't you know the difference between your left hand and your right hand? No, thank you. No judges for the Buttonsteps. You ask Digby.
And your father's a High Court judge, Prunella, too.
He's a very good one. They say he's one of the few judges who can rarely get at the truth in a difficult case.
I know, but there isn't such a thing as a good judge in Father's eyes. He looks upon them all as Judge Geoffrey. Well, that's why John and I have never taken either of you home. No point in worrying the old boy until things were pretty certain. But now we'll have to break it to him. Thank heavens you're both such beauties. He's got an eye for a pretty face. Let's hope that'll help to counteract the legal side of you.
We'll know soon enough.
Do you know, I don't believe we've had such a bevy of beauty here since the war. Well, Digby and John ought to have brought you home before. Oh, yeah. Miss Coombe?
Thank you, Major.
And Miss Coombe.
Thank you.
Oh, just the occasion for a drink, this. Your good health, my dear.
And yours, Major.
Yours, Major.
And how long have you known John? Jane? You're much too young to be called Miss Coombe.
Oh, please do call me Jane. About a year altogether, I suppose.
A year? Well, really, John, I should have thought...
Oh, Father, what are those roses with the big saucer-like blooms?
Those? Well, we've had them for years. With mermaid. And what do you do for a living, Prunella? Or are you a lady of leisure?
Father, what are those yellow ones near the greenhouse?
I love roses, don't you, John? Do you look after them yourself, Major?
Well, I potter about a bit, you know.
Oh, it's just like Father.
And what is your father, my dear? But you were telling me about your job. Now I've forgotten what it was.
Father, what's the difference between fashion and friendship?
Oh, surely you know that, John. Well, fashion... But I was interrupting Prunella. You were telling me what you did.
Major, is there a Buttonstep rose yet?
Well, it's in the melting pot at the moment.
Oh.
You see... But what do you do, Prunella? I shall begin to think it's something shady if you hold back any more.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm a barrister.
Oh. And you, Jane?
Well, I'm a solicitor, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
They couldn't really help it, Father. You see, their father's a judge.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Father. I didn't mean to make it worse.
Really, Father, we'd have told you before, only you see...
Why so embarrassed? We all know there are barristers and solicitors, and we all know that the profession, if that's the right word, is open to both sexes. There's no reason why my 2 sons shouldn't bring home 2 young lawyers to dinner. There's no special significance in it, is there? There's no special significance in it, is there? Oh. But if you'll forgive me, I've rather a headache. You'll find me in the study if you want me, Digby. John?
Oh, dear. It's even worse than I thought it would be, but we had to tell him sometime.
We'd better go and see him straight away, Digby.
I'm afraid I was very clumsy about it.
Oh, and I was too.
Oh, it wasn't your fault at all. It's ours, if anybody's. Oh, come on, John. We must see what we can do.
Digby and John, I'm glad you followed me. Now, we must have this thing out. But first of all, are you both serious?
I'm afraid so, Father.
Oh, my God. Now, look, you know that I only want you to be happy, don't you?
Well, of course we do, Father, and we want you to be happy about it, too.
But then, listen. Happiness doesn't just consist in getting married to a kind, intelligent, and attractive girl. Believe me, there's something far more worthwhile than the exciting love between 2 young people. It's the development that counts. And whether it develops into that glorious state of permanent happiness that your mother and I shared depends upon a number of things.
There's no doubt of it in our case.
Oh, wait a moment. One of the things on which it depends is tradition. Your family has hated lawyers from time immemorial. They've been bled white by them. I can even speak from experience. It cost me over £50 to sack a dishonest chauffeur.
But I thought you won the case.
Well, of course I won the case, but that's to say the other chap lost it. But no one can win a case at law, except the lawyers. They win the lot. It's in their blood. Well, they can't help it, any more than a stoat can help killing a rabbit. And I don't want a lot of bloodsuckers for my grandchildren.
But really, Father, they're not all like that. Look, why don't you meet old Coombe? He's not half a bad old boy.
Not half a bad old boy. Ever heard of Judge Jeffries? Well, they haven't changed since then.
Really?
Oh, I know that their manners are better, and they don't get the chance of hanging as many people as they'd like to, but that's not their fault. They would if they could.
Prunella wouldn't want to hang anyone. Nor would Jane.
Well, of course they wouldn't. They're very nice girls, I'm sure. And I dare say their father is, as a man.
He is, really.
So are all lawyers before the law gets into their blood. Do you think that these judges who are so bloodthirsty on the bench are different from other men by nature? Do you think these barristers and solicitors who soak you for thousands and then tell you how sorry they are that you lost, but the judge was very difficult? Do you think they're different from you and me by nature? Well, of course not.
But then what's troubling you, Father?
What's troubling me is that they haven't been left to nature. The law's got into their blood and made them what they are. There's no profession which takes so much from you and gives you nothing in return. The architect gives you a new house, the doctor a new tummy, the accountant a balance sheet. And what does a lawyer leave you with? A bill of costs. For generations our family has hated them with a bitter, permanent, implacable hatred. For God's sake, don't you two let me down.
I didn't know you felt quite as strongly as that, Father.
Not quite so strongly. Oh. Look what they've done to us, these lawyers. We used to own 3/4 of the land round here. Buttonstep village belonged to us. Now what have we got? Half an acre, and lucky to have that. Look, let me show you something. Look, do you see these papers?
Good Lord.
You may well say good Lord. In the estate of Charles Buttonstep deceased, Bradley versus Buttonstep, Buttonstep versus the Queen against Buttonstep, Buttonstep against Buttonstep, and so on and so on. Look at the courts we've been through. We've done the lot. Police court, county court, high court, court of appeal, privy council, House of Lords. And now, I suppose, my grandchildren are going to be John Buttonstep, Esquire, barrister at law. Mr. Justice Buttonstep, Lord Justice Buttonstep. I hope I'm dead before it happens.
But, Father, really, our children may not want to be lawyers. They may hate them like you do.
Well, they won't be able to help it. The Coombe blood will be too strong for them. Now, Mr. Justice Coombe comes from what they call a long line of distinguished judges. They were distinguished, all right. One of them ruined your great-great-grandfather with a wicked judgment. Wicked, I tell you. Oh, it was upset by the House of Lords, all right, and they said it was, well, they didn't say wicked. Dog don't eat dog. But they used legal language for saying that the judge was talking through his hat. Much good that was. Your great-great-grandfather was dead by then.
But the button-step blood may prove stronger than the comb. You know, all our children may be like you.
Don't you believe it? Even in the womb, the lawyers will find a way. For all we know, he'll take legal proceedings in there, and the child that's born will be the result of a nolle prosequi, or some other of their beastly Latin phrases. Why can't they talk English in an English court? I bet half of them don't know what they're saying. They pronounce it all wrong anyway. My dear boys, do, for heaven's sake, think it over.
All right, Father. We will.
Well, thank goodness. Well, you better take the girls home. Good night.
Is there any hope, Digby?
Oh, not much, Prunella. I wonder if your father would be able to suggest anything? Well, Sir George, it's very good of you to have listened to me so patiently. But Prunella and I just didn't know what to do about my father. We thought you might be able to make him see reason.
I don't know about that, Digby, but your father seems to come from a very litigious family. They may hate lawyers, but they've certainly been benefactors to the legal profession. I should rather be inclined to think that the trouble springs from your family having lost too many cases.
You mean they're really fond of litigation, but it's proved too expensive? Like a racing man gives it up because he loses. What's the cure, sir?
No, I'm afraid I can't suggest that. With a racing man, it would be different. Let him win a few bets, and he'll be as keen as ever again. But with your father, I'm afraid I just don't know.
Well, thank you for seeing me, anyway. Good night, sir. He can't think of anything, John.
Well, we must, Digby.
Well, if old Coombe can't, I don't see how we can. He's got the most terrific reputation in the city. They say he can nose out anything.
What's the good of that to us? What exactly did he say?
He just said the family's lost too many cases.
Well, Major, are you any happier about your boys?
Well, there's life, there's hope, Archie. They haven't mentioned the subject for the last month, so I haven't either.
You say they're nice enough girls.
Oh, charming. If it wasn't for what they are, I could have fallen for one myself.
It seems an awful shame if they have to give them up.
Yes, I know. But as far as I'm concerned, if they marry, it'll be like a devout Roman Catholic marrying a heathen. It's unthinkable. Well, I'm off. Tell Digby I've gone up to the farm if he comes in.
Okay, Major.
Right, thanks so much. See you later. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Not at all.
I'm so
I was
sorry.
in the way. It's my fault entirely.
I'm
Not at all, sir. Not at all. Oh, what a charming man. Pint of bitter, please.
Pint of bitter it is.
Will you have one, landlord?
Oh, that's very good of you, thanks. I'll have the same.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.